Alright, guys, welcome back to BSG 19. We're in the beautiful city of Utrecht, and it's been a long time, but he is finally back. The king of the night shift, the master of RPGs, the god of insanity. We have Crrool, and this is also my first time hosting from the shift. Hosting from the shift. Hosting shift from the couch. So I'm pretty excited to see a Final Fantasy. A pretty good one, though.
It is a very good one.
Yeah,
One of my favorites.
it is. Definitely. So, yeah, cool. I think before we actually start the run, I have something to tell you because I just dropped 25 euros for you with the message, good luck, Crrool, have fun with FF3, I mean FF6. Let's suplex the train, which currently puts us at, I think, 35 out of 60 euros. So if you want to see a train get suplexed, then...
I gotta say here, the run would not be valid if you do not suplex the train.
Yes.
It is that good. I will go out of my way every run just to do it because it is that good. It's fantastic. You definitely want to get to see that.
I mean, I had no idea what this is all about, and Crrool showed me a video, and I was like, well,
Yeah, this is good.
Shut up and take my money.
Yeah.
So,
So yeah, welcome everybody watching BSG right now. Welcome to the night shift. We're gonna get super comfy tonight, so grab yourselves a hot cup of cocoa. Grab yourselves a nice warm little blanket. We did that as well. We've got like the most comfortable of blankets.
it is comfy, yeah.
It
I
is
can
super
agree.
comfy. It's ugly as heck, but it's comfy. And that's what counts here. You know, the ugliest blankets are the most comfortable ones. So we're gonna get super comfy here as we play ourselves a bit of a neat little story. It's story time with Crrool and Indy. How about that?
I really like that.
It's good, right? By the way, we've got a bit of a cutscene here. It takes about 2 minutes to get through that cutscene. I will have to do that before the start of the run. Because if I haven't seen that entire cutscene before the start of the run, then I get it while the run is going. And if I do get to see it beforehand, it doesn't show up. Free 2-minute time save. You know, it's great. It's speed strats right here before the run is even
I mean,
started.
who even needs cutscenes?
I know, right? Well, we're gonna see a lot of cutscenes today.
Fair.
We're gonna see a lot of cutscenes, but yeah, I figured I'd mention that. So yeah, that's the first cutscene in the game that we just basically skip completely. It's also the only cutscene we can completely skip. That said, once we get started, we're gonna get right into it. We're gonna get smack into the middle of the action. So I'm gonna explain real brief what's going on beforehand. You see these M-Tech warriors, M-Tech armors, really buffed soldiers from the Empire, and they're on their way to the city of Narsh, where apparently an Esper, a magic creature, has been found, frozen in ice. So we're gonna see what happens with that. It's sure to be exciting, right?
It is. It will be definitely exciting.
It will be very much exciting. I will also briefly mention the first incentive we're going to be cutting off is not Shadow, but that is the first one without a name yet. Shadow will be about an hour in. Strago, which also doesn't have a name yet, will be about 4 hours in. The first one we're going to cut off is Terra, which will be in about 4 minutes. So you've got very little time to get your names in on that. And then Locke will be basically a minute after that. So the first one is going to be cut off as I kill the first boss of the game. You'll know who that is. So with that, are you guys ready?
I'm ready as always.
Are you guys in the crowd ready? I mean, we don't have much of a crowd, which I get for, you know, the time of day, but we've got a very exciting crowd from the looks of it. So yeah, let's get on with it, shall we? Oh, I should also say I've set up an RNG manipulation. I did that during Hat in Time, so that's all set up. So we'll go into that in a bit. Anyway, let's get started in 3, 2, 1, go. See, as I said, we're going to get right into the action. Normally this would display a bit of a cutscene, but we skipped that. So now we're here in the city of Narsh. I want to first do some settings. There. See, if you blinked it, you missed it. That's how fast that goes. And here's the first battle of the game. We're going to get through a few fights with some soldiers and whatnot. We actually got a bit lucky here in that we got a preemptive attack, which is really good for us. I want Wedge and Vix to run away so that all of the experience ends up going to our mysterious little girl. whom is yet to be renamed. So we're going to get into that soon. But yeah, that's the first fight in the game. Now, the second fight in the game is also immediately the first skip in the game, because if you put one step aside, you never trigger the fight to begin with. Speed strats, you guys. On to the second fight, and this one is a bit trickier because we're going to get a pincer attack, which means, first and foremost, I can't run away. The Lobo is an unrunnable encounter, so we're going to get rid of that guy immediately and allow Wedge and Vix to be able to run away very soon. I'm going to go into the menu here to what we call ATB wait, meaning that right now the ATB of the enemies is not moving forward, which is very useful for us. I'm going to wait for Wedge to basically be filled up on ATB, and then I'm going to Bioblaster with Terra. And again, we're going to have Wedge and Vix run away because we don't want them getting the experience. And there they go. So that's the second fight in the game done. On to the third fight. We also got a tonic drop, which will actually be kind of nice later on in the run. It's just a small little potion.
What kind of tonic is it?
I don't know. I actually have no clue. But apparently it heals your HP, so it's probably pretty good. So yeah, they say something about defending the mines, and here we go, battle number 3. Again, a preemptive, so that's very useful. We're getting pretty lucky with these preemptives so far. So here we go, same story as before. I'm going to ATB wait those attacks. Then Wix and Veg, or I keep saying that wrong. Vix and Wedge are going to do, are going to be filled up on ATB, and then I'm going to run away with those two and Bioblaster the rest of them with Terra. This is the hardest one of the fights that I need to get them to run away from, by the way. It's very specific because I need every little bit of that experience for my step route to work out later on. So, you know, we've got a lot of speed strats in these first few minutes. Yeah, here we go into the mine, and that means we're about to get to the cutoff of the first name because, well, because of the step manip, I'm not actually going to get a single encounter in here, and we're just going to get immediately to the boss. So once I kill this boss, it'll be that, basically. There is a quick kill, but I'm really inconsistent at it, and it's really hard to do. It's actually one of the hardest quick kills in the game. So I'm not even going to try for it. We're just going to play it safe, because if you lose the quick kill, you have the potential to die, and that's rather bad. Yeah, this is... with this ATB, I probably wouldn't have been able to anyway. So in that sense, you know, probably fine. So yeah, this is a monster that eats lightning, meaning that as soon as I hit his shell, he will do a lightning attack on me, which deals a ton of damage. I'm going to first off heal off Terra because I really don't want her to die on this fight, and we're going to Tech Missile. We can only attack its head, and it'll go into its shell after a certain amount of time. So ATB weed that Fire Beam, and we're going to do another one. Oh wow, that's really fast for him to go into the shell. So now you get to see his really powerful attack and why we want to try to avoid that as best we can. That's really fast though. I don't usually see him do that quickly. Yeah, this is why we had to heal up Terra at the start of the battle. I hope I did... Oh, I think I might already know what I did wrong and why that wasn't working. Okay, that's fine. I might have put the battle mode on active, which would cause ATB waiting not to work, which would be rather bad. It's for this fight, it should be fine. Like, there's not really too much that can go wrong here as long as I keep paying attention. Oh, wow. Okay. This is bad. Crap, I was really hoping for that tonic to go off afterwards. This is why this is gonna get scary now. Okay, luckily we have Heal Force. So yeah, this is gonna slow me down a bit. I've made a minor mistake in my menu, but like I said, we caught it early enough. It'll be fine for the rest of the run. Tech Missile the head. Mistakes have been made, but that's Welk, and with that, we're gonna cut off the first incentive for Terra's name. Which I believe, looking at the total, should be Gaia.
Yes, it is Gaia. Which is a reference I don't get.
Hold on, I'll explain in a bit.
I was actually joking.
Fair enough. So the reason, because I actually donated for that name in honor of my sister, who's going to be running Illusion of Gaia tomorrow as the closing run. She suggested Gaia as the name for Terra, so hence the name there. So yeah, this is Tritalk, the frozen Esper that we talked about. Well, he's first and foremost, well, you'll see. So Terra somehow seems to be connected to the Esper. Terra, by the way, is also somebody born with a gift of magic, which is very unique in this world. And Vix and Wedge are going to be disappearing here, and we'll never see them again. So yeah, those two are gone. Now, one really cool little speed strat that we can actually do in here is while I'm in a battle cutscene, I can actually just hold A to frame perfect match through all of the text. Now, as I said, lock is going to be closed off as I will be renaming Terra, so that's actually coming up really soon as well. Actually, we might hold it off with it just a tad longer, but... So here we get into this house, and apparently he has just removed a slave crown from us, which is kind of like a mind control thing that that the Empire used to get control over us. And with that, we're going to get introduced to our very first character. There's 14 playable characters in this game. We're going to pick up 13 of those. There we go. Here's Gaia, our first playable character in the game. So yeah, we're going to hold off with it a little bit. How about the second random encounter? Then yeah, we'll have one random encounter after that. That should be about right. Yeah, second random encounter is probably better, actually. Might otherwise overdo it, because the name is still like a few minutes away, actually. So yeah, we hear some Imperial some soldiers looking for us. You know, we kind of went through the city, you know, defeated a bunch of, or killed a bunch of soldiers, and, you know, now we're trying to just get away with it. But yeah, so we're going to flee through the mines, or at least try to. And this is fully RNG manipulated here, so I'll be getting an encounter right there. Which we're going to actually just use fire on. Like I said, our little girl, Gaia, born with a gift of magic. So, you know, we're going to abuse that magic quite a lot, because it deals a lot of damage early on. Both in the early game and in the late game, we'll be relying on magic quite heavily. Mid-game, however, we're not going to do that as much. Okay, so after this fight, you can cut it off. Because we're getting pretty close to the lock name by this point, so...
Close it, and it is Thief.
Thief. Ah, that's cool. See, Locke always says that he's not a thief, he's a treasure hunter, but now he's named Thief, so he's still a thief. Okay, we get this one. I still have to... Ooh, this is kind of annoying. There's a small chance they can do Wrench, which is kind of like their counter attack on the very last hit there. It's pretty common they use it. It's not a big deal, really. So now right up here, I'm going to be forcing an extra random encounter. I actually need to force this one because I need Terra to level up exactly one level so that I get level 6 before I get locked. Otherwise, I'd have to grind a bit more later on, which now I can just avoid. Basically, the starting level of every party member that joins the party is dependent on the level of the party members you already have. So by leveling her up by one level, which is just, you know, one extra fight, I've also leveled up Locke by a level. And later on, that'll also cause Edgar to be a level higher, which just, you know, from there on, you know, one little difference early on can just make a massive difference further down the line. So yeah, we get a bit of a flashback as she falls down. She was chased down by some soldiers, and we get to see how he was enslaved here. You see that? You might see that laughing guy there. You'll see him a bit more later on. He actually plays quite a role in the story here. Again, now that we're in a battle cutscene, I can just hold A. Yeah, that laughing guy right there. First of all, by the way, he's a clown. I should say that. And, you know, I hate clowns, you know. What about you, Indy?
I hate clowns. I mean, to be fair, I haven't really played Final Fantasy VI, but I do have played Dissidia, and well, Kafka is annoying as he can be in Dissidia as well.
Oh, he is so annoying. It is such a guy right there. But yeah, enough of a cutscene. We also get a bit of a scene because we're knocked out here. Like, we can't really do much. We fell down after we were been chased down. However, there is a certain other person to the rescue here. So this is you know, this is our thief, a treasure hunter at that. So there we go. I prefer the term treasure hunter, yet his name is Thief. So yeah, Indy, have you actually, because you mentioned you haven't played this game much, have you actually beaten this game already? Have you played the game?
I think I played like the first couple of hours, maybe. I know that the part that is coming up I have played, but I think after that is basically
so you might be in for some surprises then.
Well, I'm always up for surprises, so
Sounds
I mean,
good. Sounds good.
The biggest surprise I already got spoiled is the Suplex the Train. Speaking about that, we have this amazing incentive where Crrool wants to suplex the train. So if you want to see him do that,
yeah, please suplex the train.
Please get your donations
suplex
in.
that train.
I mean,
I gotta do it. It's gotta be done.
I said it before. If you don't trust me on this. This is worth it. And currently we are 35 euros out of 60. So if you want to go to get your donations in, we have like 50 minutes left.
Something like that, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to focus here. We just switched into some Mughals who are gonna help us out a bit, but I gotta do some really cool movements to avoid those guards right there, because you know, they're kind of weebs, and you know they're really blind. So these guys are supposed to stop me in order to help them, you know, find Terra, but you know, that basically. So this is the boss. If we kill the boss, we're done. That's simple. It's cool, isn't it? So I'm going to have Mog, which right now we cannot yet rename, but we'll rename him a lot later on in the run. We'll have him actually attack Marshall. Then on the second turn, while the others are doing their attack, I'm going to take his equipment off, and I'm going to just irregularly attack him. This is all to set up for, you know, money management later on and whatnot. From here on, it's just hold A to win. These Mughals are more than capable of taking down Marshall themselves. And there we go. That's the second boss in the game down. That is the Marshal. And, you know, since we killed the Marshal, all of the other guards are just suddenly going to give up.
I mean, this is usually the case. If you defeat the boss, all the others disappear.
Yeah, if you defeat that, that'll be a thing later on as well. Yeah, if you defeat the boss, you know, the rest is just going to be a coward and just run away. That's how things work.
I mean, I would do the same, though.
Like, to be fair, I kind of get it. Strongest guy in your party gets wrecked, and then, you know, you might just wanna get out of there.
Although, to be fair, I would probably be the boss, and I would not.
That's fair. That's
myself,
fair. You'd probably be, yeah. So yeah, we find a secret, or rather, Thief has found a secret entrance here. So that's a thing. Apparently, there's a secret entrance. We might want to remember that for later. Thief also tells us that he's not going to leave us here until our memories have returned. So that's kind of nice. Now, for the first 30 or so minutes of the run, movement is going to be rather slow. After that, it's going to pick up in pace, so don't worry. We're going to start moving faster at some point. So as I enter the castle in a bit, we're gonna cut off the Edgar name.
Yeah, if you want to change the Edgar name, currently it's shield with €1, so only €1.01 to snipe the name.
Yeah, most of these names are not at all expensive, so yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, if you have fun at sniping names and bit wars, then this is like paradise for you.
So yeah, we're gonna go down here into the castle. Can you refresh the thing first to see if that is indeed the correct name?
Yep. Edgar is shield.
Okay, cool. We're gonna rename him Shield.
Cool. Then I'm gonna cut it off and gonna read a quick donation.
By all means, I'm gonna talk to Edgar for a bit, or rather Shield, who will be our human meat shield in the end game, hence the name Shield.
Right. We have a €5 donation from DL Darklink. Suplex it, baby.
Oh, I'll try, Darklink. Shield.
Yep.
There we go. So this is the King of Figaro. We just, like, basically Locke told us that, you know, there was somebody we were supposed to meet, and he brought us to the Figaro King. It turns out that even though he acts as if he's part of or as if he's allies with the Empire, he actually works with a rebellion called, it's on the tip of my tongue right now. The Returners, there we go. For some reason, I just couldn't think of it for a second. But yeah, he works with the Returners, which is like this rebel organization that's, you know, trying to change things for the better here. So he wants us to make up our mind ourselves. We mentioned, you know, or we ask him, you know, oh, by the way, we're cutting off Sabin now. I should have said that earlier. But yeah, he mentioned, or we ask him whether he's interested in us because of our powers, and he kind of tells us, well, there's 3 reasons. He's first and foremost captivated by our beauty. He's dying to know if we're his type. I guess our powers are a distant third. So yeah, the Sabin name, if you will.
Yes, it's Pummel.
Oh, well, nice. Yeah, we get a bit of a cutscene between Edgar and a young, very buffed guy, Edgar's younger brother Sabin, and this is basically a flashback to the death of his parents, after which he chose his freedom over the throne. So yeah, with us now is, well, we don't have him in the party yet. The next name incentive is gonna be quite some ways away still. That'll be, I'm trying to think, I think that's Sion, actually. Yeah, I think that's Sion, which is gonna be about 10 minutes before the suplexing. So, like, that'll be about an hour or so into the run. So now, from here on out, you actually have some time to get more names in.
And
so...
And for Cyan, we currently have Mr. M3 in the lead by €1, but as we already said, you can change anything. Any donation can change.
Yeah, none of these donations are really high yet, so, you know. So, yeah, we're going to see a certain clown, Kefka, who's apparently got sand on his boots. He's rather mad about that.
Sand in a desert? Who
I know,
would have
right?
thought?
It's
like,
so weird. There's sand in a desert. So yeah, he's gonna walk into the castle. Now there is a little thing that I'm gonna try to do, but it's really hard. I'm gonna try to make the guards do a staring contest here. It's double frame perfect to do that though, so very small chance I get it. Nope, I didn't get it. Basically, if you close the last text box and immediately on the first possible frame talk to the other guard, they don't turn. And if you manage to succeed at that for both, then they do a staring contest here. I've never gotten it, by the way. Because, like I said, it's double frame perfect. Yeah, Kefka asks about a certain girl, and we tell him, well, you know, there's more girls in this castle than there are grains of sand in the desert. I wouldn't know about every girl in the castle here. And now Locke is going to guide us to a bedroom where we're going to take a nap for a bit. For the first part, we can actually stay ahead of him because, you know, Locke is rather slow. But here we go.
So while you go there, have we time for now?
I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it.
We have a 10 euro donation from DJ Goose. Oh yeah, baby, let's watch a movie about a guy playing a game. He suplexes the conductor's train. The award is all for me. And this is number 10 euros for the suplexing the train, and we're missing 10 euros, so we still have some time, but
we're getting pretty close to that suplexing.
I'm pretty excited for it.
Oh, so am I. Suplexing the train is like the best.
And yeah, thanks for DJ Grooves. I hope I made you proud.
So yeah, as we fall asleep overnight, Edgar wakes up because something smells a fire. This is, by the way, you gotta keep in mind, this is a stone castle in the middle of the desert. Wait for it. Yet somehow it's on fire. Makes sense, right? It's magic. So yeah, Kefka comes running in, being like, you know, or he's gonna be all like, you know, this is what you get for doing that. And you know, we've got a very cool thing coming here. So you know, do you like castles, Indy?
I don't hate them, yeah.
You don't hate them. How about castles that are also submarines for the Earth?
What?
Just look, look.
Is this even possible?
See, we're gonna run away here, and the Kefka is gonna be like a coward king running away. But we have some tricks up our sleeve, as you will see. So here we go. Are you guys ready for it? We're gonna start preparing here.
So we're not only getting Final Fantasy, we're also getting Transformers. This is amazing.
Yes, we are also getting...
See,
this is why this game is amazing.
This is why BSG is amazing. You get
only
everything.
It's only a BSG. So yeah, our castle is gonna dig himself into the sea or into the sand, and we're gonna run away and fight some MTech armors. And while you do, how about you go for a quick donation?
A quick one. Of course, we have 22 euros from It's Bulk. Probably won't be here to witness the end of this one, but happy holidays from the UK. Hope everything goes well for you guys, and take care. Thank you very much.
So yeah, these are the MTech armors. This time we actually get to fight them. They're rather tough. They're rather mean as well. We did steal a tonic from them, which is pretty good. But yeah, 2 auto crossbows. Auto crossbow is like our new weapon. Edgar is this like really technical guy who can use a bunch of really cool tools. 2 of those auto crossbows and they're dead. Now, interestingly enough, if I were to use a fire during that fight, we'd actually trigger a pretty long cutscene about, you know, how Terra can use magic and all that. So, of course, you know, we're not going to do that because we're smart. Also, now we're going to run on these chocobos through the deserts. I don't know if you like chocobos.
I really love chocobos, yeah.
Same. They're great.
I mean, they're the best.
Like, they are so good.
Except if you are part of a certain Final Fantasy relay and you are in a different team that chocobos, then I like...
That's
then
fair.
I don't like them.
That's fair. But yeah, we're gonna be seeing a bunch of them. There's actually 2 very lengthy cutscenes. I think this is the first Final Fantasy. Maybe there's 5, but I'm not sure 5 has that either. Where you're gonna actually hear the entire Chocobo theme loop around.
I know when I first heard the theme in Final Fantasy 2, and I was like, no.
Yeah, we're not gonna get that just yet. We're not gonna just. We're first gonna just move on here. We're gonna go into this cave. I'm also gonna. How about I make a safety save here? You know, I shouldn't need to. I'm gonna be saving a lot, just you know, in case something really weird happens. This cave. So we're gonna take this cave, which leads towards South Figaro, which you know, it's one of our empire, or not empires, but one of the towns that belongs to Sir Shield. We're also just going to kill everything on the way. We're just going to use auto crossbow. That's just to get some early experience. We're actually going to be doing that a lot throughout, or up until the next boss fight. Yeah, there is a turtle there. I know, right? You know what the best part is?
What?
We're going to see it again later. It's actually going to show up in the second half of the run again.
I mean, we're suplexing probably a train. We have a castle that is turning Transformer-like into a submarine.
And there is the BSG mascot right there in the game. I mean...
Can this game even be more amazing?
I know, right?
I mean, the only thing that is not good about this game is that one guy is an evil clown.
Well, to be fair, you know, we do get to fight that evil clown. So I don't know if that's a half bad thing. I mean, if nothing else, clowns make for good boss fights, you know? Because everybody hates them anyway.
So if you kill him, I hope you kill him fast.
I'll try. I'll very much try. So yeah, I'm going to get one more encounter in this cave just before I leave it. See, totally calculate it right there. So the way that that works is currently I'm on, before the run, I set up an RNG manipulation to get a very specific encounter seed. We're currently on seed 245, which is the second fastest seed out there. There is also seed 244, which actually got introduced fairly recently. But since it's still a fairly recent one and I never learned that seed, I figure, you know what, I'll go with the second fastest. Basically, 244 and 245 are the two most used ones for speedrunning. So with that, you know, I know pretty much exactly when I'm gonna get encounters. I know which encounters I'm gonna get, and you know, all that good stuff. So we're gonna move everyone to the back row here, because in the back row you take less physical damage. I'm gonna get myself the sprint shoes, and this is where things get fast. Just look at my movement right now; it's so much faster. And we're gonna get another one of these. And this time we're actually going to hear the theme of them, the Chocobo theme. So I hope you guys are ready. We're only going to hear it very brief. This is the second shortest amount of time that we're going to use it. We're going to have a party here. Sorry, that's it.
Oh.
That's it. That's, like I said, it's the second shortest one. But yeah, off we go into Mount Colts. And it's at the end of this cave that we're going to get to see ourselves yet another party member. So, you know, I hope you guys are down for that. I'm actually, since it's, normally I'd run away from this, but since it's a preemptive, I'm going to just kill them.
Which will be the next character?
Actually, we've already renamed him. That's Sabin.
Sabin, okay.
He'll actually be joining our party pretty soon. Now, before we move on, we're going to get a very, very important item on the other end here. There's basically this little secret hallway. Okay, yeah, we're going to just run from this. Tuskers are rather mean right now, especially since we don't have this item yet. This is the Atlas Armlet. Oh, relic. Whip Atlas Armlet. There we go. Basically, what the Atlas Armlet does is it increases my attack power by like 50% or something. So, for example, right now, because of that, auto crossbow is guaranteed to kill these things. We're going to be dealing quite a bit more damage now with that. So that's going to be very useful, especially since, you know, we're not really all that high leveled. I mean, we haven't really been killing anything. Well, we've been killing what we've seen on the way, but not too much yet, you know. Okay, so this one's a bit more tricky, because I'm going to have to fire with her. We're going to ATB wait here, wait this out as long as we can, so that I can actually get the fire off. It'll deal some damage, but that's not a big deal. I'm going to use the auto crossbow, and we're going to start running. That's because I want Locke to run away from one fight. It's not the biggest deal in the world if I don't get it here. As long as he runs away from one fight where I have 4 enemies. That's just the earliest one that you can use for it. But through a bit of a cave here. No, we're just exploring. Having a good time here. Nothing wrong with that, right?
I mean, caves are still better than clowns.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more there. So there's another one of these. I'm actually going to first use Lock to steal in the hopes that I can steal a antidote. Those things carry antidotes, and antidotes are quite useful in case I get some annoying RNG later. Not too much happening, though. We didn't get the steal, unfortunately. That's kind of a thing. We want Lock to be able to steal some stuff every once in a while. I think I'm gonna have him steal here as well. Ah, come on. Locke doesn't seem to be doing too well in terms of stealing today.
Well, because he's not a thief.
Crap.
He's a treasure hunter.
Okay, this is fine. I accidentally ran away too early. Which is fine. We have a backup encounter for that. Okay, skills. I'm gonna use a cure on Terra. She's getting too low on HP there. So yeah, Locke again is the first one, so we're gonna steal with him. Sheesh, he is not a good thief.
Because he's a treasure hunter.
But his name is Thief.
Well, my name is Indie. So
That's fair.
this doesn't mean that I'm a good indie.
That's fair. Okay, so yeah, these are the annoying ones. These are Trilliums. They have the ability to poison me. Which, if I don't have any antidotes, will lose me some magic, because I'd have to use MP in order to cure the poison. So by the end of this dungeon, I need Edgar to be level 10, Locke to be level 9, and Terra to be level 8. If I'm not at that level, I will have to force more encounters. But because of the way that we've set it up, we should always get that before the end of this place. So there we go. That should give me the level up that I needed. Let's double check on that. 10, 8, 9, or 10, 9, 8. So that's good. So from here on out, I don't actually have to kill anything anymore. Just run away. Sometimes they'll deal some damage. It's not really a big deal, honestly. So this is Bane Touch. That's the poison move that I was talking about. So now I'll have to use Terra in order to cure off that poison, because I don't have any antidotes. Which is going to lose me 3 MP, which is kind of annoying, actually. Yeah, at least they didn't do it. They didn't Bane Touch me again. So I'm gonna, real quick, build them up. We're gonna equip that, equip that. So this is Vargas. He's, he basically trained along with Edgar's brother, Sabin, and he's quite a buffed guy. He can also hit kind of hard with those, whatever those things are called.
Speaking about buffed guys, I have a little message for you.
Sure.
Yo, Cinnamon Roll, the buffest dude in the whole universe. Greetings from Mystics and Patty. We arrived well.
Oh, good to hear you guys arrived safe. Hello, Mystics. Hello, Patty.
I hope that was manly enough.
That was definitely good. Yeah, that was beautiful. So yeah, here we gotta just deplete Vargas's health. We can't actually kill him with this party, but I want him to go into his next move. However, right now I don't have enough MP anymore to actually do another fire. So yeah, here goes his strongest attack. But just before he gets to do that, Pummel shows up, and he's instead of allowing Vargas to to kill us off, he's gonna step in the way. He's still gonna do his mortal attack, and here you're gonna actually get the hardest thing in video game history. There is nothing in this game that tells you how you need to do this next move, but you gotta pummel this guy. If you don't, you will die. And like I actually, okay, that can happen. Sometimes the game doesn't properly register an input, and you get that kind of stuff, which can actually lose you a lot of time. There we go. So we pummel this guy, and that will instantly kill him off. But that's the only way you can defeat this guy, and the game doesn't tell you that. I actually, first time I played it, I had to look it up, and everybody I know that has ever played this without a guide, yeah, you've died there. So yeah, that's so we meet Sabin, who's gonna be our next party member here. He's a cool guy. He's quite a buff guy. You know, he's trained with this master of his. I don't remember what his name is, but he's gotten quite strong in the process, and you know, just take him with us to the returners, see what happens. Right, Duncan was his name, I think. So Duncan actually wanted Vargas to be his to have Vargas become the new master and, you know, become his successor. But Vargas was too eager for power, and that's why Pummel got to learn that instead. Okay, so we've actually got a pretty tough segment coming up, in that there is an RNG manipulation very soon, so I hope I can do that. But first, we're gonna move towards the returners' hideout. So from every battle here, I'm just going to run away. We're going to get a full heal by default in the next place that we enter. So we just have to sit out a few overworld encounters. There's really not much to it. Okay, got a good preemptive there. I am going to save beforehand because there is a very, very, very small chance that you can soft lock in this place. I've never actually seen it happen, but, you know, you're going to see that, you know, marathon luck and all that. So yeah, this guy is going to take us to the leader of the returners, Bonon. So yeah, that soldier on the bottom right there, he can actually get in between you if he moves exactly in a very specific pattern. And that would soft lock the game. Which, like I said, I've never seen it happen, but I've heard stories of it happening. So, you know, for the sake of the marathon setting, we're just going to play it safe there. So, yeah, Bonon kind of tries to push her, and we're like, yeah, not really. And he tells us the story of Pandora's box. A man that opens up a box and unleashes all of the evils in the world. But in that box, on the bottom of the box, there's one final ray, a ray of hope. And he tells us that Terra is that ray of hope for us. Or rather, Gaia is. So now we gotta just talk to everybody, see what everybody's up to.
So this is the basic part where you talk with every character and see what's going on, right?
Yep, basically. However, we're also gonna get a few very important items up here. So we've got 2 Phoenix Downs, a True Knight, the Tincture over there, and then there's a secret hallway here, which has a white cape, and that white cape will actually be keeping up until the very end of the game. You can sell it, because there's a second one you get, but I always forget to then steal the second one, so yeah, I then mess it up, and yeah, that basically kills the run if you don't have it. So yeah, we're going to talk to everybody, and then we're going to do a very, very important speed strat on this next part. To get the Genji Glove, which is a very important relic, which will allow us to equip 2 weapons rather than 1. way we do that is kind of funny. So basically, like, we have to go out now and talk to Banon, and he'll he'll ask us whether we'll be his final ray of hope. We're gonna tell him no, and then we're gonna walk out. We're gonna talk to him again. He's gonna ask exactly the same question, and we're still gonna tell him no. He's rather pushy, you know. So we're gonna do that a third time. But at the third time we do that, we're gonna say no again. But then once we walk in, a cutscene triggers, and you actually get a different item if you say no 3 times there. So that's very important that we actually do that. That is going to be able to give us the Genji Glove, which is a much better relic than what we would otherwise get. So yeah, this guard runs in. He tells us that, you know, the Empire has attacked South Fagaro and has taken control of the city. We decide, you know, somebody's going to have to sneak in there and see what's going on. So Locke, or Thief, is going to go there for us, while the rest is going to make their way down Lead River in order to escape towards Narsh, where we're going to try and convince them that to join the returners, because Narsh has always been kind of neutral in this war. So we get the Genji Glove in order to help keep us safe, and now I'm going to do a very important thing here. So I'm actually going to have to focus for a bit. I'm going to try to do Lead River manip. So first I walk up here, I go into the save point, I tell it the thing no, I don't need more info. Back row, Sabin, and Banon. Relic, empty. Equip, you get the Atlas Armlet Genji Glove. And you get the Sprint Shoes. Yeah, that's all correct. Okay. So now I'm going to save the game. Hard reset the game. This is all RNG manip. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the screen real quick because I need to move on exactly the right frame here. We've got a few frames window, actually, but I'm going to walk down here. I'm going to wait for him to walk exactly there, and now we're going to move down. And if I did it correctly, we're going to get exactly 2 encounters on the river here. So basically, the way that this river works is there is 2 guaranteed encounters, the first 2, and then 6 or 7 50-50 coin flips as to whether you'll get an encounter or not. If my manipulation works, we should get exactly 0 of those 6 or 7. That saves, on average, like 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes, and it's one of the main reasons why we have to do this RNG manip here. Now, very important is, though, on the second encounter, I'm actually going to have to kill them with just Edgar left in my party, because Edgar needs to get some additional experience. That's just for our route to work out in that. See, I'm going to have everybody else run away. Good. Good. So we're going to auto crossbow a second time. That's going to kill them off. And with that, Edgar is going to get exactly the experience I need and gets a level up. And with that, that should be it for the river if we did it right. So, yeah, I guess we're just going to enjoy the flow of the river for a bit. Take it easy, you know. How are you liking the game so far, Indy? Still to your liking?
I really like it, yeah. I'm more used to the modern Final Fantasies. Like, the first Final Fantasy I played was Final Fantasy 9.
That's fair.
But Final Fantasy 6 still looks like a very good game, so I might play it casual at some point.
Sounds good, sounds good. Okay, so here we've got another save point coming up. I actually have to do something here. We're going to put Edgar and Banon in the front row. Banon in the front row is... actually, for the marathon safety, let me not do that. Usually you put him in the front row, but it is a little bit risky to do that. Yeah, I guess we're just going to do it like this. And we're going to get to one of my favorite bosses in this game. We're going to see this boss a few times, actually. But this is the first time, and it's a fantastic boss fight. This is where we're about, like, at the end of this fight. Just after the end of this fight, I'm going to have to cut off Shadow. So I don't think we have a name for that yet. So if somebody wants to, you know, snipe a name for as little as €1, now is your chance. It's one of 2 characters that just doesn't have a name yet. Yeah, there's two characters that don't have a name yet. That's one of them. Ooh, that's kind of annoying, Terra dying there. It's not a major issue if Terra dies, it just slows down this fight a bit. Yeah, you can see her Pummel here has that aura ball, very, very powerful attack. Able to do a ton of damage through that. Edgar just dealing a crap ton of damage in general. Yeah, this is Ultros. He's an octopus, and he is fantastic. Got his tentacle attack right there. Ooh, well, that's a game over. That's fine. It's fine. No big deal. This is why we put Banon in the back row. So the thing is, with the entire river, as soon as Banon dies, you're dead. Like, that's actually what the game tells you as you enter the river. If Banon dies, your run is over. He needs to survive. So yeah, when we get that kind of stuff, and Banon gets attacked twice in a row, nothing we can do. So that does give you guys a little bit more time to donate for that shadow name, which is, like I said, it's about to get cut off.
When is it? Right after this fight?
Basically, as I start the Sabin scenario, which is almost immediately after the fight. I'm going to get into a menu, basically, in a little bit, and I'm going to be choosing Sabin first. As soon as I pick Sabin, that's when we cut it.
So maybe on that note, for every name you want to donate for, keep in mind that you have six characters max.
Yeah, for all of the names, there is a maximum of 6 characters. Anything more than that, I cannot put into the game. Again with a kill on Terra. Ultros, you meanie. There is, on that note, yet another name later on in the run that also is still available, which is Strago, which is also completely free still. So, you know, just throwing it out there. Strago is going to be like 4 hours into the run. That'll be a while before we get there, but... And then most of the others are like €1.01 to overtake anyway, so... Lots of cool possibilities. Okay, we didn't kill Banon this time. I use health just to be safe. There we go. That's all, friends. But now we got a cutscene because, well, you know, he goes under the sea and then suddenly Gaia or Terra starts feeling something on her leg. Ultra is trying to get him. Pummel, of course, being the tough guy that he is, decides to jump into the river after him because that's smart. And, well, you know, he gets off, and, well, we kind of get separated here. We've got Locke, who just went to South Figaro. Sabin, who's going to end up on the right end of the river, and we're going to end up on the left end of the river. So here we're going to select Sabin. So, like I said, I'm going to cut that off right now, but I do want to say, you know, you might want to check just to make sure that everything got added properly. Got it?
I'm refreshing it, but I... don't have anything more for it.
Okay, then I would like to have the name now.
Yeah, there now actually is something, okay? Okay, yeah. Well, the name is Moonlight. I'm gonna show it to you in a second. It's this way.
Okay, cool, got it. This is one of the best themes in the game, by the way. GT, right?
LGT, yeah.
You don't usually get to hear a whole lot of this theme. Mustache Man, or Xi'an, by the way, is coming up fairly soon as well. So that'll be cut off fairly shortly, and then Gao will be after the Phantom Train. We've got about, I want to say, like 2-ish minutes left for Xi'an. So yeah, we're about to enter the Imperial an Imperial camp here, and we're gonna get some cutscenes. This takes a little while. At some point, we're gonna meet up with Xi'an, which is when we're gonna name him. So if anything changes on that, let me know. In the meantime, though, Indy, how about you do a few donations?
Yes, we can do that. Okay. We have a €1 donation by Anonymous without a comment. Thank you very much. And I throw €15 for Moonlight Shadow. So I had to play with the 6 characters, but I think I made it.
I think it works out, right? So yeah, like I said, about like a minute or so left for Xi'an. We're about to get to that. Once they basically tell, you know, we're ready to attack, that's when we're gonna go. Okay, there we go. Like I said, it's all very short with these names, you know. It's gonna slow down a bit soon. But this is Doma Castle, and it's under siege by the Empire, but they are not giving in so quickly. And right here in Doma, they've got quite the guy. You check whether that's a new Xi'an name?
No, okay. I closed something, but yeah, Mr. M3.
So this is Xi'an, retainer to the King of Doma.
Okay.
Tell me.
Yeah, Mr. M3.
Mr. M3? Cool. I don't have a space, so we're gonna just do it like this. Mr. M3, after, you know, since we kind of rename Xi'an sometimes as Mustache Man, hence, you know, quick shout out to my boy, Mr. Mean Mustache. The next incentive, by the way, will be suplexing the train, which is coming up in about 10 minutes. Not sure if that has been met yet, but if not, you know, you'll want to get that in now. We're going to give him the sprint shoes real quick. We're going to actually turn the battle speed to 1. So actually, I haven't even explained this yet. So the battle speed here, we actually put that to the lowest, and that has a very good reason. You see, battle speed only affects the battle speed of the enemy. So the higher the battle speed, the more difficult the fights. So, you know, we want to put that on the lowest to make sure that, you know, we don't die and whatnot. So yeah, we easily win this fight. We get ourselves a black belt as a reward. We actually want to have that black belt. There is a 1 in 8 chance that he gives us a Phoenix down, which would lose us quite a bit of money later. It'd be rather bad. Okay, so here we go. Actually, I could have done that a little bit later. Anyway, we get back to the Imperial camp and we meet up with General Leo. He tells one of these soldiers, the soldier is basically telling him, you know, I'm ready to lay my life for the Empire. Well, he then tells us, you know, you shouldn't throw away your life so easily. You've got a family, right? So, you know, basically, we kind of note, like, General Leo, if he hadn't been our enemy, he could have been our friend. He's a very honorable man. You know, even though he might be working for the Empire, he does think of lives and whatnot. Now, however, he gets summoned away by the Emperor, and, well, Kefka mentions that he's going to be turning this river into a flowing river of poison. Kill off everybody in Doma. Leo gives him a final warning not to do anything too rash. And then, you know, Kefka, well, you know, mentions to a soldier to prepare the poison. The soldier does mention, you know, there's some people of our own imprisoned in that castle right there. You want everybody to die? Very inhumane and all that. So we're going to fight him. And he just takes one hit and then he dies. And then we get some memes. But
Yeah, I'm back on track with some donations. I have €2 from Michi, who also made a name for Strago, which is, I believe, Michi.
nice.
And we have Mr. Ahead in Time. We have Rickled with €10, and he is saving the marathon. And not only he's saving the marathon, he is gonna let you suplex the train. So give it a
Thank
round
you.
of applause, guys.
So we're suplexing the train. Let's go. I'm very hyped about that. You will love this. So we're going to turn the battle speed back to 6. I'm going to remove all of his equipment and then equip the Imperial. I'm going to optimize him. And I think I already had everyone into the front row. Yes. Okay. So now that we fought Gefka twice, he's going to send a soldier after us. And, you know, we're not a big fan of this, so we're just going to kill them off. Because we're in the front row, they will pretty much always die to a single hit. At least the soldiers will. The Templars won't, which means we're going to use a different attack for the Templars. Oh boy, we're going to get that again. So yeah, sometimes if you mash too quickly, it'll register an additional A input, because of which your blitz is incorrect. It's really silly. Yeah, there we go. We do another Aura Bolt, and that should take care of things. Only one counter, luckily, so that's good. And, well, while we fight that soldier, Kefka is going to poison the river. Yeah, not even joking. Kefka is literally poisoning the river here.
He is so evil.
This is truly a true act of evil right here. This guy, right? This guy, not only is he a clown. Yeah, one of these soldiers mentions, you know, there's a lot of activity in the camp there. And then Xian notices that the water looks a bit odd. Suddenly, well, this happens. So yeah, the river is poisoned now. Yeah, Xian notices pretty quickly, and, you know, first and foremost, after the king. Fortunately, we came in too late, and the king of Doma has passed away. The king tells us to go to our family. So let's hope our family is all right. So we're gonna split up. We're gonna look for some survivors, but first and foremost, we're gonna see if our family is all right. Fortunately, as we enter the room, it seems like our wife and son have passed away. Killed by the poison that Kefka threw into the river.
But how did they actually die? I mean, Kafka poisoned the river, but
And they died. They died of the poison.
So did they drink?
Yeah.
Okay.
The river is their main source of water.
Oh, okay.
So everybody here that drank water in like the past few hours passes away.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
It's quite evil, isn't it?
It is very evil.
So yeah, Xian storms into the camp, ready to fight all these Imperial grunts, you know, after what they've done. We suggest we lend them a hand, because it is truly evil what they have done, and they should pay for their crimes. So yeah, we get 3 battles here that we have to sit through, and then we're gonna move on. Well, 3 regular battles here with some grunts and whatnot. Yeah, not too much to mention about these guys. Xian's attack here is random. On these guys, we just want him to do a regular attack, ideally. He never does, actually, but we'd like him to do that. We tell him we got to do this together. You know, it's the only way we're gonna survive. So yeah, on that cadet, I'd actually like him to do dispatch, but he decided against that. So we're gonna have to aura bolt here. I got that thing again. Crap. Okay, it's fine. That's fine. That happens sometimes. I need to be a bit slower when trying to suplex or to aura bolt. So yeah, after those soldiers are away, we know, you know, we gotta get out of here because we'll have a bunch of troops down our throats in just a little bit. But luckily, we've got a very smart idea. There's these MTech armors here that aren't really being used. So how about we steal these things? Sion, however, he's really, really bad with technology. So yeah, this is a thing. He starts storming out uncontrollably. And off we go. So there's a few of these MTech armors. We're just going to kill them off. There really isn't much more to it than that. Now, ideally, we want these MTech armors to drop some potions. They're very likely to drop them, and they just would help save me some time later on. Like, it's just nice to have, you know, those... Oh, I didn't mean to taunt. Actually, that's fine. I didn't really mean to tonic there, but I guess it's fine. We'll take care of the MTech armor there. Get that last soldier. Potion and a tonic. That's really... We're getting really good drops here. So this is the last fight, and then we're going to be moving on. Now, on the way out of here, this is actually something I haven't mentioned yet either. On the way out of here, I'm actually going to try to walk a very specific path. Reason being that certain overworld tiles don't actually spawn encounters. If it's a transition tile between like the short grass and the long grass, then there is not actually an encounter trigger on that. Somehow those tiles are kind of broken, so we're gonna walk in a very specific path here to make use of that as much as possible. It exactly saves us, and we got the best pattern there. By the way, we walked perfectly. It saves exactly 3 encounter tiles to do that. Oh, that was okay. And then I immediately take 6 extra steps in the forest. Because, you know, I'm good at this. I swear, I'm good at video games.
You are a professional.
Right. Yeah, we get into the Phantom Forest as we try to make our way away from the Empire. We've actually manipulated most of the encounters here in order to actually only give me low amounts of ghosts. So you'll see all of these ghosts, they'll be alone. They can appear in packs with a lot of them, and that can hurt a lot if you're not careful. So we've actually manipulated it so that that won't be much of an issue here. So yeah, this is the biggest one we're going to see, which is just 3 of them. Again, not a major issue. And thus we get to the Phantom Train. So I heard something about a lot of trains this BSG.
Yes,
How about some more?
I love trains.
So yeah, we're just gonna hop aboard. Sabin being like, don't worry, it's just a train. What's the worst that could happen? But this is not just any train. As we know, it's completely empty, but it does suddenly start taking off, as if this place is completely haunted. Well, this is not just any train. This is the train that, well, guides the deceased onto the other side. Now, we don't really want to go there just yet, so you know, let's move. I kind of need to just wait for these ghosts to get out of my way. Otherwise, I'm going to take a lot of extra steps, which is going to give me extra encounters. We kind of just need to get lucky with these guys. There's no actual way to manipulate these ghosts that I know of, so... Wait, am I two... No, I'm not... I can't be 2 steps ahead. Okay, yeah, no, we're good. We're gonna walk in here. I'm gonna take 1 step up. Get to this one. Tells us there's no escape. Yeah, things are gonna get rather spooky in here. So for the faint of heart, you might want to look away, I guess. No escape. Nowhere, or you can't escape. Nowhere to run. Nowhere to hide. Sorry, I just love that part. Love how all those ghosts just creep up on you like that.
Unfortunately, there's no escape for me as well.
I'm gonna just keep you locked in here for some time. Because, you know, I'm evil like that. Anyway.
Well, at least you're not a clown.
That's true. Anyway, Sabin gets a brilliant idea here. He's gonna grab onto us and we're just gonna jump some carts. Fortunately, the roof gives in there. We have another smart idea. So because these ghosts, you know, they're not gonna give up so easily. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna just detach the rail or the cart there. Leave half of the train behind. The Phantom train might not like that much, but you know, they can't really follow us now. Whoops, this one. So, yeah, that said, do my best to try and run away from this. Mr. M3 is not really cooperating in that. I'm just going to keep moving. I'm going to skip that save because there's another save that I'll be taking a little bit after this. So it's not really too important that I get that one. There's not really a whole lot that can happen around here. So again, these bombs are manipulated to only be 1. Even though I'm quite a bit off the step manip, it's still always pretty much just going to give me the 1. I'm going to go back here to get some earrings. And these are actually very important. We'll be picking up quite a few earrings along the way. Basically what earrings does is they increase my magic power by quite a bit. Now, lucky for us, there are several characters that have a lot of magic abilities. So it'll come into play quite a bit. Ooh, that hurts. Hello, Mr. Bomb. Please don't do that again. That just loses me a lot of potions, which isn't the end of the world, but I'd really rather not. That's more like it. So yeah, here is that save, and now we're gonna get to suplex the train. So yeah, I hope you guys are all hyped for some suplex. I will make a save so that if I die, you know, I can still do. I can just reset back to that and do the suplex anyway, because it's just too good. Let's get some hype in the chat, and here we go. So we're gonna stop the Phantom train here, but the Phantom train doesn't really like that much. You know, we've been slowing his progress, so he's gonna attack us. So this is the Ghost train, and you're about to witness one of the best things you can do in video game history. There we go. That is the suplexing of the train. And then we just kill it with a Phoenix down.
Because apparently he's undead.
He's undead, so we kill him with a Phoenix down. Easy. But yeah, that's how you suplex a train, everybody. That said, the Gao name is coming up in a few few minutes. So, if you want to change the Gao name, it's currently on Dao, and you'll have to be relatively quick with that. I think you've got about 4-ish, 5-ish minutes, give or take.
Currently, Thao with €1 in the lead. So if you want to change this, get your donations in very quickly.
So yeah, we're gonna get out of the train, and actually, like, first of all, we're gonna get into a cutscene as we leave the train. We've defeated the train, and thus he's gonna grant us permission to leave. But as we do, we're gonna see certain people board the train, and not just anyone. After that, we're gonna get a portion where we just need to wait for about 45 seconds, which I'm gonna be using to menu to sort my inventory a bit, that sort of stuff. Yeah, as we get off, all proud that we've succeeded, we see a bunch of people board, among which Elaine and Owain, Xian's wife and daughter, or wife and son. They are they are going to be departing to the other side. And there he sees his wife and son move on to the other world. It's quite sad.
It's quite sad. By the way, I saw we have a incentive about saving or killing someone. Maybe explain what this is about?
Hold on. Got about 45 seconds to do this menu, so I want to make sure that I do it right. Tincture, that one down. Oh, whoops. That one down. Crap. Okay, that should be good. Yeah, so there is a beautiful, beautiful cutscene at the start of the World of Ruin where we see Celeste having to say goodbye to Cid, which is actually what usually happens. It's a phenomenally beautiful cutscene, one of the most beautiful ones in the game. However, it's rather slow. That said, in a normal speedrun, we would actually we'd actually save Cid, which just gets us a really short kind of, okay, you managed to save me, this is what I've done, now feel free to move on, kind of cutscene. And then Cid never comes into play after that. So if you want to see the beautiful emotional cutscene, you'll have to kill Cid. If you want to see fast strats, you'll have to save Cid.
So either saving someone or losing time, and on that note,
killing Cid is less RNG heavy as well, by the way. That's the thing. Killing him is pretty easy. Saving him can be kind of hard.
I mean, RNG, isn't this the reason why we play these games?
Hold on. Okay, 1:15. I need to always look at the timer here, because basically for this fight, I need to wait about a minute. So I needed to check what my timer was on so that I can know when I can actually kill this guy. You see, we're falling down a river, or we're falling down a waterfall here. We just jumped down. And this thing would just give me these piranhas up until about a minute after the fight, when Rhizopass, the actual boss, starts spawning. Now, in the glitched runs, or basically every other category that isn't glitchless, we actually have a minor glitch here, Retort Xian, which is going to allow us to do a quick kill on this boss, which we're not going to be doing here because it's not allowed for glitchless. Basically, we'd kill off Xian, and then Phoenix down him as Rhizopass appears, which can cause him to do a desperation attack, which deals like a crap ton of damage. It should be good. So yeah, this is Rhizopass, the actual boss of this thing. The Gao name is going to be cut off as I buy the dried meat. Actually, no, it's earlier, I think. No, it's earlier. It's actually going to be cut off after this boss. Sorry. There's not too much difference there, but I was trying to think when you actually rename him. So yeah, I'm going to be cutting that off here as well.
So it's Gao, right?
Yep.
Gao name, and it's Thao.
Thao.
So
So we get a remedy from this boss, which is actually kind of a useful item. It cures every single status effect except zombie or knockout. So yeah, we eventually we end up dropping down the river, and we end up on a very famous area called the Veld. An area where you can actually find pretty much every single enemy in the game. However, only the ones that we've actually seen. And there's this kid, he's about like 10 years old, 12 years old, somewhere around that, who against all odds has managed to survive here on the Veld. His name is Thou. He's a bit of a weird character, but he's also one of my favorite characters in the game, by the way. It's because of the innocence behind him, you know. He gets scared by us, you know, I'm not surprised. So we're gonna save here, and here we get to the Veld. Now, I need to make it into the next city before I can do anything. Now, luckily for us, we've basically manipulated the encounters in such a way that there's only going to be one unrunnable here, which is the second encounter that we're going to get. And we're going to see... and there's no encounter that can actually spawn Gao. So yeah, this is the encounter which is an ambush, or which, we can't run away from. That's just on account of, we kind of can't really avoid it. It's kind of hard to, and of all the unrunnables, this one is the least bad one to get. You can also get, like, cadets and grunts and whatnot, which just deal a lot more damage than these. Also, the Veld theme is amazing. I love this theme so much. I'm going to interrupt it real brief as we enter Mobliz. We're going to sell some items here. Normally, I'd also sell my white cape here, but because of the marathon setting, I'm going to just keep that. And I'm going to buy a dried meat. And now we're going to go into the Veld, and this is another big RNG factor. So right now, there's actually a tournament of FF6 going on called the Kefka at Narsh tournament. And one of the main RNG factors towards the end of that run is right here. Gao is not guaranteed to show up after an encounter, and there is a chance that he just doesn't show up for a while. Now, if he doesn't show up the first encounter, that's not that bad. If he doesn't show up the second encounter, it starts getting annoying. That is bad, actually. That is really bad. Because Xian is going to now attack him because he got berserked, and now Gao is going to run away. Great. That's another thing that's going to happen. So yeah, while I look for Gao, feel free to take it away, Indy.
yeah, we got a €1 donation from Victorian without a comment. Thank you very much.
So yeah, what just happened before this is just kind of silly. Now we just need to hope that he actually shows up on the second time. Otherwise, we're going to lose some time to it. Show up. Okay, he does show up. Okay, then it's not too bad. So we're going to use the dried meat on him. Basically, Gao just wants food. He's hungry. And we're going to get into... so normally, and even in the Kefka at Narsh run, which is only like the first hour 40 of this run, give or take, we actually still rename him. And it's because of this cutscene. It's actually faster to rename Gao to G, because his name just shows up so many times in just this cutscene. It's also great. They're gonna just, be dancing around, have some fun. Gao is pretty tough. He's a cool dude. Yeah, at some point, Xian mentions that Thou is a strange one. Who might Thou be? And then he's just gonna shout Thou, which is, hence the reference to the name there. So yeah, again, because it's a battle cutscene, I can just hold A and we can mash through it perfectly. That does make things a little bit easier on us. Otherwise, because there's just a lot of text in this part. He mentions that he has a shiny treasure that he wants to give us as a thank you for giving the food. a shiny thing. So let's see what he's got for us, because I like shiny things. I guess while we make our way there, Indy, got something to say about like our charity, our incentives, our whatever is going on here?
I'm pretty sure I can do that. We are BSG and we are a beneficiary of the Dutch Cancer Society, an organization that strives for less cancer, more research, and a better quality of life for those already battling the disease. As always, 90% of your donations will go towards the charity, so be sure to get your donations in for one of the amazing incentives we have. We still have the Celeste name open.
Which is coming up soon, by the way. Celeste is the next one to be cut off.
Okay, Celeste is currently I'm gonna actually check.
It's Maria.
It's Maria in the lead with 2 euros and Kutan with 1 euro. So still everything open. We have the Strago name with Michi in the lead. For kill or save Sid, we have currently Kill Sid in the lead. So this is gonna be something. We have
Wait, how much is that lead then?
1 euro.
Ah, okay.
So we have 6 euros for Kill Sid and 5 for saving him. So
okay.
this sounds like a pretty close bid war.
It sure does.
We have the Gogo name where Broad is in the lead. Well, he's the only name, but he's still in the lead. So we
Just because there's just one doesn't mean there isn't a lead, right?
Exactly. We have the Mog name where Kapo is the current choice. We have the Well name with Hard and Setzer with RNG. And I think we've seen quite a lot of RNG. And if you like incentives, but say, FF6 is not my kind of business, well, after this one, we have another RPG, but we have Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD. And, well, what comes after FF6? Exactly, FF7. And you know Sephiroth, right? The long silver-haired guy. And our runner RP guy wants to kill Sephiroth in this run, actually. So we're currently 15 euros out of 125. So if you want to see him killing Sephiroth,
that boss is hard. That is such a hard boss.
It is. I can agree, definitely. So, but he's a speedrunner, so he might have some tricks on his slave. So, yeah,
that's a thing.
So if you want to change anything, then get your donations in. Do you want me to continue?
You've got one more, right? So just let's do the last one, and I'll get back to you.
Okay. We have. Well, if you don't want to kill or save Sid, but kill something else, you can kill a fish or save a fish in Illusion of Gaia. And well, I would eat the fish, to be honest, which is technically killing him, but he's already dead.
I think killing it does involve eating them.
Well, but he's already dead, so can you kill something that is dead?
Well, you first kill them and then you eat them.
Well, I don't kill him.
But in the game you do.
Well, in the game, speaking about the game, there's water as well.
Yeah.
Are there fishes?
Well, yeah, there are some very mean fishes, in fact. You see, these things can do some quite some nasty attacks here. There's exactly 4 encounters in this river that we have to go through, and some of them hurt, like a lot. So we're taking the right and then to the left. Technically, going to the right on the second time would save me another encounter. However, it would get me into a fairly lengthy dungeon, and on average, getting an encounter is just faster. So, you know, we're just going to do it like that. So yeah, we're just going to run away from these encounters. There's really not much that we need to do here. These guys are just not even close to worth it to kill. Yeah, one more. It'd actually help if all of my characters, specifically Sabin and Xian, manage to survive. That will help me save some time later on. So if Xian would please live here, that'd be nice. Thank you. So that's all 4 battles, which is going to get us quite a bit closer to what's the Narsh, which is, you know, where we're trying to meet up again. Um, we actually end up in the city of Nicaea, where we're gonna do some shopping. You know, I like doing shopping, right? It's fun. So I'm gonna get a mage's hat there, and the rest of it we're all gonna spend on a single item. Well, a lot of that single item, which will be a very important item, in fact, these smoke bombs. Okay, 31 is not as many as I'd like. Ideally, I'd have about like 36, 37. But because we didn't sell... Oh, that thing is not off. At least not that I can tell. Relic. We're going to remove the sprint shoes there. I'm going to hop aboard the ship to get closer to Narsh again. I don't think that mic was off, by the way. At least I could still hear.
Yeah, I was doing it without.
Fair enough.
Yeah, sorry guys.
You know,
my nose was killing me. So
you know, I get it.
I don't have an incentive for saving me, but yeah.
Might as well while we're at it, right? So yeah, next up is going to be Terra Scenario. There's a couple cool strats we can do in Terra Scenario. But first, you know, remember that river that we were going down earlier? Yeah, we're going to finish that real quick. I should say real quick, you might have noticed that, you know, we just... there was this thing just now where, you know, we had this really long scenario, and now we've got 2 more. So it might seem like there's going to be a lot more, but the biggest chunk is actually in that one scenario we just did. And the main reason we do Sabin first is in order to get those smoke bombs. I mean, sure, I'll kill it, whatever. I need to be somewhat conservative with my smoke bombs, especially on the second half of this, where I can actually save a few to kind of make up for the fact that I have a bit fewer than I'd like. So, Relic. You get the sprint shoes, and we're going to remove the Genji Glove. We're just going to move on. So yeah, with these leafers, for example, like I can smoke bomb, which would technically be like 2 seconds faster or something, but it loses me a smoke bomb, and I'd rather save those for enemies where I really end up needing them. So yeah, Narsh is kind of not going to allow us to enter here. So remember that hidden exit that we found like an hour and a half ago or so? Well, more like an hour 10. Well, we're going to make use of that here. By the way, Indy, just so you know, and that goes for everybody in chat as well, we're going to cut off the Celeste name as we as we answer the password in Locke's scenario.
Alrighty. A quick reminder, Celeste is currently Maria in the lead by 2 euros, but you can change this. Just need to be fast.
Yeah, you'll need to be relatively fast. We've got a few minutes left for it, but running out of time. Oh, well, okay. Please don't kill him. Thank you, Banon, for actually running. So there's another really cool speed strat coming up here. So in this room, there's going to be this light, which is going to tell us which path we need to walk. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I ain't letting this game tell me what to do. So we're going to ignore it. Well, at least a part of it. So for the first part, we're going to kind of follow it because it's, you know, kind of the right way. And then here, we're just going to ignore it. And, you know, just walk through. We don't care. The way that you do that because actually, like, you need to, the game tells you you need to tag the shimmering one in order to lock out or break out of it, which, you know, is supposed to be pretty hard. Except since we're facing up, it's just a matter of hold A, and you'll always hit it. It's that easy. Because the frame that you first get to do an input happens to be the frame that it's right in front of you. Yeah, again, just saving my smoke bombs here, because I kind of want to save those for later on in the run. There's a lot more difficult enemies coming up where I'd really like to be able to run away quickly. Plus, we're almost at the end of this scenario. We're going to get a full heal as we get out of here. Anyway, you know, why not? Just on that last tile there. Okay, that's fine. That means my danger value is going to be 0 going into the next part, which is not actually that bad, because enemies are more dangerous there than they are here. I don't need to do that. Okay, we're fine. So we get into Arvis's house. He's gonna welcome us here, and we tell him, we need to, or I know that this town is neutral, but there's a lot of stuff happening, and if we can help you guys, not die, but there is some bad stuff if you decide to stay neutral right now. And with that, we're going to close off the second scenario, Terra scenario. I'm going to move on to probably my favorite scenario, Locke's scenario. Now, there is actually a clip that you can do to basically skip this entire scenario, which we use in the glitchless run. If we would never pick up Celeste, and we'd rename, and Celeste would become a Moogle called Kutan, hence the other name that I put in for that. However, since this is glitchless, we're going to do cool strats. And we're going to do this glitchless. Now, I want to give a quick shout out to Couch, who's another runner, another participant in the K&N tournament, the Final Fantasy VI tournament that's going on right now. In our very first race, I mentioned before our race, ooh, I got the Guardian. That's good RNG. Sorry, I needed to note that right there. But yeah, during our first race, before that, I mentioned, I usually run glitchless. I mean, I can do the clip, no problem. But we actually agreed that we would do a glitchless race just so that I could continue the run as a glitchless run and get a full run in. That's actually still my current PB. That started off as my match against Couch, which is kind of funny. So yeah, we're going to just pass through that. That is the kid that I'll be talking to in a little bit and giving him the password, which is coming up very, very soon. Because, we're going to enter the cafe here. I'm going to steal a cider. And once I've stolen that, I can give it to the father of that kid, and he'll then start allowing me passage. So yeah, here we steal that cider. And with that, we're going to move on. So we're about to cut off the Celeste name, which I believe is currently at Maria. Shout out to my sister who actually made that name happen. So yeah, this guy, basically his father is like this super rich guy, which is why he's letting merchants pass. He tells us that he doesn't remember the password, but we should just talk to the kid. And, we're going to give that kid the password. It's courage. And with that, we're closing off the incentive now.
Yeah, and the name for Celeste is Maria.
Cool. Maria here is actually a reference to the opera scene, which is coming up later. It's a fantastic scene.
Oh, no.
I'm going to try to sing a part of it along with it.
No. Oh, no.
Or maybe I might. I don't know yet. I haven't fully decided whether I will. I still don't know the lyrics properly, so...
Well, getting the lyrics wouldn't be a problem.
They are, since the lyrics on screen are wrong.
Well, I mean, we have access to the internet.
Okay, that's a fair point. So yeah, down here, we're going to change clothes. We're going to get into a secret hallway down here to get to the basement, which is where we'll pick up a hyper wrist and a running shoes. Those running shoes are very important later on. And behind this door, we actually find one of the Empire's generals who's been imprisoned here and being beaten up by these guards. This is Celeste, or Maria. And she's one of the main characters. She'll actually be probably our most important character for the end game. She's our main damage dealer during like the second half of the run. Well, not the second half, like the last quarter of the run. Yeah, she gets knocked out by these guards, and this guard tells the other one to stay on guard, and he's like, I can go days without sleep. Very good like that. But you know, of course, we're gonna be the cool guys here. We're gonna save the day here. By now, the guard has fallen asleep. He couldn't even last 2 minutes. It's kind of pathetic, isn't it?
Sounds like me.
Are you that bored of me?
No, but I can like fall into sleep very fast.
Oh, that's fair.
I mean, why would I bother you? Like,
I don't know. I mean, if you're talking falling asleep.
No, I meant like in general, not right now.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I mean,
that makes me feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I mean, this is a great run. This is a great runner. This is a even greater host. So, what? Exactly.
It's a great charity as well. Yeah.
Exactly.
Mitch makes a good point in the back here.
Probably the best charity.
So here we're gonna get some money. Just gonna steal this money. I don't care. It's a lot of money there. It's like 3,000 gil. We're gonna wind the clock, and that's gonna open up this door. And with that, we're gonna put these two in the back row. I'm gonna give Locke the running shoes and sprint shoes. And since we stole the Guardian, I actually don't have to equip anything else there. Yeah, this part actually has some pretty powerful enemies, and there's a lot of secret hallways. There's actually a secret basement here as well, which should have a ribbon, which is really, really good, but we don't need it. We're just going to smoke bomb our way through this, basically. Try and get out as quickly as possible. We are going to pick up an earring on the side here. Okay, apparently I decided to steal a tonic on the way. I guess that's fine. Extra heal items, that doesn't hurt, right? Thought Locke was on smoke bombs, but he isn't yet. So yeah, we're gonna get one more of those earrings. We need a bunch of those by the end of the game. And we're just gonna run away here again. I'm trying to think when we get the next character, but I think the next character is going to be Setzer, which will be in like 45 minutes or so. It'll be a while before we get to the next character.
Well, that means enough time to change the names, yeah, currently for Setzer we have RNG in the lead with €1, and second place is, well, no name. So
easy second place, but also very easy first place. I mean, it's a euro
Definitely.
and 1 cent. Like, what's a euro and 1 cent? That's like 1 cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Like, how much is a cup of coffee at the Starbucks nowadays? I don't even know. I don't drink coffee.
Why would I know? Like,
I don't know.
I don't drink coffee. I don't go to Starbucks.
That's fair. Yeah, I don't go there either. Mitch, neither does Mitch. I guess we don't know.
I mean, if you guys in chat know how...
Maybe somebody in chat
like,
knows. Maybe somebody in chat does.
Please tell us. Now we are actually curious.
You know, you can probably buy that name for less than a cup of coffee at the Starbucks, I'd imagine.
Well, I am pretty sure you can buy a lot of things for less than a cup of coffee at Starbucks. 7 cents says about 350.
So you can even take like 3 names for that. See, that's a lot of names you can take for 1 cup of coffee at the Starbucks.
You could also make a new first place, a new second place, and a new third place.
Right.
I mean,
see, I mean, it's that cheap. Anyway, we've got a really cool boss fight here. There's the turtle again, by the way.
Yes.
I missed it.
No.
You saw it?
Well, I recognize the place, so
Okay, well, there was the turtle there. So this is turtle armor, and we've got a really cool way of killing this guy.
a plexing,
Come again?
a plexing.
Well, you'll see. Picked up an item just now, and we're going to use that here. That's it. That's the entire boss fight. We just use a single Thunder Rod. Told you we have ways of dealing with things like that, right? So yeah, time-wise, I think we're about on par with my PB right now, so that's kind of good. Most runs, I tend to be like a minute, maybe 2 ahead, but, you know, we kind of died on Ultros earlier due to RNG. So I guess, you know, it's whatever. We hear, we start talking to the Elder of Narsh about, you know, the attack that's coming in. And, well... You know, he's like, but he wants to, or he understands the trouble with the War of the Machi. Basically, like 1,000 years ago, there was this major war that set us back like a lot. We called the War of the Machi, and you know, we're fearing that that might be happening all over again. We return here with Xian, who tells of what happened at Doma. In the hopes, you know, maybe that'll convince the Elder it's barbaric, but it was Doma because Doma was collaborating with the Returners and not with the Empire. And then Locke comes in telling that, well, in fact, the Empire is preparing an attack on Narsh as we speak. Right here, we have one of the former Imperial generals, General Maria. You know, she basically is proof for us that the Empire is actually preparing an attack, so we need to move on, like, now. So yeah, then one of the guards runs in telling that the Empire is indeed on its way here. And Kefka is just like, exterminate everyone. Soldiers are like, but Narsh has always remained neutral. And then Kefka's like, nah, just kill them. So yeah, Kefka just proving once again he is one evil madman.
I mean, if they are not on your side, they are against you.
That's pretty much Kefka's thought there, yeah. So yeah, more cutscenes as we're heading towards the Esper, because our goal is going to be to defend the Esper. That's basically what they're coming for here. Basically what the Empire has done is they found a way to use the life of an Esper to infuse people with the power of magic so that they'll actually be able to use magic. That's kind of bad. I'm going to make a safety save here because it wouldn't be the first time that I've died on this fight. Oh, yes, prepared. We don't want instructions. We kind of know how this works. So yeah, here we go. So the idea is basically the same as with the first time that we had those Mughals running along with us. We're just going to switch parties and we're going to try to just go for the boss. Now there is one enemy between that I might hit along the way. We'll see. So here we go. These guys are a little bit smarter. They actually come at me in waves. Back row, Edgar, Xian, Sabin, Relic. Xian gets the Atlas armlet and Hyper Wrist. Gotta think this one through so that I actually know that I have everything correct here, but that should just about do it. So yeah, we're gonna avoid these guys, the green guys over here. We're going to go into the corner over here, and that'll help me avoid those brown guys. Now that you might see that one running in the bottom right corner as it is, that's the one that we need to try and avoid, and that one's rather difficult. We succeeded at it, though, so that's good. So this is Kefka, the final boss of the game, Kappa? Sorry, I had to say it. Because, you know, memes. So yeah, this guy can do quite some nasty stuff, though. We'll want to try and keep everybody alive as long as we can. Try and get all of the damage in. Gonna ATB wait here for just a little bit. Use the auto crossbow. Gao gets his attack off. Basically, he can do ice too, which is very, very dangerous for us. So here is Dispatch. And that's Kefka. 146. Ideally, I try to aim for sub 145, but I'll take it. My PB has a 145 here, so like I said, it's roughly on par with PB. And, you know, longer names coming quite a bit into play here, actually. You lose quite, like, I think you lose, like, 2 to 3 minutes up to this point because of it. Something like that. I don't know the exact numbers, but quite a bit. Which is fine, you know. Not a big deal. It's all accounted for. In any case, we get to the Esper, and then something happens to Terra. Again. Something happened the first time we interacted with the Esper, but this time it's a bit more extreme. This is where we get to see a little bit of the true nature of Terra. She is not just any person. Yeah, Tritalk here basically unlocking Terra's true powers. And Terra completely losing control as a result. Kind of see her disappear in the distance. We're going to see her fly across the world, and we're just going to chase after her, see what we can do. But yeah, that is, by the way, the end of the Kefka at Narsh part. So the big FF6 tournament that I mentioned that's going on right now, that basically ended with the boss I just killed, Kefka. So that, you know, he kind of is the final boss of the run for that category. Even though it's kind of like a meme category, if nothing else. Or race category. I don't know how you want to call it. So yeah, Locke wakes up and, you know, Terra gone and, well, we're going to form a party. But we do figure, you know, it might be smart if at least some of us stay behind. So we're going to leave Celeste and Gout behind here. And we're going to bring everybody else with us. It's pretty much completely optional who you take, but Sabin and Edgar are just the biggest damage dealers. Xian right now is still very useful, although late game he's completely useless. And Locke's steal ability will be quite helpful as well. Whoops, you there. Okay, yeah, that should be good. Now, as we go out, we're going to first get a few chests. First of all, there's an elixir on the clock there. Lots of clocks have elixirs in this game. I don't know why, but it's a thing. Apparently, these guys like speedrunners or something, so they decided to put a lot of elixirs on clocks. I don't know. We're also going to get a bunch of these items over here. I can't actually get that last chest. That one's locked. It has a very, very good item in here, but in order to get it, you'd have to kill off a party member. Mog, which we definitely do not want to do. Because Mog is amazing. And, you know, remember that castle that, you know, could dug itself underground? We're going to see it again.
Yes.
It's quite an amazing castle, isn't it? Because you have not yet seen the last of that castle. It actually has a very, very cool little thing that I can do. If you already thought the castle was cool so far, just you wait. First, though, we're going to go in. We're going to sell some items, buy some items. Sabin is going to go off a bit because, you know, it's the first time that he's actually back in a long time. Basically, because Edgar is the king, we can buy everything at half price, which kind of helps with money management and all that. The peace ring, the mithril blade, wall ring. Where do I have the wall ring? Wait, wall ring? Yep, and a hyper wrist. I'm gonna buy 15 of these. I'm gonna buy 25 of these. And the rest we're gonna use to buy a drill and a flash, which are 2 new tools for Edgar, which will be quite helpful throughout the game. Oh, whoops, I already have that one. There we go. So from here on, the auto crossbow is just useless. We don't need it anymore. One more room down. So you see, this castle can do something else. It cannot just dig itself underground. It can do this. Dig itself underground and travel underground. It is quite literally a submarine, but for the ground. I know, right, Indy?
I mean, how is that even possible?
I have no idea, but it's
I mean,
cool as heck.
I mean, you're a physics teacher. Is this physically even possible?
I don't know. I don't think it is. Or at least not that quickly. Anyway, I heard you like Chocobos.
Yes.
We're going to get into the second longest Chocobo sequence in the game in a little bit. So I hope your body is ready for it.
Not just my body.
Sorry, I had to throw that FF6 or FF4 reference in there. The Oma body.
By the way, have you explained about the numbers of the series? Because this is FF6, but
right.
FF3?
Yeah, I haven't actually. So this is actually, if you look at the title screen, it's FF3, whereas we've always called it FF6. Reason for that being that this is the US 6 or the US 3 or the Japanese number 6, because 2, 3, and 5 were never released outside of Japan in its early days. So that's why in the US it was called 3, even though it's 6. Hold on, I need to do some menuing here. Actually, having to pay attention to the game, you know. Equip lock optimum. That should do. So yeah, hence the numbers being weird, but it is actually Final Fantasy VI. And later on, like all the later releases have been renamed to Final Fantasy VI rather than 3. So here we're going to get a Chocobo, and like I said, this is the second longest time we get to use it, and it's the first time that we're going to hear the entire theme loop around. So I hope you guys are ready.
Okay, this is taking longer than expected.
I told you it's the second longest one in the game. Riekeld is dancing slightly off cam there, by the way. We're not the only ones. As is Mitch. I don't know if he's in the cam.
I'm pretty sure that our Xida and Badmeister Mark.
Badmeister Mark would approve.
Badmeister Mark, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, we're almost there. There we go. Okay, that's it.
Well,
Second longest Chocobo sequence in the game right there. There is a longer one, but that I think by that point you'll be in bed. So
well, I need some sleep now. I did my exercises for this month, so even for next year. So yeah, no, thank you.
yeah, we're good.
No.
So yeah, this is the city of Zozo, which is a city of liars, a city of thieves, a city of killers. It's not a nice place to be. Music here is pretty cool, though. There's some cool speed strats that we can do in some of these rooms. You missed the random dancing, Victorian. Yeah, I'm sorry. You just missed it. We just finished the Chocobo sequence, or the second longest Chocobo sequence. The one in World of Ruin is slightly longer. Although I think they're about equal, actually, in length. So yeah, here we can actually kind of try and cut in front of these guys. They're all going to keep walking in that very specific pattern. And, you know, we don't like that because we're going to try to go fast. So we're going to try to cut in line here. That's how we do it. This part we can't do, but just look at this. I'm going to try to show it off here. It's kind of precise. There we go. We just skipped in front of those two people. It's fast. And it's kind of rude, you know, cutting in line, but we're still speedrunners, right? Wait, I just did that wrong. That encounter caught me off guard there. I need to jump there. Yeah, here it's just a matter of making it to the top of the tower. Not really much to it. By the way, the Setzer name will be in the next town somewhere, so still have a little bit of time, but I think in about 5 to 10 minutes, not sure exactly what we're looking at, but probably like 5 to 10 minutes, we'll be cutting that off. Still have a boss fight to do, we still have some moving around, but, you know, just giving you guys the heads up now. This is a potentially really dangerous back attack. That Slam Dancer, the guy in red there, he has fire too, which is a lot of damage if he hits you with that. And I don't have any heal spells on me, so I'll have to deal with just potions. That's why this part is rather dangerous, or this point. Like the dungeon itself doesn't really, or the boss itself can't really kill you. At least I haven't actually ever died to him. He's pretty easy. But it's that part that can potentially cause some trouble. We're gonna get the fire knuckles there. Just smoke bomb our way out of this. So this is the boss. I'm gonna use the, oh, not the elixirs. I kind of need those elixirs. I've got 3 potions, so I'll need 2. Keep the 1 there. So this is Dudaluma. He's a buffed guy, but he also looks amazing. We're gonna try to steal from him. He can either give us a jewel ring or a sneak ring, which we don't really need either of them. But the jewel ring would give me 500 extra gil. The sneak ring would give me 1500 extra gil. The sneak ring is a 1 in 8 though, so it's fairly unlikely we'll get it. And there's also a chance that we just don't get anything. That can happen as well. I've seen that before. Oh yeah, he tends to heal himself and then use like resisting attacks to, you know, make my life hard here, but he is and very much stays a scrub. Still no steal, unfortunately. Like I said, it's not the biggest deal if we don't get it. Or he just does that. That's fine. That means we'll have slightly less money to work with later, but that's not a big deal. We've got him down anyway. Most bosses, or almost every boss, just doesn't give experience. So experience-wise, like, there's no problems whatsoever if you die somewhere. Later on, magic points are going to matter, though. That's when that is actually going to be a thing. I can't do that right now. No, I can't. I kind of need to change knives on him. So very important here. I'm going to pick up this running shoes. That'll be for later on. And with that, we're going to talk to Terra and, you know, gonna see what's happening to her here. We also meet up with Ramu, one of the Espers. And he tells us that Terra is actually a half Esper. You know, she hasn't totally gained control over her abilities yet. We get some history about like the Espers and the other world, because apparently Espers live in another world. They can take the shape of humans, and they have lived among humans until the War of the Magi happened. That's not just a fairy tale. He eventually also tells us that the way for people to learn magic is not what the Empire is doing. What the Empire is doing is they're draining their abilities and infusing people with magic. There is a better way, though, which has to do with if an Esper passes away, Magicite gets left behind. You can use that Magicite to learn abilities that Esper used to know. He also tells us how 20 years ago the Empire managed to break open the door here, or not so much break open the door, but they managed to enter the Esper realm and has kidnapped a lot of the Espers. He and a few others managed to escape, but it hasn't ended well for them. Basically a very long cutscene where Ramu just kind of explains what magic is and what Espers are, which are going to be a key thing from here on out. He asks us to free the free his people that are still trapped in the Match Attack facility, which is where the Empire drains them of their magical abilities. Now, he and 3 others escaped, but the 3 others have since passed away. We are going to be able to get their Magicite, and Ramu too will turn into Magicite and lend us his powers. And with that, we get our first 4 Espers. And Espers are some of the main things that we'll need to learn spells, first and foremost. But a lot of Espers have a secondary thing. They have an ability, or like an upgrade, basically, underneath their the spells they learn. For example, like HP plus 10%, which would grant me a plus 10% on all of the HP for every single time I level up. So stuff like that is going to be very useful, specifically for magic power, which is what we're going to be using in the second half of the run to make one of our characters incredibly overpowered. Yeah, we get these. Kirin is technically not required. We only really get her in 100%, but I always just pick up all of them. It loses like a second or something, and then that way at least I know that I don't have the wrong one. So we're going to go down here, form ourselves a party, and try and find a way to get to the Match Attack facility and save the other Espers. And I guess while we're at that, Indy?
Yes, we just got another donation, €1.50 by Victorian. Why take RNG? Chance is better. And this puts Setzer in the lead with Chance by 50 cents. So we have still a few minutes, I think.
We're actually getting pretty close to the cutoff. The cutoff will be as I enter the next town. So we've got, I think, about 3-4 minutes left, maybe, depending a bit on the encounters and whatnot.
A little bit on the RNG.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to change that, get your donations in very, very fast.
So we're going to form a party here. Celeste and Locke are required for this next part, so I actually have to have those two in. This is the first time that we're going to grant espers to people to start learning some spells. We're going to do that right away. So here we go. Locke gets... oh, whoops. Skills, remove. Robin gets Stray. You get Siren. Genji Globe and Atlas Armlet. That'll be for the next boss. I also gotta quickly equip the Mithril Knife on him because I couldn't do that earlier because he had died. And we're just gonna cure everybody. And let's move on. Now we're gonna make our way to the next city, which is where we're gonna get started on the opera sequence. And like I said, opera, it's honestly, it's one of the longest cutscenes in the game, but it's also one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. It's just insanely good. But you'll see in just a little bit, I guess. So yeah, again, we're gonna try to just run from enemies here. I'm hoping for a lot more preemptives to save some smoke bombs. The more smoke bombs I have going into the Magitech facility, the better, really. Like, it doesn't matter too much if I come out with like 3 or 4 left. After the Magitech facility, I only need like a few more for the next part, at least until I can buy more still. But yeah, first off, this is G-Door, so this is where we're going to cut off the incentive. And I'm going to buy a white dress real quick. It's going to be the first one. We're going to go up here and see what's going on. And this is going to look, this is going to sound kind of funny. Because, well, the impresario asks whether we are Maria. And we're like, wait, you're talking to me? And he tells us that we could pass for Maria in a heartbeat. But, you know, Maria actually just looks like Maria, apparently. And we read of a letter that has arrived of a certain man who is the wandering gambler who is going to be taking Maria during the end of the first act of the opera. So this is Gamble.
That sets up. Ends.
That's Setzer. Or
Yeah,
Gamble.
The name was Chance.
Oh, it's Chance. Crap. Sorry. Sorry. Okay, I will donate later to get that to Gamble. I am very sorry for that. I did not mean to... I'm sorry, Indy. I done goofed. I thought it was Gamble for some... I don't know why I got to Gamble then.
Well, the wandering gambler?
I guess that threw me off there. I am so sorry for that. Oops.
It is late here in the Netherlands, so...
It is very late here. Clearly, I am not very awake. Yeah, at least, luckily... That's fair. Luckily, the person that has donated for it doesn't mind my horrible mistake there. That is embarrassing. This is embarrassing right now. Okay. Well, so embarrassing mistakes aside, we get to the opera. Oh boy, hashtag blame Crrool is gonna be a thing now. Oh boy.
For a reason.
Yeah, no, I done goofed. You're not wrong. I completely done goofed. I know he donated to get it to not RNG, but still. Okay. So yeah, this is the opera. Let's try to just get our head back in the game. Well, like I said, this is a fairly lengthy cutscene. We kind of have to wait for, yeah. We're gonna see Maria, you know, do her or prep her singing here. Because, you know, basically what we've decided, you know, we kind of need Setzer in order to be able to get to the Magitech facility. And,
Who is Setsa?
we're gonna get Chance to help us
Who's
get.
Chance?
I know, right? To get to the Magitech facility, and you know, for that we need to have Maria get kidnapped by him. So yeah, this is the opera. Shall we try? It's not the correct lyrics though.
What?
Yeah, there's like 3 versions of it, and you know, I'll try to do my best to sing along with it.
If you can tell me how I find the correct lyrics,
I have
can
no idea.
FF6 SNES opera lyrics. Tell us opera
What?
lyrics. This look right?
That's You're the Starlight. This is the one that you'll get to see on this version of the game. There's 2 versions of the game basically, each with a different one.
What?
Yeah, I know. It's
How amazing is this game?
It's complicated.
Well, see, this is why I stick to like Suteki Dane and Melodies of Life. Have one game, one lyrics.
So here we go. I'll try to not butcher your guys' ears. Aria, oh Maria, though I call you from afar, will this message reach your heart? Oh, how I long to be with you. Yeah, now we're gonna meet up with Celeste real quick. We're gonna suggest that she reads the script one more time, but of course we know what we're doing here. If I make a mistake, by the way, I'll lose like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes or something. Like a lot of time, basically. Also, feel free to do the donation, that was me. That's the makeup for it.
Well, we have 20 euros from a guy named Crrool. Or maybe Setsa, I don't know. And he says to make up for my mistake. Well, you definitely made up your mistake.
I hope that counts. This part I don't know as well, by the way. My hero, my beloved, will I ever see your smile? Like night into day. Something, I don't know the lyrics here. Yeah, these lyrics are wrong though. I'm the darkness, you're the starlight, shining brightly from afar. For eternity there can only be you, my chosen one. Must my final vows exchanged be with him and not with you? I'm lost without you. Oh, speak, guide me anew. I'm trying. I know I'm butchering it completely, but basically what happens here in the 1.0 version of this game, the translation is wrong, and they later made a different version of it where they corrected for that, and it just fits the melody a lot better. What I very much recommend you guys to do at some point after BSG is over is to just go to YouTube and Google and look up FF6 Opera Distant Worlds. It is absolutely fantastic. Best 15 minutes of your life right there. They will basically try to go along with the lyrics that I just try to sing, but then not completely butcher it.
Well, you know how we could make that up? Have an FF9 run here and sing Melodies of Life.
Oh, that we can do. That
Yeah.
we can do.
Well, I submitted disc 4 with the incentive for a super surprise singing, but
Yeah, I
well,
know. That ended up getting cut.
certain scheduler don't want to have that, but
I'm sorry, that was me.
no, we're not fighting.
We're not fighting.
No.
We're just having a casual discussion here.
Yeah. A discussion I would win, but
That's fine, that's fine.
out of question.
I'll never age a day for you. Again, I can't sing. Okay, I can't sing. I'm really bad at singing, especially when I get put up on the spot.
Well, it was your own choice to sing.
It was. I always sing this part on my own stream as well, even though I can never do it.
And
It's
it's
got to be done.
You can sing. You just need like
a lot of practice and a lot of proper teaching and
proper
maybe
lyrics.
That too. Proper
maybe.
lyrics would help. So yeah, on to the next part of the opera. This is where we're just gonna sit it out a little bit. We're gonna get a bit of the dancing scene. It's kind of nice, but the announcer is gonna be saying a lot of cool stuff here. This is, again, look at the Distant World versions of it. It's so good. I've been trying to learn those, and maybe one day I can get to show this off at BSG and actually know what I'm singing. Maybe. Who knows?
Soon TM.
Soon TM. So maybe in like 2 years. So yeah, anyway, we're like, well done, Maria. And we get out, and we find a letter from Ultros that he's going to jam the opera. So we're going to warn the impresario real quick. Turns out that Ultros is actually above the opera. Oh, wait, that's first. A handful of survivors from the Western Army gather to lay siege to Castle Crrool. At the hand, leading the ill-fated charge is a lone hero, and though battered and scarred, he fights with the spirit of 1,000. Yeah, I know this part. Draco has returned.
Where? How? What? When? Why?
I don't know. I just love that part too much.
Okay, I'm not questioning things.
Just don't.
So, yeah.
So yeah, basically they're gonna get into a fight over Maria. Because they both want Maria as their queen. Maria loves Draco, but Ralph is in charge right now, so they're gonna get into a duel, and eventually Ralph is gonna die, and they're gonna marry, and all that kind of stuff. I don't know. It's an opera. Don't question it. It's an opera. This is the best. This is the best part of the game. He's questioning what this has to do with the game. It's like the best part. So yeah, look, turns out Ultros is trying to jam the opera, and he needs exactly 5 minutes in order to push that weight down onto the stage and ruin everything. So we're gonna stop him here. We need to hit the far right switch. There's a lot of memes with the other switches. I definitely recommend to try that out, but it's rather slow to do so, so I won't do that here.
Memes, you say?
I said memes.
What kind of memes?
Like turning off the lights in the opera house. It's actually really good. But yeah, we're gonna fight the rats here, or at least, well, we're gonna try, but we're not gonna succeed, so we're just gonna kill them off. Oh, okay, I already know what I did wrong here. It's fine, I can fix that. So yeah, I don't have a whole lot of potions left, so I'm gonna have to play it somewhat safe on this. It's not that bad if I run into a few of these rats, by the way, because their experience is actually kind of helpful. We still have a bunch of tonics as well, which can come in handy here. Ow. Please don't do that, little rat. Like, those magic points will help me learn certain abilities later on, and that's kind of important. So that was my last potion. Yeah, it looks like I can avoid those two at least. I'll fight this one so that I at least get enough. I had 9 HP left. Cool. Okay. Should just about do it. Tonics. Yeah, 5 tonics. That should be enough. Be good. So now we're going to talk to Ultros. And, you know, he's going to try to attack us. But the place here is rather small, so we both end up falling off in the middle of the stage. You know, we're really good at preventing the inevitable to happen here. And thus, you know, the entire audience is like, what's going on here? That weird blob is our good friend Ultros. You'll see him. Ultros is fantastic. This isn't the last time we're gonna see Ultros, but it's been like a good hour and a half or so since we last saw him. So I feel like it's time to get to see him once more. So yeah, Locke has the idea of, you know, I'm gonna just make the best of this, and he's like, neither Draco nor Ral shall save her. I, thief, the world's greatest treasure hunter, will. It's, you know, terrible acting, but yeah, it ends up working out. He's gonna make the best of it. We're gonna get some music, and into the boss fight we go. So this is Ultros. He is fantastic. Just don't question it. Drill him. And now Sabin is going to attack here, and that should be exactly enough to kill him off. What an unlucky day. Adios. So that's Ultros. That's the entire fight.
I do have to ask one question.
Yes.
Why tentacles?
I have no idea.
I mean, I know Ultros from other Final Fantasy games where he's just a blob, a flan, a thing
well,
without.
This is what he's supposed to look like. This is the true Ultros. Also, here, Chance is gonna pick up Maria and kidnap her as he promised.
I'm pretty sure that was Gambler.
This is gonna come back to haunt me because we're bringing him into the final fight even. He's like one of the characters we use the most.
You can thank yourself.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I donated $20 for that. I'll count that. But yeah, he's gonna lock the door, and Maria is gonna, you know, act as if she's been kidnapped. But this was our plan all along. So yeah, we're gonna get the others on board real quick, and with the help of Setzer, we're gonna try to get to the Match Attack factory over at the Empire's place. It'll be quite a while, by the way, until the next name incentive. I think the next one will be Strago, which is gonna be in like an hour and a half.
I mean, for FF6, we have still 4 names and the Save or Kill Sid bid war, where I think Kill Sid is currently in the lead, but I'm gonna check this. We can check it here. Yeah, Kill Sid is currently in the lead of €6 total and Save Sid €5. So if you wanna, well, save Sid, then save him. Well, you have to kill your money, but saving Sid is a good thing.
So yeah, here we're gonna talk to Setzer, and we're gonna make a deal with him. He doesn't really feel convinced about helping us out. I mean, the Empire's made him a rich man. So we decided with a coin flip. If it's heads, he'll help us. If it's tails, Maria will become his wife.
What if the coin lands on the edge?
I don't know. That is not decided here. But yeah, we're going to get a coin from Edgar. We're going to throw up that coin. That's basically the deal here. So Locke is like, what the heck are you doing? It's way too risky. She flips the coins, and, well, it's not on the side. It ends up being heads. Because, as he picks up the coin, he finds out it's a coin with heads on both sides, identical sides. As we learn at a later time, or as we learn in a different cutscene, actually, this was the coin that, well, we don't get to see that cutscene, so I might as well mention it here. It's the coin that decided who of the Figaro brothers would become king. Sabin wanted to get his freedom, so they decided on a coin flip, and Edgar threw a two-sided, or a coin with 2 identical sides to make sure that Sabin would be able to get his freedom. Technically the sides are not identical. One side has Edgar on it, and one side has Sabin on it. The Figaro brothers. So just some cool little side info there. Anyway, we're gonna head towards the Match Attack factory. It's quite a journey. But yeah, in terms of incentives, Strago and Realm are basically going to be cut off like within a minute of each other. Because as I name Strago, I'm cutting off Realm. So those two are really close together. Then we've got the Kill of Save Sid. I'll cut off as the world gets destroyed later. You'll know when that happens. You know, at the end of the world. And then after that, the other 2 names will be pretty late in the game. I'm going to buy 2 of these. I'm going to buy like 3 more smoke bombs just so that I have enough. I hope that'll do. I think we're good here, right? Back row Sabin. Relic, Hero Ring. I'm just thinking out loud here because this part, you know, kind of tricky basically. And I need to make sure that I do this right. So this becomes these. Okay, there we go. That's all of our shopping out of the way for now. And it's on to the dungeon with, and I'll say this in advance, the dungeon with, it's a dungeon with 3 boss fights, out of which the second and third hardest one in the game. The only more difficult one being the final boss. So there's some tough bosses coming here, and I can lose quite a bit of time here. This is a place where I tend to lose quite a bit of time, honestly. We'll see what happens this time around, though. I have practiced both of the fights quite a bit, but there's one fight I don't really seem to be able to properly get. Like, half the time I get it first try, and the other half of the time it takes me like 20 tries to get it. stupid. And then the other one I've practiced probably the second most. I should be able to get that done. So yeah, this guy, he's a returner sympathizer, and you know he understands that we're trying to get into the match attack factory, so he's gonna distract the guards for us by just running around like a madman. You know, act as if he's gonna throw up, and you know the guards are gonna be like, "Get out of here!" But in the meantime, we can sneak up here and use these things to get to the other side. While the guards are distracted, we just sneak by, which grants us extra access to the match attack factory. Now, I do need to check something real quick. Do I have sleep? I do not. So I'll have to keep an eye out for a very specific encounter that we need to kill then. Basically, I need to have that spell for the first of those 3 boss fights, because he's actually vulnerable to sleep, and otherwise he will kill me before I get the chance to kill him. Luckily, like, there are some encounters that are pretty easy to kill for me. I barely missed the crane there. First 2, yeah. So I do need to, like, this as part of the good encounter, because I need those pipsqueaks. But there's a set of 5 pipsqueaks, and if I kill them, I'll pretty much be guaranteed to get enough magic points in order to get that level up I need. Or the spell I need, rather. And briefly pick up that X potion, that's just for safety. Thunderblade. We're gonna pick up a lot of junk in this place, just because there's a lot of decently expensive items that are just kind of useful to have, either for equipment or for selling later on. So here is another one down here, the Dragoon Boots. It's like 4,000 gills. It's a lot of money, which is just, you know, nice additional money to have. I am really hoping to get those pipsqueaks still, by the way. Otherwise, I'm going to have to kill something else. Please? Of course. And it's a back attack as well, so I just need to get out of here, like, now. Because of the way that we kill the next boss, we're not going to get any magic points out of that, so... It's going to have to kill something afterwards. Worst case scenario. It's not really a big deal. Like, I can kind of work with it. Yeah, here we see our good friend, that clown again. That we hate so much. He's collecting espers, extracting their magic, well... And he's talking about something very important here. He actually mentions restoring the statues. Now, there's supposedly 3 statues of 3 gods, basically, where if you rearrange... Because of the way they're arranged, they keep their... But as soon as you were to rearrange them, you could change the face of the earth. So it'd be quite bad if he gets to that, especially a madman like this clown over here. So yeah, we're gonna just go down here. I'm gonna make a safety save because this next part, like I said, this is the first of the 3 bosses. The second of the one is where I need sleep. But this is also the one I seem to struggle with the most, even though it's really not supposed to be the hardest fight. It's rather precise though, so we'll see what happens. So this is Ifrit. Ow. Ooh, he's gonna go with Blaze. That is gonna, yeah, okay. Yeah, at that rate, we're not gonna get him. So we have a very specific setup for this guy in order to get away from this fight. You see, this is the only boss, even glitchless, you don't actually have to kill. As in, from the bosses you're forced to fight, that is. ice him. Basically, what I'm trying to achieve here is that he's going to allow me to run away from the fight. There's a very, very tight window for that. That's kind of bad. Like, as long as one character manages to, we basically win. Is he? Yes, perfect. So we just run away.
What?
For a really short amount of time, in that transition from Shiva to, or from Ifrit to Shiva, the check for running away doesn't exist. Like, it's just not there. It gets removed for a very brief amount of time because there's no enemy on screen. As a result, in that very small window that you've got there, you could actually just run away from the fight. I guess I'll use an elixir. I have enough of those, so it's not a big deal. Pipsqueaks? Plants. That's not what I wanted. Oh. Okay, they were fast with running. Yeah, I'm gonna save real quick now that we've gotten the fight, because like I said, I tend to struggle a lot with that fight. They tell us that they will follow Ramu's lead and turn themselves into Magicites and will help us along. I might be able to kill this. I don't know if it will give enough, but I might be able to. Not enough, though. I was afraid of that. We get Ifrit in the party. We get Shiva in the party. Very important menu here. First off, I'm gonna... skills. Celeste gets Shiva. That's for a very important attack that we're gonna do in a little bit. That's a bad back attack. Like I said, I need to get sleep on Edgar. I'll have to kill a few extra enemies for it, unfortunately. We didn't get very lucky, and we still haven't seen any pipsqueaks, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult on us. I guess we'll kill this one. At least it has 2 pipsqueaks. Oh, wait. I still didn't see it pop up. How much is he on? Okay, we have sleep. Perfect. Then we're good. I'm starting to worry about that. We got it. So from here on out, it's just a matter of making our way to the boss then. We're going to pick up one more item along the way, which is actually a hidden item over here. The Break Blade. Not a particularly special weapon of any kind, but you know, all of these good weapons, especially when they're not far out of the way, can be kind of useful for us. Use Maria here to quickly heal us up, and on to the next boss, number 24. Okay, we stole the Rune Edge. That's good. We're going to put him to sleep. Now on this boss, and this is why I needed Shiva right here, we're going to actually use Shiva, to be precise, the Gem Dust attack. Can't do anything with Lock right now, so I'm just going to have to wait for these. And I'm going to use Flash, and I'm going to use more Aura Bolts with Sabin. The reason Sleep here is so important is because of Sleep, he won't do his wall change, which would change the element that he'd be immune to. Where is the Thunderblade? There we go, Thunderblade. He's gonna wake up soon though, so we're about at that point, but we should be able to get him here. There we go. A very quick equipment change on Edgar there because we have just enough time to do that. And off we go. So that's the second boss here done. As we get to the end, the Espers that are in these tubes, these guys are basically being drained of all of their magical abilities. They too are going to be transforming themselves into Magicite and joining us on our quest to stop the Empire. So we're going to get a bunch of Espers in a little bit. And so there's some really good ones at that. We get stuff like Shode, Phantom, Bismarck, Carbuncle. Really, really powerful moves that we're going to get access to in a little bit. Madween is another one. We also see Sid for the first time in the game. This is the guy you get to choose to either kill or save. Like I said, killing gets us a beautiful but pretty long cutscene. Killing will give us a beautiful but fairly long cutscene. Saving will, of course, save him and be faster on top of it. Of course, Kefka comes running in once again. No surprises there. He notices General Maria. He's going to pretend as if Maria has deceived us all along, which, it's not quite true. Maria is like, you don't believe me, or just worrying about Locke not believing her, but before she gets a chance to prove it, these M-Tech armors are gonna knock us down, and Maria is going to protect us by warping them and herself away. Taking herself back into, or getting herself back locked up again, but at least the rest will be safe. Now that that's done, we're going to do a quick menu, and we're going to go off to boss number 3. There's 5 battles. We'll kill each and every one of those, and then there's the boss immediately after. Then a save point, and then yet another boss fight. There's a lot of bosses in this part, basically. And then I think we, after that, don't have a boss left for like another hour or so. Like, after that, we actually get a pretty lengthy break. So we're going to put Sabin in the front row. Skills. Edgar gets shot. Phantom, very important one, Phantom there. Gets Bismarck. Relic. That becomes the sprint shoes, and we're good to go. So yeah, Sid is going to get us out of here. He's going to get us down, and, it's going to give us a chance to escape here. So yeah, Indy, while we work our way through this escape sequence, 'cause you seem like you at least would like to chat a bit. How about you go tell us a bit about the remaining incentives, all that good stuff.
I'm pretty sure I can do that. We still have a few naming incentives for this run. We have the Strago name, where Michi is currently in the lead with 2 euros. We have the Gogo name, where Broad is in the lead with 5 euros. We have Mog, which we probably gonna name Crrool, because that one is in the lead with 1 euro. And we also have the Well name with Harp in the lead with also 1 euro. And then, as already mentioned, you can kill or save Sid, and currently killing Sid is in the lead with 6 euros in front of saving Sid with only 5 euros. So it's a small lead, but it's still a lead. So if you want to save Sid, which is slower, but no,
Saving Sid is faster, actually.
it is actually faster, but boring. So
Yeah, it's boring, but it's faster.
it's faster. So I mean, in the usual speedrun, you save him, I guess.
Yeah, in the usual speedrun, we would save him.
So save him, save the frames, guys. And if you don't like Final Fantasy VI, we also have Kingdom Hearts 2 after this one, where our runner wants to defeat Sephiroth, where we currently have 15 euros out of 125, so still a bunch more to go. And this, I've seen a fight, this is not an easy fight, and it will be definitely worth it. And if you waiting for something else, we also have Illusion of Gaia, our closing one for this BSG, where currently Kill the Fish is in the lead with 20 euros. And yeah, saving the fish is currently, well, 0 euros. So get your donations in if you want to change any of these. And do I still have time to?
Yeah, we've got one more fight, so you've got like a
Okay.
minute or so.
Then I just want to tell you, if you ever want to attend BSG, then you're more than welcome to come over. We are doing monthlies here in Utrecht every month, one weekend long full of speedruns. And we also have our annual event, which is probably gonna be next year again. More information on that soon, TM, as well.
Soon TM. Yeah, at the
Soon
end of the
TM.
event, we'll announce the next one at least. But yeah, in the meantime, we've made our way to this guy. This is number 128. I know that all of these bosses are just numbers. I know, boring, right? But it's a thing apparently. So we're gonna hopefully not die here. That's gonna be our strategy, to hopefully not die. I have some tonics, don't I? I picked up the X potion in case emergency. I hope that'll be enough. I think I was supposed to flash, actually. This is potentially bad. We'll see. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and find out. Gonna get a little bit more time to attack me because of that, which could potentially become a problem at some point. We don't know that yet. Generally, it shouldn't become too much of a problem, to be honest. There is some leeway on it, luckily. There we go. Okay, that's 128. One more boss, and then we're in the clear for a while. I gotta admit, outside of the Ifrit Shiva fights, these have been going pretty well so far. So yeah, next up we probably have the second hardest fight in the game. They're called cranes, and they're just really difficult to work with. Funny enough, I think the time that we're at here is the exact same time. We're 4 minutes behind my practice save. Okay, that's fine. In game time, we're 4 minutes behind my practice save. That's not too bad. Oh, whoops, I'm messing up there. I don't know why I was expecting to be on smoke bombs. I just used the tonic from him. So yeah, this next boss fight can either go really, really well or really, really poorly. Or anything in between. We're rather low on HP with Locke, so I think I'm gonna... No, I'm not gonna go do that yet. Not that desperate. So I need to pay close attention who's actually going to be attacking first here. This is like one of the 4 fights where we actually have Sabin or Setzer in the party where he's fighting. Most of the time he's just there as a party member, but he doesn't actually do anything. Yeah, if Gefkai sees his escape, he's like, yeah, you're not going to get away with this. And he's going to do some strong stuff. Summon these particular enemies right here. He's going to try to grab our ship with it. So out of here right away. Let's go. So I'm going to try to do an attack with Setzer right at the start, calling Choco Bop. But it's rather hard to get that, so I'll probably not succeed. We'll see. Okay, we're good on health. Okay, this is fine. So we're going to use Fader here and then start using Bio. We'll see if we've done it right or not. That's the first crane down. Onto the second one. Okay, Setzer dying there is the least bad one. The most important one to survive here is Edgar. As long as he survives, we don't lose any time. It wouldn't be the end of the world if Edgar dies. It just lose me like a minute or so. Still faster than losing the fight, but... There we go. That was a really good fight. That's the second hardest boss in the game. And that might have looked incredibly easy, but I can guarantee you it's not. I think I practiced that fight for about 2 hours in the past week alone, just to get it down properly. That fight can so easily just troll you. But, okay, we succeeded. That looked as if it was not a big deal. Now, Indy, how do you feel about auctions?
Well, if I win them, I do like them.
How about we go win ourselves an auction?
Oh, yeah. What are we gonna win?
We're going to win one of the best pieces of magicite in the game.
That's good.
And, you know, normally what they put up is a random. But on top of that, we're going to manipulate exactly which piece they're going to be putting up.
Ooh.
But before we do, I have a cutscene. Well, it's basically a cutscene. It's a flashback to 20 years ago. To the Esper world. We're going to see the origins of Terra. So this is Maduin, Terra's father. I know, weird, right? It's an Esper.
I mean, they can have kids too, I guess.
They can. True. Yeah, at some point, the gate between the human world and the Esper world has opened, and this girl, Madonna, has stumbled in. People are quite upset about her entering the Esper world, because humans aren't supposed to be here. You know, she says that she'll return the day after. So the next morning we wake up, and we're gonna go to her. I suggest she stays. I mean, how do we know how different humans and Espers are until we observe for ourselves? So yeah, this is clearly how babies are born. This is so if you know if anybody at home was ever wondering where babies come from, yeah, that's it. There's a magic dance, and then suddenly they appear out of thin air. That's how it happens.
So Madonna is Terra's mother?
Madonna is Terra's mother. She is literally the child of an Esper and a human. But 2 years after that, the gate opens again. This time it's different. This time soldiers come running in. Emperor Gestal has found the entrance to the magic world. They are taking the Espers. Elder. So with that, we will have to seal the magic barrier, keep them out once and for all. Madonna kind of worries about him because he will pass away if he does that. But so be it. One of the other Espers suggests that it's all the fault of Madonna, that she has let them here. Which we know very well is not true, but she gets upset and she starts running out. That's when the inevitable happens. Because as we're sealing the barrier between the Esper world and the human world, both Madonna, Terra, and Maduin end up right here at the gate. And thus we get sealed outside. Now you might be wondering, like, I mean, cool, flashback. Cool, we get to see what her origins are, but why do we get to see that here? This is, by the way, where Terra gets taken. This is how she falls in the hands of the Empire. But you see, remember that we just got a bunch of Esper, or a bunch of Magicite? You know, the remainders of those Espers? One of those was Terra's father. Yeah, that is how Terra gets to understand who she is, where she comes from. And it goes to show even more that, you know, we need to fight this empire. This is also where she fully decides to commit to the cause of defeating the empire here. Now that she knows what they've done to her. And with that, we're gonna get ourselves an airship, because it's about time we got ourselves one, right? We've been playing for 3 hours, so it's gonna give us a bunch of instructions. We're not going to get any secret techniques. We don't really need those. And we're doing a party change here. I actually only want 2 very specific party members. I'm going to get Locke and I'm going to get Terra. The only ones we'll need. We're gonna unequip everybody not in the party right now. And let's do that auction we were talking about, right?
Yes.
Let's go gamble a bit.
You mean chance a bit?
That sentence doesn't work, though. But I suppose. So yeah, here I'm gonna have to pay very close attention to the girl you see just outside the auction house on the left there. Up. Up. Left. Down. Left. If she goes right here, we're on... Ah, crap. Down, right. Right. Oh, actually, down was... Okay, I messed up. I'm just gonna reset it real quick. Basically everything in my notes got moved a little bit because I'm not using my normal computer. So I misread something there. It's actually, we had it there and then we didn't. It's fine. We'll still get it this time then. Right. I need her to move right up, up. So that's right up, up. Okay, that's the other pattern. There's 2 patterns she can get there. So this should be it then, right? Come on. This is taking longer than expected, especially since I had it at first, but just didn't notice it. Up, up, left, down, left, down, right. Okay, now we're good. So let's go bid on items. It is a bid war in a game with bid wars. So this is the Magicite Zone Seek, which is by far the most powerful Magicite in the game. As long as I have it equipped, every single time I get a level up, I get a +2 on my magic power, which is gonna let me do crazy damage just on every magic attack, basically. We're gonna buy it for 10,000 GP. And with that, we win our bid war.
Yay!
We get Zone Seek, the most powerful Magicite that we are gonna get in this run. And one of the most powerful ones in the game in general. So we're gonna give her Zone Seek. We're gonna equip her real quick. We're gonna equip him real quick. He gets the running shoes. That's kind of important. And with that, we're basically done. So yeah, with every good run, every good RPG, but especially with the ones that are this long, there's gonna be a bit of a grinding section, and that's coming up fairly soon. You see, there's a cave coming up, the sealed cave, where every single enemy is weak or is has a zombie status on them, meaning that if I use an item that will heal zombie, they will instantly die. You might have noticed earlier on in the game that I bought like 25 Revivifies, and I never actually ended up using those. Revivifies heal zombie status. So we're just basically going to walk through the cave and just kill everything on the way. We're not going to really stop anywhere to actually grind, but we're just going to get the extra levels by those means. So basically, we're going to have to fight this empire, right? We don't have a whole lot of allies. I mean, Doma is dead. Figaro is, at its very least, weakened. Narsh doesn't really have a big army, especially compared to the Imperial army. So we're kind of down for options there. So they come up with a brilliant idea. We're going to unseal the gate to the Esper world and ask the Espers to join our fight here. Which is a plan that can definitely not go wrong, right? There's totally not a massive loophole in that plan with something about, what if the Empire gets a hold of those Espers? Totally not a problem.
I mean, I can imagine, like, Kafka is evil, but he's not stupid, and I think he might find out.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think this plan is a very bad plan. But we're going to go for it anyway, because reasons. I'm too far south, aren't I? Yeah, there it is. Sometimes I kind of just have to find my way around here. So we enter the Imperial base, and all of the soldiers are gone. So we're going to do the smart thing and not totally find that suspicious, and we're just going to move on. Now we are going to get a few items here. I'm going to get that assassin for money. We're going to get another weapon over here in a bit. These guys I will not be killing yet, by the way. We're not yet there. Okay, this is bad. Can you please not kill me? Killing me would be rather bad for me. Terra has cure, so it's not too big a problem, but yeah, that's not really how you'd want to lose your HP there. We get the Tempest. Then we're gonna get a bit of a weird room over here. This is where you could technically try to do a lava boost, but you'd fall into the lava and get set back to the start of the level. So we're gonna skip out on the lava boosts. I'm sorry, Indy.
Well,
I know.
Well, we had ahead in time with lava boost. So.
Oh, there was a lava boost.
Yeah, no,
Accidental lava boost.
I was blinking.
I'm sorry, Indy. We, by accident, because of that encounter, got ourselves a lava boost there. So, you know, in the spirit of BSG, I guess.
This whole run is rigged.
It is.
Not because of your first name, but it's another story.
Yeah, that's a story for another day. So the basic idea here is I want Terra to get a bunch of level ups here. So we're going to level Terra, and we're going to just have Locke run away from every battle. Because, you know, Locke is the coward here. Right? I think that's how it works. Other than that, not too much to say. So, you know, if you want to talk about, you know, the Dutch Cancer Society and whatnot, that'd be a good time.
I have actually a lot of things to talk about. First of all, we are BSG and we are raising money for the Dutch Cancer Society, an organization that strives for less cancer, more research and a better quality of life for those already battling the disease. 90% of your donations will go towards the charity, so be sure to get your donations in. And if you ever want to attend BSG and want to have information about it, we have a Discord, we have a Twitter account, so you better check them out to get informations on when we're gonna have the next event. The next BSG in January, we're gonna announce at the end of this marathon, which will be in like 15, 16 hours or something. And if you wanna attend BSG, but you are not living in the Netherlands, for example, you're living in the United States, well, I think we still have something for you, because we have UKSG.
That's the UK, not in the US.
Yeah.
It's getting late here. It's getting late here. Don't blame
It is
Indy on
very
that
late.
one.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So if you're living in the UK, then there is UKSG, a similar thing, also a weekend long, but this is gonna be every 3 months. There's also Discord. I'm pretty sure some of the UKSG people can post the Discord in there. So plenty of marathons you can attend, and so many good runs. So many.
Absolutely. Now, if you are from the US and you want to attend something like this, we've got BSG Annual, which, you know, it's not, I know it's not quite around the corner. It's still pretty pricey, and I get that, but, you know, it'd be a full week long. So, you know, that could potentially also be interesting. You know, just make it your holiday to Europe.
But I mean, this year at BSG Annual, we had a campfire. We can't promise that we have it again next year, but
We can try to have a campfire next year.
well, depending on where we go.
Maybe.
I mean,
maybe.
maybe.
We might.
And if not, I'm pretty sure we get Bro to run Dark Souls. He can lit some bonfires, so we technically have a campfire if that counts in any way. But
Well, I guess it will. I'll count it. See, I actually got a pretty low encounter rate so far, so I'm gonna probably have to kill a little bit more here. Also, Locke got a few of the levels, which isn't a big deal, but he got a little bit more experience than he's supposed to, which means that, you know, I'll have to kill an extra fight somewhere or something. It really doesn't matter too much, but... What level am I at anyway? I haven't been counting. 17. Okay, yeah, we'll need to kill a few extra enemies then. Usually you kind of end up around level 19 to 20 around here, which is where you'd want to be. Unfortunately, it seems not this time. But that's fine, you know. We'll just stick around a little longer. Have ourselves a merry old time, get some more levels in, get some more experience in. I've also been seeing a lot of these zombones, which actually isn't necessarily a bad thing. Technically, like, these are the most worth you're gonna get out of a Revivify, assuming the Ings... Ings have a chance of dropping more Revivifies, which Zombones don't. But outside of that, these are probably the most you're gonna get out of it. Okay, level 18. I need 2 more levels. I want Terra to be level 20. I hope I can actually realize that. I don't have a whole lot of Revivifies left anymore. Yeah, with some luck, these will drop like 1 or 2, maybe. I'll be back on track. If not, I'll do one. Yeah, I'll do one more fight, probably. I should probably be fine. I hope. I didn't drop any. I did get level 19 out of it, so I need one more fight, and then we're good. This is all to set up for the late game, because I need a very specific level going into the last part of the game. If we don't have that, it'll be quite a challenge. I also would like to have a few Revivifies left for the end. We'll be picking up 1 more later on, but 2 should be enough. Like, with that 1 extra one, we should be fine. Just hope I get the level up. If I don't, then it's fine. I can make it work as well, but the more, the easier. I got 2 Phoenix Downs from that, though. And I got level 20, so we're good. So yeah, this is the gates to the Esper world. And, well, as you might have guessed, or Inni kind of mentioned it before, our Kefka, he's not dumb. Say what you will, he's a complete madman. He really, like, the world would be better off without him. But he is not dumb, and thus he has followed us. We have led him right to the sealed gate. Locke, of course, is going to stop us, or stop Kefka here, clearly, because Locke is strong enough for that. Kefka basically explaining his full plan as to how we led him here. How he was able to find the gate because of us. Now this fight itself is pretty easy. Yeah, he's gonna do some dumb moves like that, but I just need to hit him once, and that ends the fight. Because that will open up the gate. Things, however, do not quite go the way they were planned. As soon as we open up the gate, a bunch of monsters just start bolting out. We see a bunch of espers just, you know, in a rage come out of this place. Luckily, most of those cutscenes are just quite a matter of hold A because they're in a battle scene. And then the gate gets sealed once and for all, or at least so we hope. So yeah, now we have ourselves the next problem on our hand because, well, now there's espers all over the world wreaking havoc and whatnot. So best thing we can do is just get back to our airship. Now, if we were to just walk straight down, we'd get there pretty much immediately. But this is faster. We're just gonna warp out. Oh, right. He's still poisoned. Freaking Kefka, dude. Poison is really annoying. Like, it wouldn't be the end of me, but it's just really annoying. So we're just gonna heal that off quickly, I guess. So we meet up with the rest of our party. It turns out that the espers have been heading for Vector, the capital of the Empire. Somehow they knew what was up. As we fly, well, they start charging at us as well. We are still flying above Empire territory. And, well, these espers, yeah, they, are gonna cause a lot of problems for our ship here. So, this happens. Sorry, those headsets are kind of starting to get to me. After a few hours, they're not super comfy anymore. It's fine though. It's fine. We're gonna get a longer break later. For now, this will just have to do. Okay, we're fully healed. With that said, we're first and foremost gonna do some shopping here. How about I sort my inventory, because I haven't done that in a while. Mithril pipe. Where's my mithril pipe? Leather hats. Hairband. Dragoon boots. Here's my dragoon boots. Ashura. Saw that up here, right? Ashura. Tempest. Jewel ring I never got. Assassin. And that should just about do. So we're going to buy 2 warp stones. A bunch of these. That is hopefully going to be enough smoke balls for basically up until the very end. And, well, I hope you guys like Chocobos, because here we go again. This one isn't super long, but still. Hope you're still somewhat awake, NB.
I'm trying my best.
I know, it's late. Your shift is almost over, I think, so Rashla will be coming over to pick you, to take over for you soon. Okay, that'll do. That'll do. Like I said, it's not super long this time. We've got a very important part coming up here. First, before I go in, I'm going to do a few things. We're going to go skills. She's going to get her... she's going to get Madween. Is that good? Yes. Equip. Flame Saber. Thunderblade works as well. Mage's Hat. Control Lock. And Relic. Double earrings. He's gonna get the sneak ring there. That is basically all to set up for the next sequence, which is the banquet. And I know already that it's gonna make me very hungry, which is not a good thing right now, but I'll be fine. I'll be getting some during the end of the world, probably. Because there's a fairly lengthy cutscene where I don't have to do anything there anyway. So yeah, basically what we hear is that the Empire wants to start talking peace, with the Espers on the loose, having basically completely destroyed the capital. Also, that guy walks rather slow. Now, there's a few very important things here. Depending on how well I do in this next sequence, I get different rewards. And the best reward you can get, if you do it perfectly, is called the Charm Bangle, which is an item that reduces the encounter rate. Which, as you can imagine, since we're speedrunners, is insanely important for us.
I've never played FF6, but I do know this item because it's the exact same in FF10 too.
Yeah. So useful. There's two items like it. There's one that's even better that'll completely stop any random encounters at all. But that one we won't be able to get yet. But yeah, first and foremost, he mentions, you know, since they're still getting ready, we should talk to some of the guards. Since some of them still want to keep fighting, you know, we need to just talk to them that we really do want peace. There's a jail cell with Kefka there, by the way. He's been imprisoned. We could trigger that cutscene. It'd take a very long time, so we're not going to. Gale Hairpin ups the chances for preemptive attacks. Very useful as well. Spare Revivify for later. We basically have enough time to talk to everybody and do our menu and get every important item here. Now this one we'll actually have to fight. This is the first one where we fight it. What we're going to do is we're going to use Phantom. And we're going to use Madween. So we're going to get Invis status, which means that from here on out, no physical attacks will hit me anymore. And then we're going to use Chaos Wing to kill it off. So yeah, now that we've done that half, we're going to go to the other half of the castle. First, we're going to get these two. A back guard and an X potion. The back guard is going to reduce the amount of back attacks that we're going to get. So we have an item to up our preemptive chance and one to reduce our back attack chances. Now we're gonna fight a few of these soldiers as well. I do have to kill them. You can run away from them, but it would reduce the price that you get. And we really want that charm bangle. They also give me a chance to get some tents, which is nice for money management and whatnot, so that's kind of cool. The route has been built in such a way, by the way, that if I miss exactly one, I'll still be fine. If there's one that I accidentally miss by the end of it, then it's not the end of the world. As long as it's not one of the battles, at least. So Locke couldn't steal there. That's kind of annoying. It's fine, but always kind of a shame when you can't get a steal. The more steals you get, the easier my money management becomes. So yeah, I've missed one soldier here. I know that's technically fine, but okay, that's the one I missed. I still like to have all of them so that if I miss one later on, that won't be an issue. Because if you miss two, that's a problem. Tells me 20 people. I need a minimum of 23 in order to have enough. And there's 24 in total, which just gives me a little bit of leniency. This one's a fight, so I have to do it anyway. And then all of the remaining time after that, we're going to use to do our menuing. So there we go. Now for a quick little menu. And 4 seconds remaining on the clock. Totally calculated. So yeah, now comes the second part of it, and this is where I really need to focus. So I'm not going to talk too much. I'm just going to ask for some silence here. Because one mistake here and you're done. Like, you don't get the charm bangle and it loses a lot of time. I have lost runs on this banquet before. Our hometowns. I'll leave Kefka in jail for now. At least so we suggest. Now, Doma was inexcusable. Maria is one of us. There's one line where I can make a mistake. That's not this one, but the next one. It just lose a few seconds. Okay, second one, so I didn't do that, and now I can just mash for the rest of this sequence. We're not done yet, though. We still have 2 more things we need to do before we're done here. We're going to take a short break here. And in that break, what we're going to do is we're going to talk to these guards. And they want to test our strength, so we need to battle them. Make quick work of them just by using Terra. Okay, so the first one here is the last important one. Okay, now I just need to mash. So that's the banquet sequence, and if I did everything correctly, which I think I did, we will be getting a Charm Bangle in a little bit, which will reduce the encounter rate that we'll have from here on out. And, you know, as a speedrunner, I do kind of like the sound of that. So the basic idea is, in order to stop the Espers, we first will need to find them, and we're going to try to negotiate with them to see if we can find peace. Since Terra is a half Esper, she will be playing a very important role in that. Let's see if we can succeed at that. We'll bring General Leo with us, and he will lead the trip towards Thamasa, which is where we're going to be cutting off both Strago and Realm. That's as we enter that city. Okay, let's first see if we got the good rewards here. Let's see what we get. There's a lot of things we're supposed to get here. Okay. So we've all the soldiers are away. We can take everything in the Imperial base. That's important. We get the Tintina bar, and there it is, the Charm Bangle. So that's the highest reward we can get. And with that, things are going to be a lot easier from here on out. And that said, Indy, I do believe it's just about time for you to hit the hay, isn't it?
Well, I still have a little bit more time because my driver has a take shift, but
right.
yeah.
That's right. I forgot about that actually. Where is it? Gale Hairpin and the Charm Bangle. Very, very important right there. We're just gonna warp out of here. That's right. I kind of forgot you were sleeping at Recalled, so I guess you've got like half an hour or so left.
I mean, that thing I should be able to make. And I can enjoy more of level 6.
That's fair. Now with reduced encounters.
Yay!
We'll probably start seeing the difference soon enough in that we're going to get quite some decent stretches before we get encounters here. We're still going to get them. I haven't completely gotten rid of it or anything, but it's a start.
So, with the Charm Bangle, you basically reduce the chance to get random encounters.
Well, no, we actually definitely reduce the amount because of the way that the encounters work. So basically how it works in this game is you've got a certain danger value, which is each step you take that gets upped by a certain amount, and when it reaches a certain amount you get an encounter. How much it's upped depends on your seed. So I already know we're currently on seed 200 and something, I don't know, 255 or something, pretty high. And so we know that, that the encounters are basically set. What the Charm Bangle does is it reduces how quickly your danger value increases. So it physically gives you less encounters. It's not a percentile-based thing. It's quite literally a you get less. You could completely step manip everything. You know, you'd be able to take that into consideration. However, we're not really step manipping much, so you know. Here, I want to talk to Leo real quick. Basically, like, they've hired somebody to help us. We haven't seen him in some time. First of all, we're going to see Maria again, but we're also going to see Moonlight. It's been a while, hasn't it? Might not get to see Moonlight a whole lot, but he's going to join us on this quest. And, well, now that we've all met up, you know, we've introduced ourselves to the new characters, even though we've already known them for some time. We're going to go take a nap, which is going to be free. I like free naps. Or at least, you know, sleeping at the inn for free, you know? Just naps in general are great as well.
I want a free nap as well.
Ah, very soon, Indy. Yeah, we're gonna get an adorable little cutscene in the meantime, um, between Celeste and Locke. Yeah, not too much to say about this. You know, it's uh, you know, about how Locke doubted her after everything, and you know, that entire trust issue between the two of them, kind of coming into play here. So here we go, off to Thamasa. Now, interestingly enough, in every other category, you actually do shopping in that town, except for Glitchless. You'd be getting a white dress, but we get that a lot earlier, and we do our shopping in the next town, in Thamasa. Now, as I said, Realm and Strago will both be cut off as we enter the next town. So that's coming up in a couple of minutes. Yeah, during the day, not much happening. You know, everything seems to be going just fine. During night, Terra and Leo start up a conversation. Terra doesn't... she's still kind of figuring out who she is. And, you know, Leo explains to her, not everybody in the Empire is like Kefka. There is good people there. And he does say, and this is kind of an interesting thing with Leo, he mentions that because he didn't do anything to stop her being used as a weapon, he isn't any better. Like, he isn't any better than Kefka, even though, you know, he's this very honorable man, and he will not forgive himself that. It's kind of a cool little thing they added in, just to build some character on Leo. They also talk about being able to love someone, because Terra doesn't know if she's able to do that. He has yet to figure out that part of herself. So Leo can't help her with that. And then Shadow shows up. Well, Shadow is no good in that either. Although there's a lot of backstory in for Shadow that we don't actually get to see in this game. Or at least, well, we get to see in the game, but we don't get to see in this run, because we skip all of it. But, a very long story short, he has a daughter. His wife, unfortunately, deceased, which caused him to go into a certain depression, because of which he is who he is now. Also, Locke gets seasick, because he is this great thief that is able to withstand just about everything, except being on a boat for an extended period of time. With that, we arrive on the shores of Thamasa. Still a bit of a walk into the city itself, so this is your final chance to get a donation in on that, because they will be cut off very soon. This is where the Espers were last spotted. We're going to split up in two parties. Shadow, Locke, and Terra in one, Leo and Celeste in the other, as we try to find those Espers. We're also coming up on one of the biggest shopping menus in the game, so one that I'll really need to focus on, because one mistake can kill a run, and I've lost a lot of runs to this. So, yeah, I'm going to save here, and I'm going to hope that I'm not going to make any mistakes. I actually mostly have backup saves in case I make a silly mistake here. Happened too often by now. Okay, feel free to cut those incentives. Don't tell me what they are just yet. I'm gonna need to focus for a bit.
Realm and Strago.
Yes, Realm and Strago. Knife. We do sell the bandana. Luckily, we got a few schemes, which is actually going to help a lot with money there. Then one running shoes, one Genji glove. We have the Atlas armlet. Backguard once. We only need one of those. Where's my hyper wrist? Hyper wrist. I'll keep the Tintina bar for now so that I can use that later in case I need it. And the cure ring. And that should hopefully give me enough money to buy a mystery veil and a bunch of rods. And it's especially those rods that are very important here. So we're gonna buy 9 of those, buy 10 of those, buy 8 of those. Looks like we have exactly enough money. Let me check that I actually bought that right. Fire, ice, thunder. Cool. Okay, we should be good. So yeah, Strago name, if you will.
Yes, let me quickly check. Strago will be Michi.
Cool. Well, Michi, since you're sitting behind us, meet yourself in, like, a lot of time. This is Michi. I can see the comparison there. It looks a lot alike. With that, we're moving on to Realm. The heart. Nice. Realm is my favorite character in the game, so yeah. It's fitting. So this is Realm. We unfortunately won't actually get to use her a whole lot, but she's really sweet. So yeah, there we go. That's Realm and Strago. Basically, oh, she immediately falls in love with the dog. The dog that usually bites everyone, but doesn't seem to bite her. So you can kind of tell, like, the dog immediately, as if, you know, the dog knows her. But yeah, they tell us, you know, they don't know anything about espers and magic and whatnot. We'll see that not all of what she is saying here is entirely true, because there is definitely more to it than meets the eye. Shadow is going to call the dog back. And, well, we get out of there, because, you know, there's not much we can do. However, now that we know somebody in town, this guy is going to let us sleep here for just 1 GP. Pretty cheap, right? As we wake up, though, it turns out there's trouble in town. Because apparently a fire broke out in one of the houses, and Realm is inside. So, yeah, Shadow, he's not going to join us right now. Or rather, Moonlight is not going to join us. And, well, we're going to see what happens. We're going to see what we can do. Interceptor, however, does seem to follow us for some reason. But yeah, as you can tell, it's a bit of a problem here. So Strago is going to do something that's actually forbidden in this town. But, you know, there's lives at stake here, so who cares? It's going to be using magic. See, it turns out that this town is not just any backwater village. This is the town of the mage warriors, who have been kind of been an outcast because of, you know, the War of the Magi. But most of them still have some magical abilities. So he's gonna try some spell called Flames Be Gone, which doesn't exactly seem to be working very well. But hey, he's trying. You know, you gotta give the man some kudos for the effort. Now the entire town is gonna try, but yeah, there's apparently these people were keeping a lot of flame rods in this house, and that might not be a very smart thing. So stuff starts getting just even worse here. Strago decides to go in. We decide to join him because, well, you know, we might as well see if we can help him out a bit. So here is going to be a pretty difficult part. We're going to try to avoid those flames. Half the time that's going to be literally impossible for us, but we're going to try to anyway. If we do hit him, we just smoke ball our way out of it. Not a big problem, but the fewer we can hit, the better. Their hitboxes are very big though, so even if you can somehow seem to walk past them, half the time you still get hit. That one is just in the way. I wasn't going to avoid that one to begin with. Again, not a big deal if we hit them. We just gotta try to just get out of these fights as quickly as we can. Can you kind of like... Okay. Okay, Mr. Flame. So we get a preemptive here, so at least it won't cost me a smoke bomb. Oh crap, I thought I had to hit the one on top. Well, they're both preemptive at least. Hey, I avoided one. That's cool. Well, we've at least managed to avoid one of them so far. It's always a win if you can just avoid some of them. Even if you only avoid one, it's still it's still something. This place isn't all that scary, and there's not really a whole lot that can go wrong anyway. I do have to get all of these rods real quick. There's actually 2 rods in this building, and that's a lot of money, so... Well, we kind of need the rods, but, you know, by not having to buy them, we save ourselves a lot of money. Okay, so that said, we're gonna do some menuing here. We're gonna get the sneak ring, because we do need to do a steal in a bit. Double earrings, otherwise we'll not be able to kill the boss very quickly. Killing the boss quickly is nice, and he's gonna get the charm bangle and sprint shoes. And then I'm gonna move him to the first slot. So this is the boss. This is Flame Eater. He's kind of easy, honestly. You'll see why very soon. So we steal the Flame Saber. Then I'm going to use an Ice Rod, single target him, and do some menuing. Yeah, that's the entire boss fight. That's it. That's how easy it is. But yeah, now to find Realm. Which turns out Interceptor kind of beat us to it, and Interceptor is trying to, you know, get our attention, get her at least to a somewhat safer place. Unfortunately, we're too late. Because, you know, as we are there, you know, basically the entire thing slowly but steadily starts to collapse in on us. But then a lone hero shows up. Shadow to the rescue. Or Moonlight to the rescue. And he's got a fantastic way of getting us out of this house. This is like the best way. He's gonna throw a smoke bomb. You know, the house full of fire, filled with smoke probably. He's gonna throw a smoke bomb. Fantastic strategy, but somehow it works. Now we're out, and all is good. Don't know how that worked, but somehow it did. Yeah, Realm would like to join us here, but yeah, she or her grandfather won't allow it, of course. We get to hear about their history, the mage warriors, and what this town actually is. He explains why magic in this town became forbidden, and you know, all that good stuff basically. How after the War of the Magi, their ancestors fled here. And nowadays they still possess some magic abilities. It's very little, but if you look around town, you see that some of them use magic, and you know, that basically, I guess. So now we're gonna have to go find the Espers, which apparently Strago does know where they are, so he's gonna join our party. This is the last time we're gonna hear Shadow's theme, by the way. Or Moonlight's theme. As he is going to be leaving our party. His job here is done. You know, we thank him for what he's done, but you know, he just plays the tough guy, being like, I just wanted my dog. With that, we're gonna have to say goodbye to the bunch of them. And off we go.
By the way, Crrool, I have good news and bad news for you. What do you want to hear first?
Let's just start with the bad one. Get the worst out of the way first,
Well,
right?
the bad one is I'm gonna leave you now.
Aw.
The good one is I have a very good replacement for you because my good friend Rushla surely wants to join you for the last half of Final Fantasy VI. So
Sounds like a plan.
I'm gonna give it over to Rushla. I want to thank everyone for watching the marathon so far, and yeah, keep your donations in from the Dutch Cancer Society. And we're gonna do a quick microphone change.
That door right there is probably the most finicky door out there, like in the entire game. Like I always need to kind of squiggle in there, and then somehow, eventually, I get in. So this one's kind of fast, you know, or kind of funny always. Like you kind of just surpass Realm like that. And we find these statues. Now, remember how I mentioned the three goddesses, basically? Yeah, those are these three statues right here. These three keep themselves in balance, and as soon as they be out of balance, it'd be a big problem. Hello, Rashla?
Good morning, Crrool.
Were you able to get some sleep earlier?
Yeah, I've slept for almost 3 hours, and I still don't have any idea how I wake up because I've set an alarm, but I slept through it.
It sounds like a familiar feeling. Oh, by the way, you guys remember this guy, Ultros? Yeah, he's back for number 3. He apparently sees those shiny statues and he wants to impress Siegfried with them. He's going to start fighting us. We're going to try to steal a white cape here. Kind of important. And then we're just going to kill him off. At least try to. The morph. So this is another special ability, morph, which is going to allow us to get into a form where we have more magic power than we would otherwise. We just deal 9,999 damage there. I don't know if I can get another one off. I kind of messed up on my ATB weight there. We're going to see. It's going to be really clutch whether I can get it or not. If I don't get it, it's probably fine. I lose out on a fire rod, which loses me a bit of time during the grind. I have a little bit of leniency with these rods, especially fire and ice. Not a lot, but it's enough to make it work. So yeah, Realm comes in. She's all like, you know, drawing Ultros' portrait, and Ultros doesn't want that. And, you know, then she's going to say, like, okay, well, if you don't want me to make your portrait, I'll just throw myself off the cliff because I'm useless anyway. And then Ultros is going to let her draw a portrait. Yeah, I was afraid of that. Okay, then we're going to go back up strats here. See if I can get it. And I missed. I was afraid of that. This is the thing that can happen. So now we're just going to have to throw a fire rod with her then. Yeah, you can see that's quite a bit less damage. Give it one more try on sketch, otherwise I'm going to just kill it off with Terra here. So yeah, we're down a fire rod. That's not a big deal though. It might slow down the grind a bit, but it's otherwise than that, it's not a big deal. We have leniency on these things. So yeah, now that that is settled, you know, what's supposed to happen there is you're supposed to sketch him with Realm, and that'll use Tentacle on Ultros, which will kill off Ultros. That's the idea, at least. But, you know, we just did it like that. We jump down here. We're going to go around real quick, and with that, we're going to go into pretty much the longest cutscene in the game. Well, basically longest cutscene in the game. Like, technically, I'm not sure if it's fully a cutscene, but I'm just gonna count the entire thing as one cutscene. Like, you need to take, like, 4 steps in between somewhere. So, yeah, we find the Espers here, who've gathered up. And, well, you know, we immediately notice that magical connection. A bit of a struggle, but, you know, they don't want to... Or they don't want to fight here. And with that, I should mention we've got after this. So like I said, we've got about 15 minutes worth of cutscenes here. So I'm gonna let you do a lot of talking in a bit, Rashla. But before I do, just so that you are aware as well, the kill and save Sid will be cut off during the destruction of the world. It's gonna be probably somewhere within the next. It should be within the next hour somewhere. Like about, I want to say like 40-ish minutes, something like that. Yeah, it should be about 40-ish minutes. The Mog name will be cut off a little bit after the grinding segment in the World of Ruin. That's towards the end, and then Go-Go is when you start hearing me talk about engulfing and that sort of stuff. You'll know what I mean. That's when we're gonna get that off. Both of those are really towards the end somewhere.
So people still have a chance for that one.
Yeah. So yeah, with that said, How about you talk about like the charity, the incentives, the the other incentives, I should say, uh, and you know all that good stuff, basically.
Yeah, of course. Like, we are BSG. We are beneficiary of the Dutch Cancer Society, an organization that strives for less cancer, more research, and a better quality of life for those already battling the disease. 90% of your donations will go towards the charity, so be sure to get your donations in. And as Crrool already mentioned, there are some donation incentives. Like he mentioned already GoGo before. At the moment, GoGo is going to be called Broad. And if you don't like Broad, you still change it because it's at €5 at the moment. And if you want the name of Mark, you have even to spend less money because at the moment Cupo is in the lead with €1. And I think Crrool also wants to know if we are going to kill or save Sid at the moment. At the moment, kill Sid is in the lead by €1, but still everything is possible. What do you actually want? Do you want
Saving him is faster, so you know, obviously I'd like to have him saved.
So if you want more of Final Fantasy VI, make sure that Crrool is going to kill Sid.
Rep. Oh, this is where I need to take those 4 steps, by the way, I think. Now we've got a little bit longer. Actually, do we? Yeah, we've got a little bit longer. Basically, Kefka runs in, kills all of these espers. Yeah, basically Kefka is on the loose, and it's worse than ever before. But yeah, feel free to go on. Like, we're more incentives still, right?
Yeah, we have also some incentives for runs later today. Like we have an incentive for Kill Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD. At the moment we are still at €15 and we need to have 125, so that means we still need €110 if you want to see RPG.
Real quick. 4 steps of action. There we go. Okay, we did
Woo!
it. We did it. Hardest bit of this entire cutscene. Go on.
So we still need €110 if you want RPG guide to kill Sephiroth. And also, I believe, let me check. Yeah, we have also still a donation incentive, actually a bit more, for the last run of this BSG. Like, you can't imagine it at this point, but there's going to be an end of this marathon. And that's for Illusion of Gaia, where you can choose between save or kill the fish. And at the moment, kill the fish is in the lead by €20. So if you like fish, but you want it to be saved, then you need to donate for that one.
Yeah, I think that just about covers it. We're just gonna shock Kefka until he dies. Like the 5th or 6th or 7th boss or fight against Kefka or something. I don't even know. Oh, but it turned out it was all a shadow. That was a fake Kefka. So now the real Kefka shows up. Well, rather, Emperor Gestal shows up. You know, Leo is still loyal to his emperor. Starts to doubt what the emperor is doing here, though. You know, collecting the Magicite. And you know, it turns out that wasn't the emperor after all, because it was it was Kefka all along. And you know, now he's gonna kill Leo. So unfortunately, we're gonna have to say goodbye to Leo here as he gets stabbed by Kefka and dies. And well, these espers, they weren't too kind on what Kefka has just done. I mean, he's killed a bunch of espers just now. So they're gonna all attack Kefka, but that might not end as well either. Because you know, because of all of the things that Kefka's been doing, that gate that we sealed away earlier, yeah, it's going to open up again. And that is not going to end well, I can tell you that now. So yeah, with that, a bunch of these espers are just going to start running out again. Cause even more havoc. I can still just hold A through this part. Like, I don't really have to worry about it much. Same as with all the other battle cutscenes. Not that there's a whole lot of text in that, but yeah. And, well, they've got their sights set on Thamasa. Or, well, yeah. Specifically on Kefka. Unfortunately, Kefka has become quite powerful. So, yeah, he's going to do this. And this is not going to look pretty for these espers. Going to neutralize their abilities, make sure they can't do anything. He, by the way, kills 3 of his own men in the process. And he's going to turn all of them into Magicite. So yeah, like I said, this is a fairly lengthy cutscene.
Yeah.
I told you, like, there's like 4 steps we need to take in between.
At least we get some action in the middle.
Yeah, we did get some action in the middle. We got to take like 4 or 5 steps, I think it is.
Next time you should count them just to be sure.
Yeah, I should. At some point I should. Yeah, this is the longest cutscene in the game by quite a margin. I think even the credits are shorter than this. And the credits are 15 minutes as well, so... yeah, that's a thing. Although after this, we're going to get a fairly action-heavy part again, so... yeah, Kefka basically turns all of those espers into Magicite. And he's going to be, yeah, causing a lot more problems by getting to the statues. We bury Leo here, who unfortunately passed away. Good man that died there, that's for sure. Honorable man at that. We see Interceptor, who is quite wounded as he finds us. With that, it seems even Moonlight or Shadow has passed away as well. Though we don't see that confirmed, but it does look like that. Realm decides to take care of the dog. Dog seems quite attached to her. Now, lucky for us, there is a little bit of hope at least. That the rest of them had figured out what had happened, so they managed to at least escape the capital in time. Edgar mentions, you know, he got to know the lady that brought him tea, and she just spilled the entire plan. We're gonna go. We'll go to the airship here, rethink our strategy. Yeah, we get some character development in this, you know, get the people getting to know each other. We learned that Realm is entirely too grown up for her age. Okay, so first and foremost, equip, Strago, and lock. Alex, Strago, we're gonna remove the charm bangle from him. I'm gonna save here. It'll be the last save before we go onto the floating continent. We'll see very soon what that means. Because as we enter this part, you know, we get to do one menu, we get to take one step, and we're gonna get more cutscenes.
Yay!
I basically count this within those 15 minutes that I mentioned, by the way, because let's be fair, it's basically still the same cutscene. Like, removing a few things and taking one step, then pressing A is not a whole lot. So yeah, we got 2 pieces of action even in that cutscene. I know,
Wow.
it's impressive, right?
Yeah. Can you imagine if you wouldn't have done anything? Would just sit, just watch the cutscene for 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know, right? So yeah, the world is literally gonna start tearing apart here. Specifically, the island that had the floating, or that had the gate on it, broke apart from the rest of the world and is now in the air. This is where the magic power that Kefka now possesses truly comes into play, as he and Emperor Gestal are at the 3 statues, the 3 gods. I mentioned it before, but basically the way that those 3 statues work is they are the source of all magic, meaning that if they they basically keep themselves in line by being in that exact position. Hold on, I'll explain the rest in just a second. I kind of need to do the menuing here. Lots of menuing to do. Terra, Edgar, Celeste, and Locke. Relic. Get 2 earrings. White cape and the running shoes. Charm. Oh, whoops. Charm. Where's the charm bangle? There's the charm bangle and the sprint shoes. Where's my sprint shoes? Am I just not seeing them, or do I not have any sprint shoes right now? Okay, I'll just remove them from him. Whatever, it's fine. Equip, Celeste, Optimum, or Optimum. Skills, she's gonna get, where is he? Ramu. Celeste is gonna get Shout. And Edgar is gonna get the Zone Seek here. So yeah, basically, like, the 3 of those statues, they keep themselves in balance. And if any of them were to move, that would disrupt the balance, which could basically completely destroy the world. See, I'm only allowed to bring 3 party members onto the floating continent, so we're gonna travel that way. But there is the Imperial Air Forces, which are gonna try and stop me. This is also why we needed to do all of that menuing before getting on here. Because I can't actually do any menuing before the first encounter. Ow. Okay, there we go. We can, I believe, die once, and it'll be fine. Like, one character can die once, and then it'll be fine. Anything more can become a problem. So, I'm gonna have to make sure that I keep up my health as much as possible between these fights. So we're gonna do 6 random battles. Well, quote-unquote random battles, and then then we'll do a menu, and then we're gonna go for the boss. So yeah, Tech Laser, that's going to be blocked by the Runic, which is just going to get me some extra MP. And then our Bolt Fist will do just fine. That's not enough. There we go. Yeah, here we just have to wait for each of the encounters, then kill them off. Like, there's nothing too special really going on. Absolute 0 hurts. Okay, so like I said, one character dying, not a big deal. Terra can tank that hit, so that's good. We got really bad ATB on that fight. Combined with the absolute 0, it was bound that somebody would die. Edgar is not the worst in that sense right now.
Which one was the worst to die?
Terra would be the absolute worst. Terra dies, we're in big trouble. If Terra dies, we'll not be able to do our Bolt Fist. It's like the attack we need in order to kill everybody else off. That's really bad ATB again. I kind of suspected that would go off. This is kind of bad. Oh, that's going to kill up Maria. Maria is the second worst character to die off. Not the end of the world. Like I said, if it happens on one fight, fine. Just don't want to have it happen too much here. So yeah, we see that something curious starts approaching, which means we currently have 2 more fights to do. Can't really have either of them die off again. That'd be really bad. So here we go. Let's see what this one's gonna do. Come on, really? Really? Okay, at least I got the Runic off this time. There we go. Okay, nobody died somehow, but my god, I am not getting lucky here. We're getting a few tinctures out of it at least, which might help me later on, but yeah, I need to do one more regular fight, I believe. We're gonna see a pink blob show up on the bottom of the screen here. Come on, really? That's like bad luck all around, basically. At least it's Propeller this time. Unfortunately, it's on Celeste. That's fine. Okay, we're good now. Tech Laser, she'll Runic that, and she'll absorb the magic. So we're fine. Okay. Edgar and Celeste both only died once, so we should be okay here. So now we're gonna do some equipment. Terra gets I need Terra to learn Bolt 2. That's the main reason why she gets that. Edgar gets Phantom. Right, she needs to learn Bio. That's the thing. Relic. Celeste is gonna get the earrings and the hero ring. The hero ring is basically an earrings, but also for fighting, for regular attack power. So it's an earring, but then better. So here we go again. And yes, this is truly the last time we're going to see him. Meet Ultros. Number 4, if you haven't, in case you hadn't counted. This time we're going to make quick work of it, though. Because that's fine. Okay. We bioed. I was supposed to bio the other one, but I was... Yeah, this time we beat him pretty much right away, or at least that's what he says. But this time he's brought a friend. single target ice rod on Chupon here. He's gonna do his sneeze, which is just gonna knock us off the airship, which gets us into immediately after into the next fight. This is Air Force. This is the actual final boss of this part. Okay, it's fine as long as nobody dies here. Okay, we're good. So that was Air Force. That's the entire boss fight. As you can see, rods here are kind of overpowered, so that's why we bought so many of those, and that's why we're going to be using a lot of them to just help us get through this part, you know. Celeste has now learned Bio, which is very useful for us. We also see that Shadow is still alive. However, we're going to leave him there. It's not worth it for us to pick him up, actually. So welcome to the floating continent. This part is pretty darn difficult, so I'm gonna have to focus on this dungeon a bit. Okay, this is actually kind of good, this preemptive, because it'll allow me to do Phantom and then Smoke Bomb. Yeah, this dungeon, or this island will have 2 boss fights on it, as well as a mini boss that we're gonna be killing off for experience. That's part of why I had to do that fader there. These are ninjas, and the downside of ninjas is this. They are one of the worst things we can encounter. They do give a lot of magic points, so it's not all bad, but it can become a big problem here. I'm gonna have her use Cure, I think. Means I'll have to set up Fader again, which is kind of annoying because of that water edge that he used. So now I'm gonna have to force an encounter here because of that. Okay, a Behemoth is fine. Yeah, ninjas are the only unrunnable encounter on this island. So this is our next boss, and again, I'm gonna have to focus, make sure that I do this menu correctly, because one mistake can cost a lot here. I need Zone Seek on her. We're gonna imp 2 of our party members. We're gonna front row Terra. That should be good. So this is a monster in a box. Apparently we got a preemptive. I didn't really want a preemptive, but that's whatever. So this guy can only do physical attacks, meaning that he will not ever be able to hit Celeste. That's the idea here. The other ones, I actually want them to die off. As you can see, he can't actually hit Maria here. Kill him off, and now it's very important as to what level we're at here. 19, good. That's the level I need. That means we've done everything so far pretty much the way it's supposed to. Okay. Kills, magic. We're gonna get their imp status off again. You're the entire party. And Ether. Maria. Okay, that should be good. Then relics. Get her the Gale hairpin and the back guard. Okay, now we just need to make it to the save point. And then we have basically our setup for Roll of Ruin done. I gotta admit, it's been going pretty well so far. Oh boy, more ninjas. I don't like ninjas. I can't encounter a whole lot more than these, by the way. I'm starting to run out of thunder rods. I have enough that I can encounter 2 ninjas and be fine, but if I start encountering even more, it becomes an issue. Yeah, I'll have to hope that we don't encounter a whole lot more of those. I do learn Bolt 2 soon, which helps a bit, but still. I just don't like those things, honestly. Okay, preemptive, that's good. That's also kind of why I said, you know, I just need to make it to the next save point. Because from there on, I at least be safe that, you know, I have all of the levels. I will have all of the stuff I need to be able to beat Atma Weapon, which is the next big boss of this game. Kill and save Sid is going to be cut off very soon, by the way. So please change that to saving Sid, OP. Oh, come on, really? Do I even have enough Thunder Rods then? I need 3 there. I need 1 there. Yeah, I have barely enough. Can't do another ninja, though. I'm going to have to really hope that we don't see another one. Wait, do I have 4 or 5 left? 4. Yeah, okay, I have exactly enough Thunder Rods left. If we find another one of those before the save point, that could potentially be a problem. Because then Atma Weapon is going to be difficult. Yeah, Apocryphes is fine. Just been very unlucky with it so far. Not much you can do, right?
How big are the chances of getting ninjas?
Come again?
How big are the chances that you encounter ninjas?
I don't know the exact odds. Usually I see them like once on the entire island. So that should give a bit of an idea that, you know, seeing like 3 of them is pretty rare. But here's the save point, so we made it. We're far enough in that I can safely say we're going to be fine. So like I said, I need 4 at bare minimum from this point onward. And I have exactly 4 left, so we're good. The next up is another really, really difficult boss, the Atma Weapon. Which is basically considered to be the final boss of the World of Balance. I'm guessing nobody's going to help me out in getting saving Sid to be a thing, right?
I don't.
Yeah, okay. I don't know how much longer that cutscene is. It's quite a bit longer, but by a good few minutes, I think. But I'm not sure exactly. We'll see. That's fine. Hey, dragon. I don't care about the dragon. So we're about to get to Atma Weapon. Skills, you get Carbuncle. Celeste gets the Hero Ring and the running shoes. Okay. This is always a scary fight. My name is Atma, I am pure energy and as ancient as the cosmos. Evil creatures go! Sorry, I always have to do that. I don't know why. This guy is cool. He's incredibly tough, but he's cool.
I agree, he looks very cool.
He's gonna flare himself here. That's actually, we actually want him to do that. That's a bit of the damage we need in order to be able to kill him. I'm gonna Thunder Rod. From here on, I do need to actually keep an eye on my ATB. Bio with Celeste. I want Terra's ATB to be as high as possible to be able to make this damage to be able to get this thing off before she runs out. Nice. First try. Okay, so that's out my weapon. That is always a scary boss.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, by all means.
We got a €1 donation from a resident indie saying good night.
Night Indy. So Ifrit on her, Shiva on her. I done goofed on that one. Where did I make that mistake though? Ah, okay. Yeah, that's a thing. Can I fix that? Probably. Might lose me some time, but I should be able to. Alex, Maria, Gale, Hairpin. Yeah, this might lose me some time, but I think I know how I can fix it. So I was supposed to teach him Doom. But I may have forgotten to give him Shout, which Edgar is supposed to have so that he can learn Doom. I'll need to make sure that he gets Doom, though. So we're going to be a lot of magic points on Edgar short. I'm going to try to grind those out here. That might lose me about 2 or 3 minutes, probably. But aside from that, it's not the end of the world. It's really a minor mistake. That's the first bigger menu mistake I've made this entire run. So if that's the first one, I'll be fine with it, you know? So yeah, here, you know, Kefka wants Celeste to prove that she's still with them, and you know, so that she can rule the world with them. So that she has to kill Terra and Edgar here. Celeste, however, lucky for us, is not quite on Kefka's end, and instead is going to be stabbing Kefka in an attempt to stop him. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough to stop him once and for all. He is bleeding, but that's, you know, not anywhere near dead. So yeah, I think we lost about 10 magic points at least, which is 4 additional battles that we need to do. I hope I have enough MP for it. I do have another ether, I think, or I can use an elixir if I really need to. And then we should be able to do that. Yeah, I think that'll work. So even Gestal at this point is like, okay, maybe you should slow down a bit. Kefka is like, shut up. This is, you know, I'm all powerful now. Gestal is going to try and put a stop to him, going to use some strong spells here, but since he's in the field of the statues, he can't actually be hit by spells. Fire 3, Flare, doesn't do a thing. Kefka's just dancing around here, being the madman that he is. Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't know exactly how I'm doing compared to PB, but I think all in all, this is a pretty good run. The reason I'm comparing it to PB here, by the way, is my PB is about the same as the estimate, mostly because I did a lot of segmented practice. So I'm supposed to be able to PB here. That's what I'm kind of hoping for. Because, you know, with how much I've practiced, it should be free.
If you want to make estimate, you need to PB if I'm right.
Yeah, if I want to make estimate, I do need to PB. But like I said, that's what you get with segmented practice and runs this kind of length, you know. you start practicing them a bunch, and you know it's all nice and well, but you don't always get a chance to do a full run. The few times that I've tried to, I've never been able to actually make it towards the end because I always made one little stupid mistake somewhere. So yeah, that's the thing. So yeah, Shadow, Gestal gets killed by Kefka. Kefka is going to put the statues out of balance, and with that is going to try to destroy the world. And while he goes at that, feel free to go for it.
We got a €10 donation from Nick saying, "Hello all to Graveyard Shift people, and a very late good luck from me to Crrool." And because of Nick, at the moment, we are going to save Sid.
Nice, come on, let's keep it up. That's good. That's really good. That's a lot faster. That's a lot faster. It's not as emotional, but it is a lot faster. So I'm with Nick on this one. Thank you, Nick. Yeah, Shadow locks Kefka in, buying us some time to get away here. But because of this balance being completely broken, this entire thing is about to start collapsing. Okay, he has showed now, so I'm going to try to teach him Doom. I don't know if I'll actually manage to succeed at that.
We have time for another donation.
Yeah, by all means, just keep them coming.
We got a €1.50 donation from Bookie G saying, "Save Sid."
Game, why? Do I have fire on anybody? Of course I don't. He decided to freeze him. Or to freeze, freeze Terra. That's really bad. Oh, that doesn't do a thing? Crap. Okay, I'm in trouble here. I don't have a fire spell, so I can't break out of that frost, and I don't have any, I don't have anything else left. I still have a Thunderblade somewhere at least? Don't. Okay, this is bad. Yeah, these fights take a lot longer if they decide to freeze specifically Terra. And that's bad, because I need those magic points. Which means I need time. And we're not going to get that a whole lot here. A really bad start of this. See if we can salvage it. Worst comes to worst, I have to do a backup strat on Tentacles, and I'll still be able to pull it off. I've had to do that before, but it's not pretty. Okay, now don't do what you did before. Okay, Celeste is fine. Cold Dust in general is an annoying move, but as long as they don't do it on Terra, it's not a big deal. Because Terra can just one-shot them like that. This is why I need to not have that with Terra. Okay, Celeste again, that's fine. They're really going ham with these Cold Dusts, by the way. They don't usually do this much. We're kind of making up that magic point deficit that we had. I don't know if it'll be enough. So this is the boss of this place. This is Narapa. Narapa does something really dumb. So we've got a timer running because this is a speed run. We have a timer running because, you know, the entire island is about to collapse. And he's going to add a third timer by using Condemned because we weren't trying to go fast to begin with. Once those timers were to run out, they'd die. But, you know, this is how we kill Narapa. It's easy boss fight. So now I'm going to try to get as many magic points as I can before my timer runs out. In in the hopes of getting Doom on Edgar. I think it's a ×2, so we get about 6%. We were on 36% as I entered this part, so I highly doubt I'll be able to get it, but we're gonna try. Okay, that's on Edgar. That's also fine. I'll have to check how many more of these naughties I need to kill up to make that deficit. 22, so like I said, 6% each. So we need 4 more. That might be possible. I think I should have the time for it. If nothing weird happens, we should have the time for it. That's 78, so we'll be on 84 now. Yeah, 3 more. That should be possible. Let's go. Let's make up the mistake somehow and salvage things. We kind of need Doom for the next boss fight. As soon as I jump, by the way, here, we're going to cut off the save and kill Sid incentive.
Hey.
So that's coming up real soon. Okay, that should give me Doom. One away. 30 seconds remaining. This is really clutch. Come on, encounter, please. Hello? Game? Please? Like, seriously? Okay. Okay, it's preemptive. That's good. This is not how you're supposed to do this. This is not how clutch it's supposed to be. Oh boy, he's going for the mute. Do I have enough time? 8 seconds. Jump. Let's go. Okay, we made it. Don't ask me how. But yeah, we made it into the World of Ruin. So hereby, I'm going to be cutting off the kill and save Sid, and I believe saving one, right?
We are going to save Sid.
Thank you. Mitch, did you get me a drink? Sorry? Fanta. Just get it off my account. It's fine. So yeah, as a matter of fact, had this been 100%, we actually would have not lost any time there, because you actually need to wait for that timer to run out on 100% up until about 5 seconds before the end. So I would have made it by exactly 2 seconds.
I know. I believe I've asked you a few days ago.
Yeah, you might have. It comes up every once in a while. Yeah. But yeah. With that, the world gets destroyed. And that is the end of the world as we know it. So yeah, we have Doom, which means we're going to be fine for the next few bosses. We need Doom before the end boss. That's a given. If I do not have it for the final boss, we will die. Because there's one phase that I cannot kill if I do not have Doom. However, the next boss, Tentacles, becomes a lot easier. And like I said, like it was a mistake. It's the first bigger menu mistake I've made. It lost me like, what, 3 minutes, I think? Which, honestly, like, if it loses me 3 minutes, whatever. That's on a 7-hour run, I'll take that. Yes, thank you. So yeah, this is the part where I don't actually have to do anything. For the first time in forever. Not even hold A, I just don't have to do anything. So, yeah, we're going to be able to, or we're going to get the option to kill or save Sid here. Basically what happened is since that event, a year has passed, and we've been basically in a coma ever since. Sid has taken care of us, but we're on this island alone. The only thing that's for food here is fish. And Sid has gotten quite sick over time. Now, there is a way to save him, which is by feeding him good fish. He's gonna ask for food. We gotta feed him the healthy fish, because those are fine to eat. Now, the healthy fish are either fast-moving fish or fish that spawn in the bottom left. That's how I know they're good fish. If we feed him enough good fish, he will live, and we'll be able to move on, no problem. If we don't feed him enough good fish, then he'll die, and you get a very long cutscene, and that's not worth it for us. So basically, in a bit, I'm gonna go into the menu. I'm gonna equip the sprint shoes as quickly as I can. I'm gonna quickly get out and save. Normally, there is actually a manipulation for this, by the way. I could manipulate those fish, but it's completely frame perfect. So I'm not very good at that. I haven't actually had a chance to even learn that properly. So yeah, no. I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna do it the old-fashioned way. Now, we can get this really, really quickly, or it can lose us minutes. And that's completely RNG, because this is the more RNG setting, but on average, definitely the faster one. Yeah, here, like I said, relic, real quick, heck, sprint shoes. There we go. That additional movement speed will be important here. So I'm gonna go into the overworld. It's kind of like we're on an island alone somewhere. And now we're gonna get some fish. So that's bottom left. So I know that's an average but good enough fish. There's basically 4 kinds of fish. There's a really bad one, -32. There is a bad average one, which is -16. A good average one, +16, and a good fast one, which is +32. If there's no fish, I can't get any game. So this is where we're gonna meme with these fish. Okay, there's a fast one and there is a bottom left one, so that's double good. That's the best you can get. Thank you, fish. Yeah, these fish are big memers. You will see very soon why. Okay, I'm seeing a fast fish. Oh, that's the bad one. Oh well, that's fine. I've got a +32 and a -16, so that's still a +16 net. That's not the worst thing. A fast fish and a good average fish, so that'd be if fish. Thank you. This is come on. Thank you. Okay. See, this is the only thing you're gonna get if you need to save him. If you kill him, I could get some slow fish to speed up the process, but other than that, there isn't much I'd be doing, because that's just a time thing. I can't give him a seagull, no. That doesn't do much. Okay, thanks for all you've done for me. So we're getting pretty close. There's no fish. Game, there's no fish. This is not how we do this. Okay, I'm seeing a fast one. I'm seeing a bottom left one. That's both good. That should be enough to save him. Oh, okay, we're almost there. A bottom left one, though, so at least that's the +16. I don't know if that'll be enough to save him, though. It might be. It's going to be close. Oh, not enough. Come on. 2 bad ones. Slow fish -32 and bad average fish -16. So that's not going to help me. That's come on, game. So, okay, so this is what I mean with, you can lose minutes here. This is how you lose minutes here. Okay, that's at least an average one, so they can get, you know, not drop too much on that counter. Basically, you need to get it to a total of 255. Hence the plus 16, minus 16, plus 32, you know, all that good stuff. Another average one. Fish, thank you. So yeah. Oh come on, it's the minus 32 fish. It's completely random. Like I said, it is manipulable, but it's really, really hard. Even pro runners don't, or well, pro runners will attempt to, but don't usually get beyond the first or second set of fish. Okay, we got him. There we go. There we go. We saved Sid. So because we saved Sid, he's gonna get show us the project that he's been working on the past year. Now, for those wondering what would happen if you kill him, at some point you come home and you find a letter, which explains, you know, his whole story and as well as the raft. And instead of him telling you to move on, you find the bandana from Locke on one of those seagulls. That bandana then basically gives you the strength you need in order to continue, knowing that Locke might still be out there. You know, that kind of stuff. It's pretty sweet, but yeah. This is the speedrun strat. As you can tell, you can very much get trolled here. That's fine. Minor details, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you weren't here for that earlier, but since you didn't catch that, we're about to get to the longest Chocobo sequence in the game. It is fantastic. Join in. Just join in. Yeah, this is where it's at, guys. If you thought it was bad so far, yeah, no. So Relic, we're gonna give him the Charm Bangle. I'm gonna save now that I've saved Sid. I'm gonna move on. So we're gonna kind of go out of our way here. That, by the way, is Kefka's Tower. That's the final dungeon in the game. We can't access it yet, but we will be able to access it very soon. Basically, the way that the World of Ruin is set up is their first 2 dungeons of it are scripted. We need to do those in a very specific order. After, like, I believe 4 dungeons, no, 3 dungeons even, you basically, like, the world opens up to you, and it's up to you as to what you're gonna do. Come again? Yes, this changed into Legend of Zelda, where, you know, you can just do the entire world the way you want to. But yeah, the idea is, and it's what the next main theme of the game is called as well, like the main song. It's called Searching for Friends. Finding everybody back again and, you know, building up your party to go towards the end. You can enter the final dungeon if you want to, sure. But, you know, more party members makes that easier. Anyway, Chocobo sequence. So, you guys ready? Here we go. Just party along, Rashla. Yo, RP guy, join on. Come on, dude. This is it's one of 2 times, by the way, that the entire song will loop even. Hold on. Okay, that's it. Sorry? I think this one. Yeah, I think this one. This is probably my favorite Chocobo theme. Okay, so we're gonna go over here. I'm gonna sell a bunch more stuff. Maybe I should sort my inventory first, though. That tends to be useful sometimes. Let's see. Imperial. So my money is really important here. I need it to not end in 1 or 0 by the end of this. Thunderblade. Where do I have my Chocobo brush? I have my Thunderblade equipped. Okay, that's fine. Orang. Don't need that. Cotton robe. Don't need the sneak ring anymore. A little bit more here. I do need that. I don't need one of these white capes. One is enough, and that'll get me enough to buy 2 enhancers. Do I have enough for the Bard's hat still? I don't. Okay, now I do. So yeah, there we go. So we're gonna go enter this cafe. We're gonna talk to all these thieves. These are thieves that have been that have managed to escape from Figaro prison. They used to be locked up in Figaro Castle, but they've managed to escape, and now they're planning to sneak into Figaro under command of their leader Gerard, who apparently, you know, they want to get the treasure in there because, you know, it is a pretty big kingdom and all that. But you know, of course, we recognize Gerard immediately as Edgar, or Shield, as we'd like to refer to him. Just to make sure, I'm going to check my money count, make sure that it doesn't end in 1 or 9. I believe it ends in 3, if I saw correctly. It does end in 3. I need it to not end in 1 or 9, because if not the next boss, but the one after that, if it ends in 1 or 9, level Crrool is going to hit me, and it's going to do a lot of damage. If it doesn't end in either one of those 2 values, it's not going to hit me, and thus making the fight basically free on me. So that's why that's so important. Oh, I hope you guys like Chocobos, by the way, because we're going to do one more. It is the shortest Chocobo sequence in the game. You'll see. This one's pretty good. You probably won't mind. Right, we're gonna. So yeah, we're gonna take a ship here to. I don't even know what this next town is called. It's not even relevant, honestly. I think this is South Figaro. I think we end in South Figaro, but I might be wrong. We might also not. Yeah, it is South Figaro. Okay, cool. I wasn't wrong. So here we're going to talk to Gerard one more time. Like, are you still here? You know, what are you guys doing? You really got me mistaken for somebody else. But, you know, we know. Because clearly that is not Gerard, but Edgar. So here we're going to buy another Chocobo. Like I said, shortest Chocobo sequence in the game. But, you know, memes. And it's actually still faster. So here we go. And that's it. That's it. That's literally it. That's the shortest Chocobo sequence in the game. It's barely worth it. But, you know, you save like 1 or 2 encounters, so it makes it worth it. So yeah, that said, we're now gonna crawl through this dungeon. It might take us a little bit to get through here. And then by the end of it, we're gonna fight a boss. And this is a pretty tough boss sometimes. This is also one of the bosses why I needed Doom. And then from there on, it's one more dungeon and then the world opens up to us. So we can start working towards getting to the final dungeon in the game. I should say, by the way, the final dungeon has like 6 boss fights, so it'll take a while to do that dungeon. I think the dungeon itself takes like about half an hour plus whatever the final boss decides to take. Also, shoutouts to Indy. It's our little turtle friend again.
Hey, turtles.
Indy got all hyped about that turtle. And, you know, he's not wrong. Our little BSG mascot right there. He's going to help us along here. He's going to grant us safe passage into that hidden cave in the back there. Ah, crap, I missed the cycle. Always annoying when you miss that. I hardly ever miss it, but if you misstep somewhere, then there is a chance. Oh well, too bad. Yeah, the guy that entered before us, Siegfried, he has all of the chests already. He just took every chest's content. Not that it matters, because we wouldn't have picked up any of them anyway, but it's... Like, the game is kind of baiting you with how many treasure chests it just puts on the way. Anyway, we're into Figaro Castle, and, you know, Edgar making sure that the guard is all right, or Gerard just looking out to see that the guard is, you know, actually unconscious. Whatever you want to make from it. And into the basement we go. Now, there's 2 items I'm going to pick up real quick. That's a gravity... Oh, it's preemptive. I can just run away. A gravity rod and the crystal helm, I believe it is. Those are just for selling. They sell for a lot of money. There we go. So that should be the last random encounter before we get to the boss. Okay, so we're gonna cure her to full. Espers, Ifrit for a bit. Answer and the Mage's Hat? Yeah, Mage's Hat. And this is a very important one. I'll explain in a bit why. But those running shoes, they matter a lot. Okay, so this engine is kind of struggling with a tentacle problem. I don't know what it is with this game and tentacles, but this is the 5th boss with tentacles. Either way, you know, we're gonna fight these. Now, these guys have a thing called a move called Seize, which basically grabs you or slows you, then grabs you, and you know they're gonna try to kill you off with that. The thing is, however, because of they can only grab you if you're slowed, and because of the way that we've set it up, I can't be slowed, at least not with Celeste. This is, by the way, also where we're going to do Doom for the first time. Because you see that one that's actually getting healed there? Yeah, that one's actually weak to Doom. So that's one of them out of the way. That's why getting Doom early is so important. It just takes care of one of these at least. Yeah, because of how do you call it? Because of the running shoes, Celeste can't ever be seized. And that makes this fight a lot easier, as you can tell. Otherwise, I'd have to rely on her blocking it or something. It's actually casually a really good strat as well, to just have a running shoes on her there. I think I used that in like my second playthrough or something, because I knew that was going to block C's. So it's like, oh, it makes it easy. So yeah, those thieves get out of here. They get the treasure. Edgar explains to us that the main reason he let those thieves, or he followed the thieves like that, was mostly so that because they knew a way into the castle. He knew no way of getting here, but they knew apparently, and you know, might as well use that to your advantage then, right? I'm gonna quickly switch that with the fire rods. Alex, you're gonna get the Yale hairpin there. No, not White Cape Charm, Bangle, and the sprint shoes. Well, I don't really have a lot of healing that I need to do. That's nice. Now we're just gonna get back to the top of here. You know, now that the engine is cleared out, it's not a big deal anymore. We can just resurface, use our tunnel castle thing again. Oh, yeah, this is the castle I can dig under the desert. It's like the third time we encounter that. And now we're going to travel to another place in the on the world map using that exact same technique. So yeah, now that we have a second party member, it's time to start assembling a team of people that we can kill Kefka with. So the basic idea is, after the next dungeon, I can enter Kefka's tower. I can go into the final dungeon if I'd like to. However, at the start of that dungeon, we're going to split into 3 parties. So I'll need enough party members that I can actually survive that. For that, we are going to be gathering exactly 6 party members in total. The next one is coming up. Next one is also kind of like the least important one, but we mostly have to pick him up for story purposes anyway. It's the one that we're not actually going to use in any of the battles. Well, one boss fight we use him in, but you know, other than that, not really. And then every other party member serves its purpose for me. So this is Curlingen, where you know, we're gonna meet up with my biggest mistake today. Yeah. Okay. So here we meet up with Setzer again, and he's gonna join our party. You know, seeing us, he's got renewed hope, and he's got a way that we might be able to get back into the air, find another airship. For you see, his airship wasn't the only one in the world. There were 2. The other one is located in Dariel's tomb. That's where we're gonna go. That's gonna get us one final shot at beating Kefka. Now, Dariel's tomb, conveniently enough, is like right over there. It's not very far away from here. Here we go. Casually gonna walk there. We save the game. Here we go. So this place is kind of dangerous because a lot of enemies can cause zombie status, and I only have 3 revivifies left. That's about average of what I have left. You know, usually I have like 3, somewhere between 3 and 5. But nonetheless, they can potentially be dangerous. So first things first, we're gonna go into the room over here at that tombstone, and that's gonna open up a door, and I need to hit a button in the back of this room. Now I basically have everyone queued up for smoke bombs, so I can just hold A, basically. Now that we have that, we're going to go to the other side here and get us some more of that. A couple treasures. We need to hit one more switch. It's fine if Setzer takes damage there. It's not a big deal. Yeah, we find one of the most broken items in the game here, and I'm not talking about that crystal meal there. Crystal meal is just a lot of money, basically. I'm gonna open up the door using that switch, and over here, there's actually a hidden hallway. Ooh, preemptive, nice. The end of this hidden hallway is the EXP egg, an item that will double the experience gained from any party member that holds it. That'll speed up the grinding quite significantly, as you might be able to imagine. So yeah, we warp out and back into Dariel's tomb for part 2 of this place. Now we're just going to go down here. It's actually faster to just use a warp stone to get out of there and just re-enter, take this doorway. We're also going to see more turtles. This dungeon has a few turtles. Indy would love this place.
Probably is dreaming at the moment about this place.
Probably. Knowing Indy, yeah. It suit him to be thinking of this fantastic dungeon with a lot of turtles in it. I'm gonna step aside here to quickly make a save here, just to, you know, be absolutely sure nothing can go wrong. And then we're just gonna go for the boss fight. Yeah, next up, the next boss is gonna be Dullahan, which is the last required boss outside of the final dungeon. Let's see. You get the hero ring in here. That becomes the running shoes. We want to have the charm bangle off from here on out, at least for a little bit. Wall ring and back guard. He's going to get Zone Seek. This is a very important one. If I don't equip Zone Seek there, I might as well just give up, because she wouldn't be able to deal enough damage towards the end. Our entire route is based on her getting Zone Seek right then and there, just before we start the grind. So this is where Dariel sleeps, and this is where we're going to fight Dullahan. He's going to start off with level Pearl, which, again, if my money is correct, will not hit any of us. It didn't. Ow. Where's the man-eater? Yeah, I actually want him dead there. That might seem weird, but that's intended. Use Cure 2 on himself, you know, compared to what kind of damage I'm dealing, not a big deal. So the reason I want him dead is because I don't want him to get experience in a little bit. Yeah, that's Dullahan. That's the last required boss in the game that's not in the final dungeon. So everything from this point onward is technically optional. And we're gonna get a very cute little backstory here. Because as we get here, we actually learn some of Setzer's background. This song still gives me chills even now. So Dariel was not just anybody, but was his girlfriend, his wife. I don't know if they were actually married, but either way, you know. They were always in a competition with each other, seeing who was the fastest in the airship. Yeah, you see, one day, as they were doing their race, you know, flying to the other side of the world and back again, as they would, something happened along the way. So they basically here agree to, you know, meet up on their usual spot, right? Or they're gonna, you know, meet up on their usual spot, but that's, yeah, along the way, Dariel's airship ends up crashing. Took them a year after that. Setzer finds the wreckage of the ship. In her honor, he restored the ship back to its former glory and put it to rest here in her tomb. But now it might just give us one last chance to save the world. So here we go, guys. Find the Falcon, and it's off to find our friends. Or, well, we're gonna find, like, one of them. The other two characters we're gonna pick up are new, and the other, like... 8 we're not even going to look for. Because it's just not worth it. We do 100%. 100% requires you to get every single character back, which is really cool. Now, as we get to the airship, the game kind of gives you a hint as to where you might find somebody by sending a bird over to a town over here. If you were to go into the town, you'd be able to see some letters that were written by Sian, and it's the first hint that it tries to give you of, you know, where you might be able to find a friend. We are going to fly there, but not so much to find Sian, because Sian is kind of useless. Instead, we're going to fly here to do some grinding, because this is where we do our grinding spot. This is why we're still invisible and all that. Yeah, these things give quite a lot of experience, as you'll very soon see. They might also not immediately die, as we'll figure out soon enough, I guess. Okay, they did. Cool. Yeah, now that we've gotten a little bit more experience, basically what we're going to plan to do here is we're just going to walk around a bit. I have the correct relic on her, right? I don't have the XP egg on her. Whoops. That's fine. Hero ring, EXP egg. You get the Gale hairpin. Oh, can't do that. Okay, then I'm gonna give you the Gale hairpin, whatever. I'll need to change that once I revive Setzer later. It's because he completely died in the fight. That's fine. I have Edgar Doom himself here. It's just so that Edgar is dead, you know. I can't use him from this point onward. Use that last fire rod to kill off these Mantides. They wouldn't actually yet die to a fire rod. We're not high enough level for that. But from this point onward, every single level up we get, and we just got 5, by the way. Nah, not 5. We did get like a bunch of them, like 3, I think. But every level up we get a +2 on our magic power from here on out. So the quicker we gain levels, the better. Yeah, there you see. Earlier, a magic or an ice rod wouldn't have been enough to kill those reach frogs, but now it's fine. That's why that experience just becomes so important. Antides is not really what I'm looking for right now. Now, one cool little side fact here. Because of the way that experience works in this game, every party member that's not in my party right now, meaning, you know, all the 3 that I'm still going to be picking up, are actually going to be gaining levels out of this, because the average level of my characters is quite rapidly increasing right now. As a result of that, all of the other remaining party members will actually be of a fairly decent level when I pick them up. I think Mog, for example, gets like +5 of your average level +5, which, you know, at this point is pretty decent. Also, we don't need these rods anymore past this point, so I can just use them up. As long as I actually feel the need to do that. Once Ice 2 starts killing, it's not a big deal anymore. Those Reach Frogs are ideal for now, by the way. They give less experience, but they give more money. And more money is mostly just there for safety later on. That is one thing that I'll be doing. I'll be picking up a little bit more money here, so that I can buy like extra Phoenix Downs and whatnot for the final boss fight. Plus, these things can't hit me anyway, so that makes things easier. Bunch of spells. It's really all about that magic power. That magic power is going to allow me to basically deal 9,999 damage on every single hit later. You can probably already see it there. Like, if you've been paying attention to the damage rolls there, you might have noticed that they've basically tripled since I started the grind. Where at the start it was like 2,000 to 3,000, we're now upwards of like 7,000, no problem. So now I just need to grind out some more encounters. I'll see soon what level I am. Lots of reach frogs, which is actually good. Happy with that. Let's see if an Ice 2 kills. If Ice 2 kills, that means I can stop using rods. Doesn't yet. Okay, that's fine. So this is unfortunately a thing they do sometimes. Always annoying when they do this. Come on, there we go. They won't ever actually hit me because of the invisibility status, but they're just gonna be a bit annoying and then you'll get again.
How can they actually start a fight with you if they don't see you?
That is a very good question, how they would start a fight with me if they can't see me. Maybe I'm starting the fight with them, just hunting them down. Maybe that's what's happening. I mean, technically I kind of am. Okay, there goes my last ice rod. Yeah, the level we're aiming for is level 42, because that's the level that I learned Ice 3. It's the most powerful spell that I'll be needing in this game. Doing that through Reach Frogs is always good, because that means I'm probably going to have more than enough money to work with. Bare minimum, I'd need 73,000 gil. Ideally, I want to have, like, at least 100,000. Maybe even so far as going, like, 130,000. That one Reach Frog, though. I don't like that guy, you know? Just standing there like that, being the only one left. But now with the level up, it shouldn't be a damage range anymore. How much money do we have? Okay, so we're already on 90,000. Like I said, I'd ideally have more, but technically that's enough to work with. Another level up. We're getting there. This is just that, you know, we gotta grind because it's an RPG, and, you know, I guess every 7-hour run is gonna have at least one boring part, right? What are we looking at right now? 41 and 102,000 gil. We can probably call it after the next encounter. Maybe I'll do one more after that just to get some extra money. But we should be just about fine. I should be getting Ice 3 either out of this fight or out of the next one. Yeah, there's Ice 3. I'll do one more fight, just for safety. And we'll be on about 120... okay, make it 118,000 gil. Don't think I've ever been in a situation where that wouldn't have been enough.
Hopefully today is not time.
Yeah, hopefully today is not going to be the first time in that. Okay, 113,000 even. That still should be more than enough. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a Tau robe here. And we're just gonna get out of here. Now, first things first, we're gonna get ourselves another party member. Of course. Of course. Sorry, I have to be a little bit mad about this. So, over the entire world map, there is exactly one tile. And you can see the map in like the corner of the screen. There's exactly one tile that spawns a boss fight. It's random which tile that is. I hit that lone one tile. You can, like, we don't even cross like 5% of the world map. Yet I somehow managed to hit that one tile right away. I am mad about that. Oh, wait, maybe I should get the charm bangle back up real quick. The relic. So, first off, he was supposed to still have that. The running shoes, I believe he had. Let me check that real quick. Yeah, he had the running shoes. Running shoes, sprint shoes. So let's get the earrings. No, that's the is that correct? Okay, hold on. I'm confused for a second here. Don't worry. Okay, yeah, running shoes, charm bangle. There we go. Not a whole lot that I can do wrong there, but I just want to make sure that I don't make any silly mistakes here. So yeah, the first one's actually a new one, and that means I'm going to be cutting off the Mog name right now, because that we're about to get there. So do tell, who ended up winning the Mog name?
Mark is going to be Kupo.
Kupo. Kupo? Kupopo. You'll see soon what that reference is. So yeah, as I said, we're also gonna get pretty close to the Go-Go name here, so that's it's a few minutes left for that. So, you know, if you want to get the Go-Go name, you'll probably have to be fast on that one as well. Now, remember how I said the EXP egg was one of the most broken items in the game, but that there was something more broken? Yeah, we're about to get the actually most broken item in the game. It's right up here. He's so far down on the menu. Oh, right. Man-eater. I remember. So this is Mog, or Kupo. The first thing he immediately says, because, you know, most Moogles can only say Kupo. So apparently Ramu told him that we were coming, and now he's going to join our party. He's also going to suggest getting the Sasquatch, but we're not actually going to get that. Now behind him, we find the Moogle Charm, which is quite literally the most broken item in the game. That. Then Celeste gets the earrings and hero ring. He gets nothing. And he gets the white cape and running shoes. Wait, Setzer get... Okay, yeah, Setzer gets white cape, running shoes. There we go. Edgar gets the Bard's hat. Alright, just warp stone out of here. So, now, for those that haven't, or that don't know what the Moogle Charm does, I'm going to show you guys the power of the Moogle Charm right away. We're going to get another party member, which is over here in a town, and we're going to have to go through this house, which has like a bunch of encounters, and it has a time limit to it. Just see what stands out about this next... Well, it's not really a dungeon, but there are encounters. Because as soon as we enter town, it turns out that this house is collapsing in on itself. And, well, a certain friend of ours is trying to keep it there. It's Sabin. Apparently there's a kid inside, so he's going to have to hold the door while we save the kid. We're going to do just that. I'm first going to pick up this Crrool rod. Pick up this hyper wrist. Oh, Rashla, have you already figured out what it does, the Moogle Charm?
It makes sure that you don't get any encounter.
Exactly. It makes sure that we do not get a single encounter anymore. And, you know, since we're speedrunners, not getting random encounters is pretty darn good. As long as we have Mog in the party, we can completely avoid every single random encounter. So yeah, we save the kid, and with that, we're going to get Sabin into the party. That'll be party member number 5. We've got one more to pick up, which is Go-Go. As soon as the second then Golf hits, that's when we're cutting it.
Okay.
There's one more thing I need to do before that. So yeah, casually, you're actually kind of supposed to get Sabin, like, really early when you still only have Celeste, but it's just much faster to get him now. With that, we have 5 party members. We're going to get into the ship, and we're going to change the party real quick. Because right now, I only need Mog, and I only Mog and Sabin, basically. It's the only 2 people I need from here on out. Or at least for this next segment. See, Sabin can actually learn his most powerful move at this point in the game. Normally, you're supposed to be like level 60-something before you unlock this. However, there is a hidden cutscene over here which unlocks it as well. So we're going to be getting that real quick. We meet Duncan, Sabin's old master. And Duncan is going to teach his strongest ability, the strongest blitz in the game, Bum Rush. And Bum Rush is... it's quite powerful. So yeah, Sabin gets all sad, you know, seeing his master, who seems to apparently have not died after all. But, you know, Duncan puts him right back up there, you know, we don't have time for you to be sad. You're gonna start practicing. And then they're just gonna do this. Enjoy. You're gonna kind of, you know, it's a rough fight, I'd imagine. Sparring, yeah. Even like, I know it's just a sparring match, but they seem to be going at it. Yeah, he's teaching us Bum Rush, which is actually considered a magical ability in the game, which is why I'll be using earrings later on to buff its power even more. When properly used, I can deal against most enemies like 5,000 to 6,000 damage a hit with it. So that's going to make particularly a couple of boss fights a lot easier. Okay, now I have one more thing to get. One more party member. Go-Go. Which is on this island here. Now, I'm gonna actually remove the Moogle Charm in a bit. And we're gonna get into an encounter. I need that encounter to engulf twice. He's got two moves that he can do. He can either engulf or demi. We want to see engulf as much as possible. So here we go. This is Zone Eater. There's the first engulf, so get ready to cut it off.
It's going to be roads.
Unless somebody snipes it last minute,
Yeah.
which is still a thing. I was supposed to change the battle speed, which I forgot, but we got 2 engulfs, so feel free to cut the incentive now. That was the last incentive of this game. I know there was a lot of incentives here, but yeah, thank you guys all for donating, and you know, keep up the good work. We're gonna briefly go through this dungeon. This is literally the belly of the monster. I'm gonna purposely fall down here because I want to have these 2 chests on the or down here. The ether. Ether isn't actually that important. It's mostly that red jacket that I really want to have. Okay, just in time. We're getting that magical brush for money. Now I need that guy to move towards the right, preferably. These guys move completely random. There we go. Now I can just pass. We're gonna save here, because if I make one mistake in this next room, it'd be game over. This thing would actually just crush me. Makes sense considering, you know, that entire floor. What? I was in the gap. Game. Good thing I saved. Okay, whatever. Not a big deal. I am somewhat upset about that, though. I was in the gap. I was in time. That's mean. I died there in practice as well, actually. Well, not that one specifically, but just in general. I'll play it slow if you really want me to. Pick up the Zephyr Cape for money and the Hero Ring. Okay. It was gonna be Broad, right?
Yes.
Oh. We're about to pick him up. First, there's one more chest that I'm gonna get. So interestingly enough, Gogo's name gets mentioned so little that normally it's not even worth renaming him. It's the only character in the game that we don't rename in a regular run. On account of, you know, I think his name literally shows up like twice and then, you know, during combat, but it doesn't waste time there. So this is Gogo, the Mimic Lord. We don't know what he is. Is he a man? Is he a mama? Is it a man? Is it a woman? Should we ask? Basically what it says.
Oh, we know Broad is a guy, so...
Yeah, but, you know. So yeah, this guy's kind of cool. And then we're just going to warp out of here. We're going to do some final setting up, and then we're going to head into the final dungeon of the game. Because yes, it is that time already. Now, that doesn't mean we're done by any means. We still have, like, the final dungeon is at least a half an hour, and the final boss takes quite a bit more on top of it. We've got, like, at least another 45 minutes left, I want to say, but we're on pretty decent pace.
Yeah, if it's only 45 minutes left, then you're going to be
by a lot. By a lot, which is kind of what I was hoping for. Not gonna lie. Maybe I should save just in case. Make sure I don't sell any dumb items that I shouldn't be selling. Okay, here we go. So this is where we're gonna get the remainder of our protecting gear and whatnot. Let's see, the gravity rod. Let's start with that. Hold on. Let me actually sort my inventory. That might be smart. Let's be smart, you know? Magical brush. Crystal helm. Don't need those plumed hats anymore. Do I sell the crystal mail? We do sell the crystal mail. wall ring and the hyper wrist. I can sell the Zephyr Cape on top of that. Buy a circlet and a diamond vest. Don't want to mess things up now, basically. 6 pearl rods. And those remaining 45,000 gil is all for protection item or for extra healing items. For added safety, basically. So I'm gonna first and foremost buy like 20 more of those. We're gonna buy like 7 of 7 will do. 7 of those. Bunch of smoke bombs. Some remedies are very important. And then like 30 potions. That should just about do. I think that's just about it. I think we got everything we need. So, that said, we've got one more menu to do. We're going to back row these two. So this is the thing with Gogo. You can actually give him every ability in the game. You're limited to 4, but you can give him whatever you want. So we're going to give him those. Blitz, Magic, and Item. Put some relics on Sabin, specifically the Charm Bangle and the Sprint Shoes. Same for Gogo, getting the Back Guard and Gale Hairpin to make my life a little bit easier in the next dungeon. Optimize him, and he's gonna get the Mithril Rod because I need those Pearl Rods. Save, and go into the final dungeon. Yeah, this is where it's all at.
Moment of truth.
Yeah, you can say that again, but like I said, this is a fairly lengthy dungeon. There's like 6 bosses. It'll take a while. So yeah, this is where we're going to break into Kefka's domain. Now, as I mentioned, at the start of this place, we're going to split the party into 3 parts. We're going to get a team that is Mog and Setzer. We're going to get a Sabin and Gogo, and we're going to get Celeste teamed up with Edgar. Also, I need to put them in very specific places. That's all calculated, you know, depending on what we need when. There we go. There is a few items on the way that I cannot forget, specifically the Minerva Force Shield and Force Armor. Those are going to be kind of important. But I should be fine for the most of it. So let's see what's going to happen. So first and foremost, we're going to go into Sabin's party. That's the one we're going to start off with. It's a pretty lengthy walk we need to do there with them. Let's get the first item, the Minerva. So these things are going to hurt a bit, but that'll be fine. There is, by the way, a couple of other bosses, optional bosses in these dungeons, specifically some of the dragons. Basically, like, there's a bunch of dragons that you can kill throughout the game, and if you kill all 8 of them, I believe it is, you get, like, another Esper. Really good one at that, but it's not worth it for us in any percent. It's all 100% stuff, basically. The Force Shield, that's the second one. So there is one encounter that I need to watch out for here, which is an unrunnable one. We're going to hope to not encounter it. That'd be ideal. But if we do, you know, got to keep an eye on it. I do need that Force Armor. Okay, so far so good. Still haven't seen it. We can kill it, but it would waste a little bit of time. Can't see it down here, luckily. So yeah, we have to hit that bridge there. That's so that one of the other parties later on can pass that part. Otherwise, they get stuck there. And with that, we reach the end for our first party. Well, almost. Looks like no unrunnables, at least not with this party. That's something. What level are they? Ah, Rip Go-Go. This is fine. I do need to smoke bomb out of here now, though. It is fine. I can deal with that. We have Phoenix Downs and whatnot, so it's not a big deal. Not to mention, one of the things Go-Go gets is that he can do... Oh, right, they're not in the party right now. He gets every spell of every party member, but since technically it's not in the party right now, but rather they're in one of the other parties, it doesn't count, right? Do it like that then. Just use a few potions, not a big deal. I'm gonna follow them around to the switch over there. Okay, maybe unequip them. So, we're gonna equip him we're gonna remove the Thunder Shield from him, get him the Mithril Shield. We're gonna remove these relics. We're gonna move on to Celestis' party. I think that's good. Yes. Equip, Celeste, Optimum, and you get the Force Shield that we just picked up. So it's that M block stat that you see in the on the right. That was the important one. No, we'll do that slightly different, actually. The reason M block is so... Oh, this is the unrunnable one. Yeah, the reason M block is so important here is basically what that's going to do for us is the block stat in this game is kind of broken. So M block also counts as your regular block. So if you were to have a 128 M block, which is the maximum amount, nothing would be able to hit you, neither physical nor magic. So what we're going to do is that Force Shield ups it by like 60, which is going to make it really easy for me to just make a literal human shield for the final boss fight. That's going to just basically have a 97% block chance. That's basically why we have Edgar with us right now. He's going to be that human shield.
That's why he's called Shield?
That is why he's called Shield, yes. I opted the name Shield. He can also sometimes completely ruin you, by the way, if you're not careful. He can do some bad things there. But we'll see, we'll see. We'll get to the final boss, we'll see what happens. That's what it's gonna matter. I got some tents, right? Yes. Why we got tents? So I could save up on my elixirs. It's safe, because we haven't done that in a while. Now, time for the first of those 6 bosses. Really? It's only 300 damage, but still. Now, had I had a Thunder Rod left, I could have used that on this fight, but since I don't, we're just going to have to do it old-fashioned strats. This is Inferno. He's not particularly difficult, honestly. Need to Ice 3 his body a few times. Not going to do too much with Edgar here. I should have ATB waited, but other than that, you know, we'll do that next turn, I guess. So yeah, 4 Ice 3s should be able to kill this thing off. As you can tell, these bosses, because of the way that we have our equipment set up, they just can't do a whole lot, you know? They just miss everything, or it ends up healing me, or, you know, that sort of stuff. That's kind of annoying, though. Petrifying me like that. I have to throw a remedy. This is why I got remedies, though, so that, you know, if they decide to be dumb like that, I can still deal with it. Anybody say something about a tent? Right, let's use that again. Great strategy, honestly. Yeah, that's the first of those 6 bosses down. 5 more to go. So, yeah, with that, we're going to just make our way towards the end of that. We get that Mega Elixir real quick. I need to hit that chest in order to open up another path for the third party that I'll be passing later. We're just gonna out of there, staircase up here, enter the door, and we're just gonna follow around to the button. We're gonna see another one of those dragons. Again, we're just gonna ignore it. That's 100% stuff, not any percent. Oh, a preemptive, nice. Not that that's actually going to save me much time or lose me much time, but I suppose. And right around onto the button. Remove everything from Edgar real quick in terms of relics, and we're going to switch to our last party. Now, this party is actually the easiest in that, you know, we don't have any encounters during this, so we don't have to worry about that aspect at least. I'm gonna grab the fixed dice. That's in case we get a very rare situation on one of the boss fights. We shouldn't really need it, but, you know, just in case. Around here, there, because we now have that bridge done. I remember this room from the Magitech factory. Yeah, it's still a thing. It's kind of destroyed, though. Oh, right, that's the tack star. I don't need that. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay, so now things are going to be super specific for a bit. Because if I make one mistake here, it's a big problem. Okay, left. I need to go left here. Have Mark stand on that button. And Sabin gets the sprint shoes. Charm bangle again. That's all, just so that I know I can at least, you know, so that I know I'll have the correct characters for the correct boss fights later. That's kind of important. Wait, I do need to unequip still. Because now Edgar is going to get exactly those same relics again. Charm bangle, sprint shoes. We're gonna get up here. We're gonna go for the next boss fight. And this is, I don't actually have a save point between these two bosses, so. Pretty much the only one of those boss fights that doesn't have a save point pretty much immediately before it. hit that switch real quick. Then it's up here onto the next boss. So this is Guardian. Slow this guy, because this guy is actually weak to slow. And then just try to deal as much damage as possible. I may have to heal Maria at some point if it goes on like this. Should take exactly 6 ice and maybe an additional drill or 2 to get this thing down. I think we should just be about done with it now. From here on, it should just be some ice, and then we'll get him down. Ooh, that's a very low roll. Okay, that's expected to happen. Eventually, Edgar will die there. We're 1 ice away from killing it now, so we should be good here. There we go, that's Guardian. Yeah, onto the save point, because, you know, we kind of might want to have that save point here now. Use a tent. Heal up real quick. Get the Thunder Shield, you get the Force Shield. That's very important for the next boss fight. It's going to basically be immediately after. And this is where we're going to start getting to the big bosses. We've got 4 bosses left, and they're all pretty major bosses. So remember those 3 statues of the gods that I talked about earlier? Yeah, those are basically the next bosses. Oh boy, an unrunnable here. Is it even worth killing this? I don't think it is. Whatever. I'm just going to kill it anyway. Yeah, Poltergeist should be fine either way, honestly. Luckily, we're blocking a decent amount here, so it should be fine. Okay, on to Poltergeist. Yeah, this is where you can really tell, you know, it starts to ramp up things a bit.
I hear it already in the music.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the strat for this one's pretty straightforward. We just ice 3 a few times. Do an occasional drill just to make sure I actually deal enough damage, but I should be fine either way. It's got 58,000 HP. It should be exactly 6 ice 3s. Edgar is likely to die on this fight, but it's not a big deal if he does. Like I said, he's likely to die. Not a big deal. We don't need him right now. Could be like 1 or 2 more, I think. Should be pretty much there. This is also, like I said, this is why that magic power is so important in this game. Upping that like crazy. And that was Poltergeist. Sub 6 Poltergeist. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty good. That's really good, actually. Huh.
You remember the time of your...
7:05.
Yeah, but I meant of this fight.
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay.
6:20, I think. We're quite a bit ahead of it. Do I use it? Yeah, we use a tent here. I have to say, we're using a tent, right? So the advantage is now, I always have a save point from here on out. So we're gonna empty her and then give her a mithril shield. Oh wait, that's not what I was supposed to. Actually, hold on. Optimum. I think that's fine. She didn't have the white dress, did she? I kind of done goofed in the menu there, but I don't think it's a major issue. Mystery Veil. I think the Minerva is not supposed to be on her either. I'll get her the white dress, I think. Diamond vest. No, white dress. She gets the white dress, I think. Okay, should be fine. Need to empty him. That's where I made the mistake. That's fine though. Remove. You get to keep a hero ring for now, and I need to remove those two. Save. Okay, on to Mock's party. This is actually the hardest of the three. This is the three statues that we need to fight. Because none of these characters really have anything to, you know, to up them a bit. Running shoes and earrings. Equip. Optimum. Get Optimum and the Force Shield. Now with that, Mock just got a bunch of extra HP, so we're gonna fill him up to full. That should be just about it. Here we go. This is Doom. This is probably the hardest one here. Where are my pearl rods? So yeah, this fight should, if all goes well, pretty much be entirely scripted. This is why we bought so many pearl rods at the start here. Well, kind of just so that we knew we could do this. I need to X-Potion him now already. Supposed to do that a little bit later, after yet another Pearl Rod, but I don't want to risk it. I have an extra X-Potion, worst comes to worst anyway. That works. Okay, so now his aura is going to be shaking, which means he's going to get into a different weakness. Or a different immunity. It's Ice Element. Ice Element is fine. Anything that is not Pearl means we don't have to adjust our strategy. If it's Pearl, it's gonna be funny. And not in a good way funny. This is like not like annoying funny. But it can happen. Never had it in a run luckily, so kinda happy that I didn't get it here. So there goes the last Pearl Rod, and that should be a kill on Doom. There we go. That means we just have 2 bosses left. Granted, the last boss takes like 15 minutes, but Sub 630 might actually even be possible. Oh, okay. There's like 15 minutes worth of credits, and hey, that means we might get to do an extra run later today.
Yeah.
Maybe I can ask Crrool to do that setup buffer from yesterday after all. I was kind of afraid this might be a thing. I was doubting on whether or not I should down my estimate by 10 minutes, but I ended up going against it because I never actually got a run faster, basically. Still, I'd rather have it this way around than the other way around, where I go like 20 minutes over because of inexperience or whatever. Relic, you get the sprint shoes. Arm bangle. Yeah, I'll show off the credits at the very least.
Well, let's first hope that the end boss fight is
Yeah,
going
there's still the final boss, which, trust me, not free. Also, this apparently also not free. With the frickin' double confuse here. That works. Okay, I smoke bombed. Oh, thank you. I'll take a look at that in a bit. I mean, I know I have most of my time saved in PB on the final boss. That's why I practiced the heck out of that fight the past few days. Okay, so Sabin gets with the force shield. Optimum Will Rod. And Mage's Hat. Relic. O-Ring. And we've got double earrings on this guy. But the advantage is I can now just switch party members and just quickly save. So I don't if I die, I won't have to do that menu all over again. So what was 623 was my time in PB on this boss. So this is a rather difficult boss. We'll see soon why. Yeah, thank you. This boss can either go really, really well or really, really poorly. We'll know soon enough which one. I should mention, by the way, you might see me do like press bomb run or press blitz and then wait for a while. There's 9 precise inputs I need to do between selecting blitz and actually getting the move off in order to get the bum rush. So, you know, there's more inputs there than what might meet the eye. Yeah, Goddess is a really powerful move that she starts using if you don't kill her fast enough. So you basically need to hit every bum rush. That sucks. We'll see what happens. I don't know if I can beat her to doing Quasar now. Well, we're probably dead here. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Not a big deal. Just gonna go back into it and we're just gonna try it again. This happens sometimes. He was targeting Sabin a lot. Basically, you just don't want Sabin to take too much damage here. Because if he dies too early, it might be bad. Can you not bolt 3 him over and over again, please? Or bolt 2? Like, Broach will, or Gogo will absorb all lightning damage because he has the Thunder Shield. If he does it on Gogo, you know, it's only, you know, all the better to me. least I got to block that one. Okay, Sabin is still alive, so that means I might be able to get another Blitz off. I'm confused now. Okay. Please kill? Question mark? Sure. Okay, I'll take it. That means just the final boss left. Now, I should say the final boss of this game is not easy. You can die quite easily. I've died a lot in practice. I've also succeeded a lot in practice. It took me about 2.5 hours of practice just to get him down once, my first time around. Sometimes RNG will just not let you win. Sometimes, you know, you make one small mistake and that won't let you win. I've seen all of that happen before. But yeah, put our party members on top of that switch. We're gonna equip you with a mithril shield. Gogo with a red cap. Gogo gets the running shoes along with it so that he gets haste. Haste is kind of useful. Okay, switch to the next party. I'll do this one first, because this one's just a matter of get on top of the button. You don't need to equip those. It's Celeste that it's really all about. Okay, equip. Optimum. Enhancer. Force shield and force armor. 111. Correct. Relic. White cape, that makes 121, which is basically a 97% chance to block all physical hits. And all non-piercing. Where's my hero ring? Is that still... Oh wait, True Knight. Whoops. That would have been bad. And you get the... Do I still have an earring somewhere? There, okay. Looks like my equipment works out just fine. With that, we're going to go into the final boss fight. After a 5-minute little cutscene here. Because that's the thing with this final boss fight. So the thing is, the final boss is right here. Now, this final boss consists of 4 phases, and it's the hardest boss in the game by a long shot. Like I said, I've practiced this boss, I think for the past week alone, like 6 hours, just to get this fight down here. And I still only get it like 30% of the time. This boss is crazy difficult. Even for experienced runners, it's crazy difficult. However, first of all, it's got the best theme in the game. It's absolutely phenomenal. Definitely recommend. Second of all, every time I die, I have to sit through a 5-minute cutscene again. So that's a bit of a thing. And, you know, you can tell, this is that cutscene, basically. It takes a while. If we get him first try, we're looking at probably a 6:35-ish by my estimate. Which,
30-minute PB.
That'd be a 30-minute PB. Which would basically tell me my practice actually paid off, which is nice. For comparison, most really good runners, although the really extremely good runners would have been done like an hour ago, but the like pretty good runners are usually like around these times. Like around here, where I'm now entering the final boss. It's not too big a gap. If they finish where I enter the final boss fight, I'll take that. Most of them are around the 6 to 6:15 mark. So I'll take, you know, going into the final boss at around that time. So yeah, at least I can safely say I'm happy that I was actually able to show off this entire game. Save for maybe the final boss. Because all in all, not a lot went wrong, actually. I mean, I made one menu mistake on Floating Continent, but that was really about it. other than that, I feel like it went pretty well, and I'm happy with that. I've
Oh, you were close with the floating island, with getting the last encounter.
Yeah, okay.
That was kind of
That
lucky.
was kind of clutch. That's fine. That was totally calculated. Don't
Yeah.
worry about it. I would have had backup strats for it, but it would have not been fun. It would have definitely lost me more time. Backup strats on tentacles are not where you want to do. That's just, you don't want to go there. But, you know, sometimes it's a thing. Either way, you know, I've been in big part learning this run so they could show it here because I really wanted to show it. So I've been pushing it the last few weeks to try and get this down a bit. So I'm happy, you know, that the result is at least showing. So let's see. Our party is going to be consisting of, Sabin, Edgar, Rogo, and there we go. There we go, guys. First phase. It's 4 phases for this fight. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Very important, by the way, is every character needs to be alive at the end of a phase. If that's not the case, then we're in trouble. Okay, that's the left arm, or the right arm down. Long arm, as we like to call it. Flip hit got blocked. That's also good. So we're gonna haste less here. I kind of need Broads to get hit here. That actually helped me out a decent amount. Worst comes to worst, I'm gonna hit Broad myself to get his HP down. You want them all to be in critical HP, basically. Okay, we're gonna kill Broad ourselves then. It's fine. Don't worry. Sorry, Broad, if you're listening. If you ever get to see this, I want him to be in critical HP so that he doesn't die to the last attack of this enemy, which I've seen happen and can kill a run. Maria can take something. I still need her to be alive by the end of this fight or phase, but you know, she can take something. Okay, good. She's not in critical HP, but we made it through phase 1. On to phase 2.
Do you know how much HP the boss has?
Yes, there's 4 parts with each with different amounts of HP. But we're gonna do something cool here, so just you watch. So this one is 4 parts: hit, magic, tiger, and tools. And each takes a different way of killing. We're gonna start off with an ice 3 on all. He's gonna start off with using magic. Gravity bomb can be bad. Okay, it's fine. See, magic can be muted, which means that magic will be rendered pretty much entirely useless. Now, tools can be doomed. It's not 100% consistent, but that works. That's 1 rendered useless, 1 already dead. Blitz with him. Ice 3 specifically on Tiger, because I want Tiger dead. The 3rd and 4th phase, by the way, are the scary ones. first two are generally not too difficult. They're still hard, but they're manageable. They've got one of them deciding to do Flare Star, and you know, that happens. It's fine though, because now Celeste is in critical HP, which is not necessarily bad. That's why I want to get rid of Tiger ASAP. Because Tiger is the one that did Flare Star. That's Tiger dead. Yeah, the problem with the last phase, or the third phase rather, is there's a lot of randomness involved in that phase. Yeah, I can elixir. Where do I have my elixirs? They're supposed to be here somewhere. There. In case she, or in case both of them aren't dead yet. Okay, 10 hits. That's the final attack from hit, which is the right one. Might be moving on to the next phase here. We'll see. This is also why that block is so important, as you can tell. There's the elixir. Good. Now we're going to try to get rid of that other part through Bum Rush. Yeah, part 3 is... Personally, I find part 3 the hardest. Okay, Dispel, that's his final attack, so we're going to go into phase 3 here. Now, I'm going to have to do Bum Rush right off the bat, and I need to hit Lady. That's very important. I need to hit the left one. It's a 50-50 coin flip, and it's really bad if I keep missing it. My BB missed it 10 times, and that ended up killing me. That can happen. You can die on phase 3 because of that. So we'll see. All in all, I'm decently set up here, though. That's the correct one. That's good. Okay, we've got a chance here. I still need to get through this phase without having anybody dead by the end of the phase. That's the important part. So what we're going to do now is we're going to Ice 3 2 times on the Sleep. That's going to put him exactly 2 HP away from going into his second phase. Again, very specific amounts, as you can tell. Okay, he's going to do Whirlwind here. That's fine. I'm completely fine with that, because that's going to set me up to block. Okay. So, here we go, I guess? Okay. Now I need to see what he's gonna do. ETO, okay. See, this is what I'm scared of. Okay, we've got a kill here, probably. I need to be fast, though. Use Fader to get everybody in Viz stat. Because his final attack is Calmness, and that's really dangerous for me. Okay, Tech, get ready on time, because the time might come fairly quickly in this final fight. If I can get past the last phase still. Second hardest phase incoming, but this is the final phase of the final boss of the game. As you can tell, it's quite a fight. If I can pull this off first try, that'd be That'd be insane.
I remember a practice run earlier today. Well, actually yesterday, where you just lost one person, I believe, or
Yes. It's
going
okay.
into the fourth.
Okay, I'm gonna need some silence here actually.
Okay.
This fight is tough. So this is Kefka in his true final form. We need to kill him before he does his super powerful, awesome attack that we really do not ever want to see. Do I still have haste on Celeste? I don't think I do, actually. That might be a thing. I'll have to put that on her at some point. I do, actually. Oh, that's bad. Incorrect blitz input. It didn't register my blitz input correctly. Okay, it's fine. That's a new one. Yeah, I need him back up on his feet. He got the 3% to get through that. Go into hyperdrive. It's fine. I just now need to really start amping up the damage. It's gonna be close. He's gonna try to go for Goner. I hope I did enough. I might be like a few thousand damage short. We'll know soon enough. Time. Nice. Okay.
Nice.
That is insane. Wow. Okay, I was not expecting to be beat by almost 40 minutes.
I told you before, you're always good at BSG.
Yes, so it seems. Hold on, where does this even put me on the leaderboard? Because that's going to put me up quite a few spots, actually. That's insane. Well, we've got about 15 minutes worth of credits. I can show that off at least. Like, the credits are fairly long, and they're quite beautiful as well, actually. I definitely would recommend. That is... oh, wow. I was really scared that I was like going to be like 2,000 damage short there. So what you're supposed to do there is Edgar is supposed to break the Thunder Shield and does Bolt 3 using that. And after that, you mimic that right away. I just missed Odin. Ah, crap. I was... Okay, I can beat Odin. I know I can beat Odin. 12th? 12th, nice. 12th place. That is... I'll take losing 11th with 1 minute. Odin is good. Like, it's good stuff. Yeah, right after we finish the fight, all the magic just starts breaking up. Like, we've just destroyed magic from the world. So all of the Esper, all the magicite starts to disappear. But there is a thing, you know, Terra was an Esper as well. So, you know, that goes on. We'll get to go into that a bit more, I believe, still. But yeah, we get to see a quick, brief introduction to all of our characters and one of their most notable things here. as we hear, at least in my opinion, just one of the best themes in all of video games. Yeah, like I said, like I said, what you're supposed to do in that fight is you break that bolt shield with Edgar, and then you mimic it with Gogo, basically giving you a second bolt shield. And because I couldn't get that off, I was afraid that I was gonna be like a few thousand damage short, especially after that missed blitz at the start. But apparently that wasn't the thing. Apparently it was enough.
Yeah, it was, at least for me personally, at the moment of the last hit, it was like we couldn't see if it was dead or not. And
Yeah, it takes like a split second before you see that, and that is the most nerve-wracking second in the entire game. Because if that wasn't it, I would have died there, and I would have had to redo the entire fight. We would have lost 15 to 20 minutes. Because I mean, I entered the fight at what, like 6:15 or so? So
yeah,
it's a 13
6:14 or so.
Yeah, so I would have lost 13 minutes of the fight plus a 5-minute cutscene.
Yeah.
It's 15 to 20 minutes that you lose if you die there. So that's such a nerve-wracking moment, and I've died there a lot. Like, I've died in that fight so many times, even in practice. Like, getting it first try is insane. I've seen some of the best runners not get first try on that. Trust me. Yeah, I guess up next I'll be doing. It's time for me to start learning 100%. Finally, that's the category I've wanted to learn. But I figured, well, since the first 5 hours of 100% and any percent are the same, I might as well first learn any percent. 100% is about an hour and a half longer, so it's not crazy bad. Basically 100% is all espers, all characters. So you get a bunch more characters in World of Ruin, and you pick up the remaining espers. That's why I said, like, it's about an hour and a half difference, and the first 5 hours are exactly the same. So I figured this would be a good way to learn it. But my god, 627? Heck, that's insane.
Was a great
I'm still shaking a little bit, by the way. Like, the moment that he did his goner, I was like, oh, okay. I really thought I was short. And then you get that ice, and that moment that you see him die, that's why I love running this game, you know. It's such an excitement at the end there.
We have time for a donation.
Yeah, by all means.
We got a €10 donation from Nick saying, "Hype! Congrats, boy! This run could have gone so south, but you rocked it. Much love."
Thank you, Nick. Yeah, this could have gone south real fast. But it didn't. Yeah, I love how you get to see like a bit of a little bit still of every single character with that little cutscene on the side as well, how they get out of the tower. Getting hooked up there by the hairs from the Moogle. It's just, you know, good times, basically.
Yeah.
This is the only character we didn't get to ever see, by the way. That's why it's question marks here. We never picked up Omaro. The only character it's not worth getting him. I remember Rico earlier this week actually asked me if there was a monkey in this game. I was like, well, I mean, technically, but we never get him. Well, that's this guy. This is Omaro. He's the character that we never pick up because he's completely useless. You can't control him. Like he controls himself. So you know, in battle he's useless. He's not really anything special attack-wise. We just never pick him up.
No, Reek is actually going to look forward to 100%.
Yeah, there'll be a monkey in 100%. Well, it's a Sasquatch, but close enough, right?
Yeah.
Also, there's Broad.
I've
That's
heard.
Broad's helmet,
Broad,
I guess.
you died.
Broad died. Actually, yeah. He died for a good cause, though, in the final phase of Kefka, and that's good. Broad, watch Maria do exactly what she does. They eventually succeed. I love how he just jumps off there. He's doing exactly what Maria does. Gao is... I love... Gao is one of those characters... I just can't seem to hate that guy, you know? He's such a weird character. I actually know one of my... one of the people that I know quite well, Saito, he never got further in this game because he just couldn't stand this guy. And I just can't hate him, honestly. Especially when you get to learn his background. Which casually, there's like hidden cutscenes all over the place. That's the thing, by the way. Casually, like if you've seen this run, you've seen like an hour and a half of the World of Ruin. You have seen absolutely nothing of this game yet, because the World of Ruin has so many little hidden cutscenes and side tracks, and it really gets you like the motives of every character. Like for Locke, for example, like if you go a bit more in depth on him, there's a reason he is a thief. He steals because he's trying to resurrect his loved one who died in an accident as a result of something he did. He eventually succeeds as well, but then, you know, then stuff happens, and yeah, get to see that for yourself. I'm not going to spoil the end of that. But like I said, like the first 4 hours, 5 hours, the regular part, nothing too special. But then World of Ruin is just where casually, honestly, this game gets fantastic. And that's why I want to learn 100%. It's that last bit that you just get to see so much more of.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can show that in a few months here at BSG as well. I'll probably be done with running FF6 here for a while, because middle of the night is not quite my thing, and I really want to get a few more runs in to get a bit more consistent at it still, because my times are still all over the place. I mean, this shows enough, right?
Yeah.
4 runs that have died somewhere in the second half of the game because I made one silly mistake, and then now I PB by 40 minutes. But yeah, just a lovely medley as well of all the character themes. Seeing that cutscene here of Madween, by the way, Terra's father, who, you know, all of the Espers are disappearing from the world. That includes her father. But tells her that she might not disappear if her human half is strong enough. And that's kind of sweet, you know. It just has that. It's basically her father is about to disappear from the world. Not even die, just disappear from the world. That's the last thing he says. It's, I don't know, I just, it's cool. It's good stuff. And I'd really like to see more of Realm, honestly. Magic warrior who paints enemies and then uses their own abilities against them. Her background is probably my favorite, by the way, once you discover who the rest of her family is, because she has another family member that you don't notice at first. I've probably been hinting at it at some point in the run, but it's pretty sweet how that ends up. Shadow, or Moonlight.
One we almost saved.
The one we almost saved. If we had waited 2 seconds, we would have saved him. Again, 100%. Then we're gonna actually do that. Probably one of the most complex characters in the entire game, even though you get to see nothing of it. Until, you know, you really start looking for the hidden cutscenes. It's just part of the brilliance of this thing, you know? Oh, we've got Michi! Michi is still in there. Strago Magus. one of the descendants of the ancient magic warriors. Yeah, I do see the comparison between Strago and Mitchie, by the way. It fits really well. Sorry, I just... Now that I've renamed him Mitchie, I can't not see that anymore. That's gonna be Mitchie in like 70 years from now. Well, it is. It's not wrong. Sorry, Mitch. You know I love you. So yeah, that's not just... Oh, right. We need... Oh, no. You can just... I don't have to mash here. Yeah, we fly out of there. Terra, in particular, is something special here. Because that is the last piece of magicite that just disappeared. So Terra is literally being torn apart here. Like, from the inside out. So that's a thing. So flying around just in an attempt to catch her as she basically plummets to the ground. I love that shot of the waterfall that you could see like an hour into the run. It's great. These kids, by the way, they're actually quite special. These are the kids that Terra has been taking care of in that past year. Basically, Terra has been taking care of all of the orphans that got left behind after Kefka had destroyed the rest of the city. But, you know, gave her something to hold on to. As Madween said earlier, as long as her human part is strong enough, she might just survive. Unfortunately, I don't have more than these 5 characters here. Imagine 100% where you have everybody. Yeah, I can't get to show that off, but yeah. Been a long night. I at least hope everybody enjoyed Final Fantasy VI. It's been a blast being able to finally show off this game. I've been meaning to run it for like a year now, never got to it, and hey, now here we are, right? It's I'm sorry to kind of mess up the schedule again. I wasn't really intending to do that, but hey, I guess I'll have to poke Rico later. Let's see whether he's down for doing another run after Kingdom Hearts or something. But yeah, that is Final Fantasy VI. Any percent glitchless and a PB with that. Next up, we'll be having Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD. There's still an incentive for that. I believe that's a really...
there's still an incentive for that, for kill Sephiroth, and we're still like a little bit less than 100 euros until we get that one.
We're still quite some ways away, but I don't know, we might be able to get that. I can see that happen still.
Yeah, hopefully.
It's one of the last incentives we got going as well, so you know, if you ever wanted to put your money towards an incentive, it's going to be either that or Illusion of Gaia. So, yeah, thanks again, everybody, for dropping in. Rashla, thank you for joining me on the couch here.
Thanks for that I was able to sit here.
Remind me to thank Indy as well for being willing to do the first 4 or so hours of the run. I mean, I know it's a long run. It's always tough to sit through, but it's been a lot of fun at least. I'll be back later today for both Quark and Nubo, which are going to be towards the end, as well as being on the couch for the closing run for Illusion of Gaia, taking the spot that Rashla has right now. So that should be a lot of fun as well. So yeah, enjoy Kingdom Hearts 2 Final Mix HD, any % beginner, plus that incentive. Hopefully we can get to see that. I mean, I might not be able to see it here, but I'd like to be able to see that back in the VODs, you know, after the event is done, because I'm sure that's going to be a lot of fun to see. Yeah, that'll be it for me. So enjoy the rest of the event.